Chapter 1138. This warrior from the Yang family had just entered the 5th level of the divine martial realm and was still a young man. Even Long Chen could easily defeat him. Of course, he was also very powerful to reach this level of strength at this age. No wonder he was a disciple of the top family in the Xianin demon region. In the eyes of the warriors in the imperial domain, this young man from the Yang family was at most a child. Being surrounded by Nangong Lai and Han Yunxing, this little guy was already scared out of his wits. Even if he was an expert in the divine martial realm, he would be controlled by Long Chen's soul-devouring demon eyes in a very short time. Under the control of the soul, the eyes of the young man from the Yang family gradually lost their light. This meant that Long Chen had succeeded in controlling the soul. "What's your name?" Long Chen first asked a question that the young man would not resist. "Yang Li," said the young man. This young man had an aura that Long Chen was very familiar with. Yang Li, since he did not know him, Long Chen then asked this guy the questions that he had thought of before. There were too many things he wanted to know about Yang Lingqing. Han Yunxing and Nangong Lai were very curious about Long Chen's method, so they listened quietly. Long Chen asked patiently, "Let me ask you, do you know Yang Lingqing?" Speaking of this name, Yang Li suddenly trembled and struggled in his heart, almost waking up from the state of controlling the soul. Long Chen strengthened the power of controlling the soul, and then he stabilized. After letting out a sigh of relief, Long Chen asked a few more unimportant questions, and then repeated Yang Lingqing's questions. This time, the young man was not so resistant. Yang Lingqing is a rare super genius of the Yang family. Yang Li murmured. "What?" Long Chen's face changed. Looking back, Han Yunxing and Nangong Lai's faces were filled with confusion. Yang Lingqing was brought back by Li Xuanji. Long Chen had always thought that Yang Lingqing would be in the Li family, but now it seemed that Yang Lingqing, who had the lunar devil body of the Yang family, must have been in the Yang family and had become a warrior of the Yang family. There must be a relationship between Yang Lingqing and the Yang family. Even Long Chen and the Yang family were related. In that case, he even said that Yang Lingqing was a super expert. This guy was already at the 5th level of the God martial arts realm. Yang Lingqing and Long Chen were born in the same year, month, and day, and it had only been 7 or 8 years since she came to the lunar devil realm. At that time, Yang Lingqing was not as strong as Long Chen. Under normal circumstances, it was impossible for Yang Lingqing to be so strong in 7 or 8 years. She was not Long Chen, unless... Long Chen had a bad feeling. He calmed himself down and continued to ask, "Is Yang Lingqing a member of the Yang family? Do you know what level she is at?" Yang Li had no more resistance at this time. He answered obediently, "Of course she is a member of the Yang family. The lunar devil body is the blood of the Yang family. As for her strength, it is said that she is comparable to Li Xuanji of the Li family in just a few years. She has just entered the 9th level of the God martial arts realm." Speaking of this, Long Chen, Han Yunxing, and the others looked at each other. They definitely knew what was going on. It was definitely the soul integration great path. Otherwise, no matter how powerful Yang Lingqing was, it would be impossible for her to catch up to Li Xuanji. However, Long Chen's mind was in a mess. His impression of his sister was that she was obedient and sensible, and also had a rare tenacity that ordinary girls rarely had. Li Xuanji had taken her in as a disciple, which could be considered as doing her a favor. Why would she run over to the Yang family, and most likely accept the fusion of a powerhouse? Why? She needed strength so much. Just like Feng Jilin, she also desired strength. Or... Thinking of this, Long Chen's face became a little ugly. His body was full of murderous intent. Han Yunxing touched him gently and said, "Don't worry. It might not be the soul integration great path. She might not be willing." Long Chen thought about it and calmed down. This was not good. However, Yang Lingqing was the sister he had protected since she was young. If someone dared to do anything to his sister, even if Long Chen lost his life, he would make the other party pay a heavy price. Clenching his fists, Long Chen's eyes were bloodshot. It had been a long time since he had such a strong killing intent. The last time was when he killed Shu Tinga. This time, it was because he was worried about Yang Lingqing. Thinking back to the time when they grew up together, those days occupied most of Long Chen's life. In his lost childhood, Yang Lingqing could be said to be the only person who accompanied him. Long Chen took a deep breath and continued to ask, "Do you know where Yang Lingqing came from? Tell me the details." In Yang Li's heart, Long Chen was like his closest friend. In Yang Li's heart, Long Chen was like his closest friend. If Long Chen had any questions, he would do his best to answer them. Thus, he quickly said, "This Yang Lingqing was originally not in my Yang family, but in the Li family. But in a fortuitous opportunity, she was discovered to be a member of my Yang family." Thus, the two old ancestor world kings joined forces to snatch this genius who possesses the Yang family's extreme Yin devil body back. After she returned, Yang Lingqing's cultivation rapidly rose until she reached such a terrifying boundary. I heard that this Yang Lingqing was originally very strong, but she was captured by the Li family when she was a child. They used sinister methods to seal her cultivation, and it was only after she returned to her family that the two world kings undid the seal on her. Long Chen organized this information in his mind. In the eyes of an insider like Long Chen, the Yang family's so-called seal was an act of trying to cover things up. Yang Lingqing didn't have much strength to begin with. The fact that she was able to make such a great breakthrough in such a short period of time had absolutely nothing to do with the seal. Then, Long Chen asked several more questions, including the location of the Yang family, as well as some information about Yang Lingqing's current situation. He learned that Yang Lingqing was currently in the Yang family and was receiving the best training. In the Yang family, Yang Lingqing was fully deserving of the title of number 1 in the younger generation. In the lunar devil domain, there were a total of 2 young super geniuses. In a place as cold and gloomy as the lunar devil domain, women were originally respected. It was said that the only super world king was a woman. And these 2 super geniuses, one was the Li family's rare 9 Yin absolute meridians, Li Xuanji, and the other was the Yang family's newest rising star, Yang Lingqing, who had the lunar devil body. Yang Lingqing's lunar devil body was compatible with the entire lunar devil domain and was a miniature lunar devil domain. Her talent even surpassed the 9 Yin absolute meridians. From this, it could be seen how terrifying this Yang Lingqing was now. After hypnotizing Yang Li and making him forget everything, Long Chen then turned around. At this moment, Han Yinxing said solemnly, "According to my deduction, this is not good news. Speak." Long Chen's heart was a little heavy, so heavy that he wanted to kill someone. Yang Lingqing was too strong, so strong that Long Chen's heart was not at ease. Han Yinxing's eyes sparkled as he said, "In terms of talent and physique, your sister is the best among the younger generation of the Yang family. She has the Taiyin devil body, which even the previous world emperor did not have. She appeared right after the previous world emperor died, so I guess that the previous world emperor did not die at all. Her god martial soul still exists, and she even fused with Yang Lingqing, which is why Yang Lingqing has such terrifying strength today. As for the process, we don't know. If Yang Lingqing was not strong at that time, and had just reached the god martial realm, and the other party was a world emperor, then the world emperor would have a chance of success even without Yang Lingqing's consent, or with a little deception. You have to know that everyone is crazy when facing the nirvana tribulation. So it's the previous world king. Long Chen's eyes flashed with an ominous light. Of course, this is only my guess. We still need to go forward and see for ourselves. However, the current Yang family has 2 world king level powerhouses that we cannot resist. They are at the nirvana tribulation realm. This will be a very troublesome matter, but since it's about little Chen, the 2 of us will go through fire and water without hesitation. Nangong Lai said. After Yang Li woke up, he would forget everything. He was just an innocent child, so Long Chen did not plan to kill him. They had already inquired about the Yang family's location. As the three of them moved forward, they discussed matters. No matter what, we have to go to the Yang family and see what's going on. As long as I see your sister, I will know whether or not she has another god martial soul. Han Yunxing said in a low voice. Long Chen was not relaxed. He didn't think that his sister's matter would involve someone at the World King level. Although Han Yunxing and Nangong Lai were strong, they were not a match for a Nirvana Tribulation Realm powerhouse. Thus, Long Chen had to calm down and think of a way to save Yang Lingqing. If there really was such a thing, then no matter what, Long Chen had to remove that person from Yang Lingqing's god martial soul. This was the responsibility of an elder brother. In his elder brother's eyes, no matter how strong Yang Lingqing was now, she was only a little sister that needed to be protected. The Yang family is over 30 million miles away from here. We need to gather more information along the way. If there really is such a thing, we can't be impatient. After all, my sister is fine for the time being. Long Chen was very clear about this. You know that you need to calm down. Han Yunxing smiled knowingly. I didn't expect this to be such a dangerous thing. Thank you, both of you. Long Chen thanked them sincerely. Nangong Lai shouted, don't say that. Our rotten lives were given by your father. Even if we give them back to you, we can die without regrets. Moreover, the Yang family is far from being able to kill me. Don't forget that we are from the true Martial Emperor Palace. Even the Realm Lord of the Supreme Shadow Devil World wouldn't dare to provoke the true Martial Emperor. From this sentence, Long Chen could hear Nangong Lai's confidence in the true Martial Emperor Palace. Indeed, if the 12 major forces were to be ranked, the 3 great Emperor Palaces would definitely be in the top 3. This was also the source of Nangong Lai's confidence. The 3 of them calculated for a while. Without further ado, they quickly headed in the direction of the Yang family. Long Chen didn't panic because of anger or nervousness. In fact, he was even calmer than Nangong Lai. The number of VIP votes on the main website had reached 2,800. It was time for the second update. At 6 p.m., today's 4th update would be delivered on time. It was less than 200 votes away from the next update. Whether today's 4th or 5th update would be up to the audience. Thank you to the 1,600 VIP votes on the cliff. Chapter 1139. When Long Chen and the others entered the Profound Yin Demon Realm, something shocking happened in the Profound Yin Demon Realm. At that moment, the entire Profound Yin Demon Realm was in a state of great shock. The closer the people were to the Yang family and the Li family, the more they could feel the tense and violent atmosphere. Long Chen and the others were busy with their journey, so they didn't know what was happening at first. The distance between the Yang family and the Li family was at the northeast corner of the Profound Yin Demon Realm. At that moment, Long Chen and the others were heading towards the northeast corner. In between Long Chen's position and the Yang family and the Li family, there was a continuous stretch of cold and gloomy mountains. The range of the mountains was very vast, with a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles. It was called the Sky Shade Mountain Range. In the Sky Shade Mountain Range, fierce beasts ran amok, as well as all kinds of poisonous beasts and insects. It was a place of extinction, and people rarely went there. Especially in the depths of the Sky Shade Mountain Range, there was a rumor that there was a grade 9 divine level fierce beast guarding it. It was one of the most dangerous places in the Profound Yin Demon Realm, and its surface area was almost 3/10,000th of the entire Profound Yin Demon Realm. At this moment, in an inconspicuous valley in the Sky Yin Mountain Range, 3 people were hurrying along. If Long Chen came here, he would definitely find that he knew all 3 of them. They were Li Tianji, who had appeared in the Moon Devil's cave before, as well as one of his servant girls and one of his servants. At this moment, Li Tianji's face was deathly pale. A cold aura erupted from his body. He, who was originally handsome and elegant, was now in an extremely sorry state. His body was even stained with blood. From his eyes, one could see that he was currently in an atmosphere of extreme sorrow, anger, and hatred. Behind him, the servant also looked sad, and there were many tear stains on the face of the young servant. What had happened to a warrior at the 7th level of the divine martial realm? How could he be so sad and angry? The three figures flew past a corner of the Sky Shade mountain range. Let's go, he is catching up. Seeing that the two servants couldn't keep up with him, Li Tianji clenched his teeth, turned around, and held the arms of the two servants. They hurriedly sped up and rushed forward at full speed. Young lord, we can't do this. You leave first. Uncle's son and I will stop him. That's right, young master, quickly let us go and escape. We will stop him. You are the precious bloodline of the Li clan, you cannot die in their hands. Young master, you are the hope of the Li clan. If we drag you down, even if I die, I will not be able to face the ancestors of the Li clan. The faces of the two servants were covered with tears. Don't say any more. If we live together. If we die together. Li Tianji's eyes were filled with determination. He would not give up. However, judging from his divine sense, the person chasing him was already very close. The other party's speed was originally faster than his, and he was also carrying two burdens. If there was no accident, he would definitely catch up in a short time. Young master, there's a cliff in front. The servant girl screamed. Li Tianji's long purple hair fluttered in the wind. He quickly raised his head, and sure enough, a cliff appeared in front of him. Below the cliff was a stretch of dark green mist. He simply couldn't tell how deep it was. Moreover, this mist even had a certain interference effect on spiritual consciousness. The mountain in front was very far from the cliff. This meant that Li Tianji had to carry them through the sky for a long distance. However, Li Tianji estimated that he would be caught by the person chasing him in the sky. He was full of joy. He had obtained one of the clan's treasures, the purple demon moon diagram, and returned to the clan. However, he didn't expect that such a big thing would happen in the clan. If Li Tianji hadn't been outside, he would have definitely died without a burial place. Damn the Yang clan, they are even worse than animals. This time, even if I die, I will pull one of them down with me. Li Tianji suddenly stopped in front of the deep cliff. At the same time, he threw away the two servants in his hands and roared, "You two are not from my Li clan. It's none of your business. Hurry up and leave." Li Tianji knew that he would die, so he didn't want to drag these two down. However, he thought that these two's feelings for the Li clan were too weak. Even though the servant girl and the middle-aged servant were thrown out, they still turned back and boldly looked at Li Tianji. Ignoring Li Tianji's exasperated expression, the servant girl said, "Young master, don't think that we will abandon you. If we die, we all die together." "Yes, young master. Although I don't have the surname Li, I have been a member of the Li clan since I was born. Even if I die, I will still be the soul of the Li clan," the servant said. The anger in Li Tianji's eyes gradually disappeared. Looking at these two loyal servants, he was still moved. However, because of this, the last opportunity also disappeared. "This is really touching," a ghostly voice suddenly rang out from behind Li Tianji. Li Tianji and the others abruptly turned their heads. In the darkness, a black-robed man with his head covered appeared. He let out a demonic voice and a cold aura emanated from his body. Yang clan's animal. The flames in Li Tianji's chest burned fiercely. He knew that he couldn't escape, so the only way was to fight to the death. Animal, the winner takes all. From now on, the Li clan will no longer exist in this world. Our Yang clan will be the supreme king of the Xianin Devil Domain. The man clicked his tongue and laughed. Judging from his voice, he didn't seem old at all. Despicable and shameless. Flames shot out of Li Tianji's eyes. The divine yuan in his body was surging violently. He had already comprehended the will of the world. Each of his moves carried the will of the world. The flowers and trees in the surroundings were shaking. Is this the powerlessness of the weak towards the strong? Of course, with your age, you can reach the peak of the 7th level of the divine martial realm. You can be counted as a genius. As long as you don't die, you will have great achievements in the future. Unfortunately, you didn't manage to escape in the end. If I don't kill you today, I won't be able to go back to the Yang clan. The man smiled coldly. Under his control, a chilling aura engulfed the surroundings. You will never know how big the gap is between the peak of the 7th level of the divine martial realm and the 8th level of the 8th level of the divine martial realm. Let me tell you now, that is, you won't be able to fight back. The ghostly voice resounded in Li Tianji's ears. Trying to mystify things. Li Tianji shook off the two servants next to him. With the flames of hatred, he rushed towards the man. An intense battle had started. However, in the blink of an eye, Li Tianji had already been seriously injured. He was sent flying while spurting blood. The man's cultivation level was higher than his, and he had more experience than him. He could easily suppress Li Tianji. So, the people of the Li clan are only at this level. No wonder you were defeated so easily. Corpses are everywhere. This is the grandest scene in the Xianin demon region. The man of the Yang clan walked towards Li Tianji step by step. The pressure of the world was acting on Li Tianji's body, making him unable to move. Don't you dare hurt my master. The two servants risked their lives to save Li Tianji, but they were easily sent flying by a slap from that martial artist. Their bodies slammed into the mountain wall and immediately split into pieces. Even their skulls were almost smashed. Fortunately, they were martial artists who had condensed a peerless golden body. Otherwise, they would have died by now. Even if they didn't die, they wouldn't have enough strength to stand up when their bodies recovered. Bastard. Li Tianji felt that his body was about to explode. The cold light in his eyes kept flowing. On his body, 7 clear dark green meridians appeared. 7 meridians. Compared to your sister, you're only a step lower. Your head can earn me a lot of awards. The man of the Yang clan had already arrived in front of Li Tianji. He was wearing a black robe and was shrouded in a dark green mist. Even if he was standing right in front of Li Tianji couldn't see clearly what this guy looked like. Sister. Thinking of that cold yet captivating demoness, Li Tianji was originally in awe of her. But at this moment, he also felt incomparable sorrow and nostalgia. She was the most dazzling genius in the clan. This time, she would definitely be the main target of the Yang clan. This time, she wouldn't be able to survive. Such a beautiful life had actually disappeared. Hatred gradually clouded Li Tianji's heart. He discovered that his eyes had turned blood red. This state was very similar to that of Long Chen when he went berserk. That's right, your sister, she received a special treatment. Your sister, Li Xuanji, was so beautiful. Hence, her ending was also very classy. It's been a long time since the men of the Yang clan had tasted such a delicacy. As he spoke, the man licked his lips as if he was still reminiscing about the taste of that woman. Li Tianji was on the verge of collapsing. She was such a proud woman. Could it be that she was? Thinking of this, Li Tianji's bloodline erupted. His eyes were bloodshot as he stared at this man. He swore that he would tear this man into pieces before he would be satisfied. Go to hell. Under the suppression of the man from the Yang clan, Li Tianji furiously rushed towards the man from the Yang clan. However, the man from the Yang clan easily punched him into the ground, causing the entire mountain to tremble. More than half of the cliff had collapsed. It could be seen how tyrannical the man from the Yang clan was. With your strength, it's not even enough to tickle me. Do you really want to kill me? Hee hee, now that you've been caught by me, good things are yet to come. Let me tell you, I can deal with you the same way I treated your sister in the past. The eyes of the man of the Yang clan flickered with a dark green light. After speaking, he laughed maniacally and pounced towards Li Tianji. Li Tianji was young and had delicate features. He would never have thought that there would be such a perverted person in the world. Chapter 1140. Sister, I won't embarrass you. I'm a man of the Li clan. Li Tianji roared. The man of the Yang clan was like a devil. He was very close to Li Tianji. Li Tianji could even hear his hideous laughter. At this moment, just as Li Tianji was about to launch a new round of attacks, the man from the Yang clan suddenly let out a shrill scream. Li Tianji was startled. He focused his eyes and saw a pitch-black crack appear above the head of the man from the Yang clan. It went all the way through his body, splitting his body into two halves. In a very short period of time, the man from the Yang clan was directly swallowed up by the tear in the void. Li Tianji saw the despair in the eyes of the man of the Yang clan. He looked behind Li Tianji with an incomparably horrified gaze. In the next instant, the crack in the void in front of him closed up, as if nothing had happened. The man from the Yang family had already disappeared, and there was a puddle of blood on the ground. It took Li Tianji a while to react. That thing just now seemed to be the power that could only be displayed by a warrior at the 9th level of the divine martial realm who possessed the Nirvana Golden Wheel. Li Tianji remembered that before he died, the man of the Yang clan looked behind Li Tianji in horror. Who? Li Tianji hurriedly stood up and staggered. He almost fell to the ground. He looked behind him in shock and his eyes opened wide. At this time, the sky was already dark. A strange dark green full moon hung in the sky. Under the illumination of this dark green moonlight, the surroundings seemed very strange. The shadows of the trees danced in the wind and the mountains overlapped each other. There was a cliff in front of him. Below the cliff, a dark green fog was rolling, as if there was a giant beast hiding below, growling. In the midst of the rolling dark green fog, a woman wearing a beautiful black dress, like a black rose, was approaching in the air. The woman's dress fluttered in the wind, and her long dark green hair also fluttered in the wind. A cold aura hit him in the face. The moon in the sky was called Mo Moon by the great Yin demon realm. This woman had the same charm as Mou and attracted Li Tianji's eyes. Although this wasn't the first time they met, Li Tianji was still shocked by her coldness and beauty. That snow-white skin, that devilish body, those sharp eyes that seemed to see through people's hearts only existed on one person in Li Tianji's world. He didn't even know how to describe this girl's perfection. Sister. Seeing her, Li Tianji confirmed that he was not dreaming. The Yang family could not do anything to her at all. Li Tianji thought about it and felt that it was right. It would be strange if the Yang family could touch such a woman. Just now, the Yang family's man said that Li Xuanji had been tortured by them, but that was pure nonsense. Li Tianji found that his throat was hoarse, and he couldn't help but tear up. Today, when his clan was facing a great calamity, seeing this woman was like seeing the only thing he could rely on. The fog tumbled like a great storm, but this woman remained unmoved. Even in such a great disaster, her dark green eyes that were like a deep well were still calm. Under the black dress, her body was graceful. Compared to Long Chen, she was even more flirtatious. Just like Ling Shi, she had also undergone a huge change. However, the cold and suffocating aura on her body had become even more intense. A single glance from this woman was enough to give off a might that looked down on all living things. Her cold and domineering side and Ling Xi's gentle side were two extremes. Her light red lips were very thin, but they had a kind of intoxicating beauty. In fact, when she gently moved her red lips, her voice was like an icy spring. Although it was moving, it also had a kind of dignity and aura that made people unable to resist. Tianji, leave the abstruse Yin demon realm first. It's best if you go to the true martial imperial domain. If my Li family can survive, I will go find you. Li Tianji panicked, and tears streamed down his face. No, I can't run away alone. Big sister, what are you going to do? Different from Li Xuanji, Li Tianji's hair and eyes were purple. My Li family is finished. It will take countless years for us to recover. This spatial ring contains the accumulation of my Li family for millions of years. Now, I hand it to you. Many years later, the mission to revive my Li family and take revenge is in your hands. You can't disappoint me. While Li Tianji was still in a daze, a dark green ring appeared on his middle finger. He was stunned for a moment before he hurriedly asked, "Big sister, this should be a mission given to you by the elders. Why should I complete it? You should be the one to complete it. You are stronger than me, so you are the one who has the hope of taking revenge. I believe that the old ancestor must have risked his life to send you out. You can't disregard your own life." Li Tianji was very emotional, but the young girl's gaze didn't change. It was still as resolute as before. She slowly said, "Compared to that, I have an even more important mission, and that is to make the Yang family pay the price. Don't worry, the Yang family can't do anything to me. I will cover your retreat for now, and when the Yang family pays the price, I will go find you." As usual, her tone was still as domineering as ever, and she didn't show the slightest bit of resistance. Looking at the woman's burning eyes, Li Tianji was conflicted for a long time, but he still shook his head. "No, you will be throwing your life away. This is unwise, and the elders definitely don't want you to do that. Big sister, I have to stop you today. You can try." She blocked Li Tianji's way with just one sentence. "You can't do this. It's never too late for a gentleman to take revenge. We can't lose our lives in vain." Li Tianji was practically begging. "I can't endure it for 10 years, I can't even endure this moment." The light in the woman's eyes grew brighter and brighter. When the light shone on Li Tianji, he felt his scalp go numb. "Let me tell you, if you keep talking nonsense, I will knock you out and send you out. Then I will come back for revenge. If you are thinking about me, don't waste my time." Hearing this, Li Tianji was completely confused. He didn't know what to do. Li Tianji knew that he couldn't stop the woman on the cliff. The only thing he could do now was probably to do as she said. "Don't worry, I will stay here. When the World Emperor competition starts, I will reappear." Li Xuanji took a step back and said to Li Tianji. Thus, Li Tianji finally compromised. He had no choice but to compromise. "Big sister, can I see you again?" Li Tianji asked with tears in his eyes. "Yes," Li Xuanji answered in a decisive voice. "Okay, I am willing to protect what belongs to the Li family." Li Tianji wasn't an obvious target. Most of the Yang family was probably chasing after Li Xuanji. She was the person that the Yang family wanted to kill the most. At this time, the two servants had almost recovered, but they didn't dare to speak. They were crying behind Li Tianji. Li Xuanji handed over a few more things and prepared to leave. She had always been like this. When she said she would leave without any hesitation. However, at this time, Li Tianji suddenly thought of something. When Li Xuanji turned around, he suddenly said, "I went to the true martial imperial domain once. There, I met a person called Long Chen. He knows the soul-devouring demon eyes. Do you know him? The soul-devouring demon eyes is my Li family's secret art. Only you can simplify it like that. If I didn't think of you, I'm afraid I would have killed him at that time." Li Xuanji's body shook and she didn't turn around for a long time. Li Tianji, who was behind her, didn't know how wonderful her expression was at this time. What is his current identity? After about a quarter of an hour, she finally moved and suddenly asked. "A disciple of the true martial imperial palace." Li Tianji vaguely remembered. So it's like this. Li Tianji didn't understand what kind of emotions were contained in the word sister. He also didn't know how much shock was contained in it. In any case, by the time he reacted, Li Xuanji had already disappeared. That graceful figure had vanished into the layers of fog. Li Tianji's heart suddenly became firm. He understood how heavy his mission would be in the future after wearing this ring. From today onwards, he was no longer a youth. He would be the successor of the clan with a huge mission on his shoulders. Li Xuanji had given this opportunity to him. Shouldering such a huge mission would allow Li Tianji to mature completely. From today onwards, he would become a man of indomitable spirit. Let's go. Li Tianji led the two servants and stepped onto the road. These two servants knew that Li Tianji now possessed the resources of the Li clan for millions of years. However, from the previous situation, these two servants were absolutely trustworthy. It could be seen that Li Xuanji didn't kill them. If they hadn't risked their lives to protect Li Tianji, they would probably be dead by now. This road wasn't easy to walk. Li Tianji carried on with tears in his eyes. When he left the Heavenly Yin mountain range, in a corner of the Heavenly Yin mountain range, a black-robed woman that could captivate all living things revealed a dazed expression as she looked at the boundless sky. Long Chen, she had almost forgotten this name, but it suddenly appeared in her life. She felt that it was inconceivable. If it's really him, I can only prostrate myself in admiration. I underestimated him in the past. I hope that he can rise in the true martial imperial palace. Unfortunately, I won't be able to see him again. Li Xuanji had complicated feelings towards this young man who had saved her. No matter what, he was the only man who had seen her body. Unfortunately, there was only someone else in his heart. Chapter 1141. Starting from the entrance of the Xianin Devil territory, the three of them traveled at Long Chen's speed. It took them more than 10 days to reach a big city called Yongqing City. There was still a long distance from the Yang clan. The three of them had been traveling in silence. For the two experts, they could at most extend their divine sense to a distance of 100 miles. This way, the information processed by their god martial spirit wouldn't be too messy. Generally speaking, as long as there was someone hostile to them within this range, the two experts would be able to sense it immediately. After arriving at Yongqing City, Long Chen decided to take a rest first. He wanted to inquire about the news of the Yang clan and the Li clan. In the past 2 days, the three of them suddenly felt that the Xianin Devil territory had become a lot more turbulent. There should be other things happening after the death of the World Emperor. Something bigger. Yongqing City was a city comparable to the Sacred Martial Palace. It was very huge and could accommodate millions of people. It was a famous city in the Xianin Devil territory. It was controlled by a second-rate force in the Xianin Devil territory, the Yongqing Palace. The Yongqing Palace submitted to the Yang clan and was considered a subordinate force of the Yang clan. The entire huge city was under the management of the Yongqing Palace and everything was in order. Long Chen and the other two entered the huge Yongqing City and stayed in one of the luxurious restaurants. The scale of the restaurant was huge. It was said that the Yongqing Palace was behind it and it was opened by the higher-ups of the Yongqing Palace. Basically, no one dared to cause trouble in the restaurant. Finally, they arrived at a bustling city. Feeling relaxed, the three of them ordered some appetizers, drank and chatted. The dishes served in the Perpetual Purity restaurant were not simple dishes. Most of them were made from high-grade ferocious beasts and elixirs, containing a large amount of spirit qi. The meat of the ferocious beasts had been specially processed and was exceptionally delicious. It had many effects on nourishing one's body, strengthening one's physical body and so on. Here, ordinary people could not afford it. A random dish would probably cost a few divine gems. Of course, for people like Han Yunxing and Nangong Lai, the value of this delicacy was no different from an ordinary dish. The only value to them was the freshness of the taste. Han Yunxing was addicted to wine. Naturally, he served many famous wines at this place, attracting the attention of the crowd. The value of these wines was estimated to be thousands of divine gems. Ordinary people definitely wouldn't be able to afford it, so even the shopkeeper of the Perpetual Purity restaurant came out. However, after realizing that even he couldn't see through Han Yunxing's strength, he quickly served him good wine and dishes, not daring to ask too many questions. Even if such an expert were to freeload, the innkeeper wouldn't dare to do anything. Long Chen asked them to leave. He was not in the mood to enjoy the wine and meat on the table. Instead, he was eavesdropping on the conversation downstairs. These few days, the entire Yongqing City was discussing one thing. This matter had also attracted the attention of Han Yunxing and Nangong Lai. The Yang family's 2 world kings joined forces with the world kings of the 3 great sections. 5 world kings fought against the Li family's world sovereign. With 5 against 1, the Li family's world king was finally killed. This matter has already shaken the entire shadow demon world. Once the pillar of the Li family died, the Li family, which had been passed down for hundreds of thousands of years, immediately shattered. The entire Li family fell apart. Some escaped, some died. I heard that there aren't many people left alive. This time, the Yang family acted so quickly and even joined forces with the 3 great sections. The Li family can only be considered unlucky this time. Those who managed to escape are probably dead by now after being hunted down by the Yang family for the past few days. The Li family doesn't even have a chance to make a comeback this time around. They've been annihilated. That's natural. The Yang family and Li family were originally the 2 greatest enemies of my profound Yin demon region. They both wanted the other to die. To be able to dominate the profound Yin demon region, the Yang family has risen in power in the past 1,000 years and even obtained the divine position of the world's sovereign. The annihilation of the Li family was already within my expectations. Have they really been annihilated? I heard that the genius girl of the Li family, Li Xuanji, was sent away by an elder of the Li family. Even now, no one knows where she is. Now, the Yang family is searching everywhere for Li Xuanji. They even put out a huge bounty for her. I don't have the fortune to enjoy such a bounty. After all, that Li Xuanji is a first-class genius of the profound Yin demon region. Her strength has already reached the 9th level of the divine martial realm. How can we compare with her? Speaking of which, if Li Xuanji manages to escape this time, then when she returns after enduring humiliation, she will become a nightmare for the Yang family. This girl has been imprisoned for 1,000 years. On the first day of her return, the whole Li family is in an uproar. Such a person is not simple. At this time, a man ran to the place where the crowd was chatting and said, "You still don't know that Li Xuanji didn't escape at all." These days, the Yang family has sent out a large number of warriors to track her down. They even sent out all their forces. Even the ancestors of the Yang family, who haven't shown up for a long time, have appeared. They just want to kill Li Xuanji. However, this girl is too powerful and ruthless. Many of the Yang family's ancestors have already died in her hands. The crowd was in an uproar. They even felt their blood run cold. After hearing that, Long Chen and the other 2 looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. I didn't expect that such a thing would happen in the supreme demon realm. Han Yinxing frowned and said, "The 2 families of the Xianin demon realm are killing each other. Does no one care? Why would the realm lord of the supreme demon realm let them do that?" Nangong Lai said in confusion. Long Chen said, "If he wanted to care, things wouldn't have turned out like this." I guess everyone knows that the Li family is finished now. Long Chen heaved a sigh of relief when he heard that Li Xuanji was still alive. However, he understood the pain of having her entire clan annihilated. She must have completely fallen into hatred and even lost her rationality. It was Long Chen who saved her, so she was one of his friends. Long Chen didn't want her to end badly. I heard that the experts of the Yang family have already sent several ancestors of the 9th level of the divine martial arts realm. They have already chased them to the vicinity of Yongqing City. Now Yongqing City is strictly checking whether there are any survivors of the Li family. The outside has been sealed. Just as Long Chen heard these words, there was a commotion below. The door of the restaurant was blasted open, and a group of martial artists wearing black brocade clothes walked in. Almost all of their bodies exuded a thick yin qi. The leader was a beautiful middle-aged woman with a devilish figure. She had a pair of large and erect breasts, but her expression was too cold. "I am Yang Miaozhu of the Yang family. Nobody move. Today, we are here to catch the survivors of the Li family. We have something that can sense the existence of the Li family's terminated meridian. You can just stand still." After the cold voice finished speaking, the group of cultivators behind him dispersed and headed towards the group of men and women who were eating and firmly surrounded the Eternal Purity restaurant. Under the control of so many divine senses, no one could escape. Young Miaozhu walked through the crowd with a yellow jade stone in her hand. At the same time, she looked at someone with suspicion. It seemed that in her eyes, everyone was a survivor of the Li family. They were very efficient. About 15 minutes later, young Miaozhu walked in front of Long Chen and the others. She could tell that Han Yunxing and Nangong Lai were the kind of warriors who could not be offended. After apologizing slightly, she immediately left. However, before leaving, she first looked back at Long Chen. After they left, Nangong Lai said in a low voice, "Little Chen, I have to say that there are indeed some traces on your body. It's similar to this woman's and Yang Li's from before. They are both from the Yang clan, so I'm guessing that you are indeed related to this clan." Long Chen still did not understand. "It's like this. You are now a dragon warrior. The existence of the divine dragon blood surpasses all physiques. It can completely transform your original body. Even your father's bloodline has been suppressed, not to mention your mother's bloodline. There is only a trace of it in your body. This trace is related to the woman from the Yang family just now," Han Yunxing explained. Long Chen finally understood. This meant that his Yang family in Biyao town was really related to the Yang family in the Xianin Devil territory. To Long Chen, this was like a fantasy story. It was unbelievable. But it was possible that this was the truth. The Yang family in Biyao town was established by Long Chen's grandfather, Yang Tsangxiong. The generations before Yang Tsangxiong were all weak individuals. It was hard to imagine that an ordinary person would be related to a family that controlled the Xianin Devil territory. Seeing that young Miaozhu was about to disappear, Han Yunxing and Nangong Lai's expressions changed. They held Long Chen down and suddenly said, "There is an expert of the same level coming. Hold it and don't move." Just as Han Yunxing finished speaking, there was a slight vibration. It was the sound of space tearing. Long Chen could not help but look up. In that very short moment, he could only see countless purple rays of light rushing into the restaurant. Of course, none of them were coming for Long Chen. The purple rays of light were the soul-shattering needles that Li Tianji had used before. At this moment, there were hundreds of soul-shattering needles. Long Chen had just discovered that it was a soul-shattering needle, and then he saw that a tiny hole had appeared between the eyebrows of every member of the Yang family present. Their faces, which had been brimming with vitality, instantly turned deathly pale. Their bodies lost all vitality and they fell to the ground. Those soul-shattering needles gathered toward the sky and rushed to the roof, tearing it open. A lot of debris fell down, blocking Long Chen's line of sight. In the sky, someone threw out soul-shattering needles and killed hundreds of Yang family members. Basically, the Yang family members were slaughtered. Chapter 1142. Yang Miaozhu, who was at the peak of LV6 of the divine martial realm, was also among the dead. Long Chen felt that even he might not be able to block such a terrifying attack. After all, the soul-shattering needle was too terrifying and fast. It could pierce through the divine martial soul. Even if he had cultivated the supreme golden body, he would not be able to block the soul-shattering needle. In front of the soul-shattering needle, having the supreme golden body was the same as not having it. All of this happened in an instant. From Han Yunxing's words to the moment Long Chen saw a black figure on the roof, only a moment had passed. Countless specks of dust fell. Amidst the dust, a snow-white girl wearing a long black dress floated past like a butterfly. Although it was only a glimpse, Long Chen was still able to clearly see her appearance. Long Chen had seen her like this 7 years ago. However, compared to that time, she was more mature, colder, and more charming. Her every move was like a witch. In the blink of an eye, the girl disappeared. What a majestic life aura. She is young, but her cultivation is very strong. Nangong Lai stood up, his eyes filled with a strong desire to fight. Long Chen also stood up at this moment. It was not easy to meet her. He could ask a lot of things from her. So, no matter what, he could not let Li Xuanji leave like this. There are experts from the Yang family who are chasing after her. 2 experts at the peak of the divine martial realm. This is Li Xuanji. Han Yunxing was very smart. At that moment, he could roughly guess what was going on from Long Chen's expression. Li Xuanji. Nangong Lai was also stunned. Long Chen said anxiously, "What did you say?" There are 2 experts in the divine martial realm from the Yang family chasing after her. As soon as Long Chen said this, a strong wind swept over and the entire Yongqing restaurant collapsed. In the chaos, Long Chen saw 2 figures shrouded in black robes disappear in an instant. These 2 figures should be the warriors from the Yang family who were chasing after Li Xuanji. They should be the ancestors who had cultivated for nearly 10,000 years. Li Xuanji's strength was obviously much weaker than those 2. Now that she had been exposed, if she was caught, her ending would definitely be very tragic. At the very least, she would die. No matter what, Long Chen still had many things to ask her. He couldn't let this old friend of his die just like that. Thinking of this, Long Chen looked at Han Yunxing and Nangong Lai for help. "Let's go." Han Yunxing pulled Long Chen and the 3 of them chased in the direction that the 2 black-robed elders had been chasing. This was the first time that Han Yunxing and the others had shown the true speed of the peak of the divine martial realm in front of Long Chen. It was so fast that it was terrifying. If Long Chen did not have such a strong body, he might have been killed by the wind. Long Chen had to squint his eyes to see clearly. The surrounding mountains and rivers were moving behind Long Chen at an invisible speed. Han Yunxing pulled Long Chen, but he did not slow down at all. He was like a shooting star, piercing through the mountains and rivers. Nangong Lai, who was next to him, was like the sun in the night, releasing blazing heat. "Catch up with her," Long Chen did not forget to say. Long Chen could not do anything to save Li Xuanji, so he could only let the 2 experts, Han Yunxing and Nangong Lai, do it. Long Chen was glad that he had brought these 2 experts to the Supreme Shadow Devil realm. Otherwise, he would not be able to do anything. The people chasing after Li Xuanji were the top figures in the Yang family. Their status was comparable to the palace master of Emperor Dong's palace. Even in the Jinwu Imperial Palace, the strongest palace master of the 3,000 halls was probably at this level. Long Chen could vaguely feel the presence of the 2 black-robed elders. The wind was howling. They have caught up with her and are fighting. Han Yunxing's words rang in Long Chen's ears. Long Chen knew that Han Yunxing would definitely be able to catch up. However, he did not expect that he and Li Xuanji would meet under such circumstances. Back then, she had advised Long Chen and Lingxi to stay in the Myriad Kingdom domain obediently. She had also said that Long Chen would never be able to leave the Myriad Kingdom domain. However, 7 years had passed. In less than 8 years, Long Chen was standing in front of her. This was proof that Long Chen had surpassed her expectations. In the process of escaping, the calm witch also felt that there were 3 other people behind her. These 3 people had followed her from Yongqing City. Even she couldn't see through the strength of 2 of them. It could be seen how profound their strength was. The other young man seemed familiar. Li Xuanji did not have time to see who this young man was. She did not know who the 2 experts who had followed her from Yongqing City were. Over the past 10 days, she had killed so many experts from the Yang family and caused great damage to the Yang family. She had almost completed her goal. She had said that she would make the Yang family pay the price. However, she did not expect that the 2 old ancestors of the Yang family would be drawn out. It was not easy for Li Xuanji to appear. They naturally had to kill this young lady at the first opportunity, no matter what price they had to pay. If this woman did not die, the Yang family would not be at peace. When Li Xuanji was at her peak, there were not many people in the Yang family who could deal with her. Any cultivator weaker than Li Xuanji would probably have to live in fear in the future. A woman's revenge could be very terrifying at times. Her clothes fluttered in the strong wind. Her black dress stretched out and danced in the air. Her whole body bloomed like a flower blooming in the wind in the sky. Under the black dress, there was a sharp contrast between her snow-white and tender skin. Her cold eyes, delicate nose, thin and cold lips, and her proud and upright breasts all exuded a fatal temptation. But for the old man of the Yang family, this was the most terrifying thing about this young lady. She was talented and ruthless. If she was not killed, when she became stronger, she would become a nightmare for the Yang family. The corner of Li Xuanji's mouth suddenly curved into a helpless smile. The injury in her body had begun to move. Like a poison, it spread all over her body. She could not resist at all. Her strength was rapidly disappearing and she became powerless. Don't run. This is the 100,000 evil path specially prepared for you. 100,000 outer heavenly demons have invaded your body and damaged your 9 terminal meridian. From today on, you, Li Xuanji, will become a useless person. The faint voice of the two experts came from behind. Li Xuanji bit her pink lips with her white teeth, a vicious glint flashed in her eyes. But very quickly, she was still a woman after all. Her clan had been annihilated, and she had also been struck by a strange technique, almost becoming a cripple. Under such circumstances, she had no choice but to despair. She had long expected that this day would come. Luckily, she had already sent Li Tianji away. She had already killed many members of the Yang clan, and had already taken her revenge. From the time she was born until now, the total amount of time she had spent in this world, from the few years after her birth to the 8 years after her return, was no more than 15 years. Most of the time, she slept in the mysterious bronze coffin. Her life could be said to be very short, but there were countless people who respected her. Even the 2 Yang family masters behind her, if not for the respect they had for her, would not have been so desperate to kill her. Her entire body's strength was built on the foundation of her 9 absolute meridian. Now that her 9 absolute meridian had been destroyed, and 100,000 evil spirits were hiding in her body, recklessly destroying her flesh, meridians, and bones. Even if the enemy didn't kill her, she would probably die of natural causes. The 100,000 evil path was one of the most terrifying means of the Yang family. It could turn a genius into a peerless waste in an instant. The power in her 9 terminal meridian had almost disappeared. Li Xuanji could no longer maintain her previous speed. The only thing she regretted was that she did not kill more Yang family members. The poignant black dress was incomparably wide. The sleeves were very long, extending out and fluttering in the air. Li Xuanji suddenly stopped in the air. She turned her head and looked at the 2 Yang family experts with disdainful and unyielding eyes. The 2 Yang family cultivators were both shrouded in loose black robes. Their bodies were shrouded in a thick dark green mist that was difficult to see through, as if they were ghosts. These 2 Yang family masters were famous figures from thousands of years ago. One was a man and the other was a woman, a husband and wife. One was a skinny old man, and the other was a short old woman. Both of them were very old, and even their hair was completely white, with only a few strands left. Their bodies were bent, and they were close to the limit of the god martial arts realm, which was 10,000 years old, but they were still not qualified to trigger the nirvana tribulation. Under normal circumstances, when they were 10,000 years old, they would be directly killed by the world. The remaining days could be counted on one hand. But even at this time, they were still very powerful, so much so that it made people's scalps go numb. The Yang family sent these 2 experts to kill Li Xuanji. It was perfect. The 2 patriarchs were well-known figures in the Yang clan. The man's name was Yang Kuei, and the woman's name was Yin Mei. Although Yin Mei didn't have the blood of the Yang clan in her veins, she had grown up in the Yang clan, and cultivated the Yang clan's martial arts. These 2 warriors at the peak of the god martial realm were also amazing in the past. Now, they were enough to deal with the seriously injured and disabled Li Xuanji. Chapter 1143. However, Yang Kuei and Yin Mei could sense the situation inside her body. The 100,000 evil cultivators had completely destroyed her 9 terminal meridian. No matter how talented she was now a cripple. Li Xuanji had nothing to fear. What still made people respect her was probably her proud heart. There were very few girls who were as bold and tenacious as her. At this time, she looked at the 2 experts of the Yang family with a calm gaze. The 2 elders from the Yang family were more focused on Han Yunxing and Nangong Lai. They looked at each other, and Yin Mei went to grab Li Xuanji, while the others stood in front of Han Yunxing and Nangong Lai. Who are they? Li Xuanji noticed them. She did not believe that anyone in this world would come to save her, so she did not care. She was already crippled, so Li Xuanji did not have much hope in surviving. One of them was like a star, and his speed was extremely fast, while the other's entire body was emitting a blazing heat, like the sun. It was obvious that he was not someone from the extreme Yin Devil realm, because the extreme Yin Devil realm had all sorts of heavenly wealth and earthly treasures. Even a man would have a wave of Yin Qi. Li Xuanji could vaguely see the comet-like man carrying a young man. Who are you? We are Yang Kuei and Yin Mei from the Yang family. I'm warning you, if you come any closer, don't blame us for attacking you. Yang Kuei's cold voice turned into a dark green sound wave that rushed towards Long Chen and the others. Rumble. Long Chen felt like he had been hit by a mountain, and he almost lost consciousness. Yang Kuei was really terrifying to be able to cause such damage to him with just one sentence. No matter what, I have to save her. Long Chen thought about it. Li Xuanji could not die. This was his first request to Han Yunxing and Nangong Lai. Don't worry, we'll be fine. Han Yunxing and Nangong Lai said confidently. In the blink of an eye, Han Yunxing and Nangong Lai had already arrived in front of Yang Kuei from the Yang family. After stopping, everyone stood 100 meters apart from each other, so they could see each other clearly. Of course, Yang Kuei and Yin Mei didn't care about a nobody like Long Chen. Compared to Han Yunxing and the others, they were of the older generation, so they didn't know these 2 people who weren't from the supreme shadow demon world. Actually, Yang Kuei said coldly, who are you? The profound Yin demon realm is the Yang clan's territory. Do you dare oppose 2 Nirvana tribulation experts? In the Yang family, there were 2 world emperors. Han Yunxing and Nangong Lai didn't reply, because they realized that Long Chen and Li Xuanji were staring at each other, as though there was no one else around them. Compared to the previous glimpse, Long Chen could see her clearly this time. Unlike Lingxi, Li Xuanji was a different kind of woman. It could be said that she was the complete opposite of Lingxi in terms of personality and temperament. However, her beauty and talent weren't inferior to Lingxi's. It could be said that they were both women who stood at the peak of the world. Under the long black dress, this woman's every move was so mesmerizing. Back in the Myriad Kingdom domain, Long Chen didn't realize that she was so beautiful. Standing quietly, Long Chen couldn't understand the shock in Li Xuanji's heart. If Li Tianji hadn't told her about Long Chen's existence, she wouldn't have believed what she was seeing. That insignificant existence back then was actually standing in front of her now. Biyao town, which was so insignificant that it didn't even exist, actually produced an expert from the 3 great emperor domains. To Li Xuanji, this fact was even more shocking than her suddenly becoming the number 1 expert in the Shadow Devil world. When Li Tianji first said this, her heart was in turmoil. She still remembered that she had confidently told this man that he would never be able to leave that small country in his lifetime. But now, this young man was standing quietly in front of her without the slightest bit of pride or complacency. All he had was a knowing smile when an old friend was reunited. It was this smile that made Li Xuanji feel that Long Chen was unfathomable. If he didn't have frightening tenacity and heaven-defying talent, Long Chen wouldn't have been able to reach the same position as Li Xuanji from that insignificant place. After so many years, Long Chen was no longer the young boy from before. Whether it was his eyes or his behavior, Long Chen had matured a lot. He had the intelligence, depth, and even mysteriousness of a wise man. At the same time, Li Xuanji could also clearly see Long Chen's strength, the third tier of the divine martial realm. Of course, there was also his amazing physical body. From a small dragon vein realm warrior, who was at the bottom of the 4 basic realms, to the third tier of the divine martial realm, it only took him 7 years. In the entire Emperor domain, other than those who had their god martial soul invaded and underwent the great Tao of soul integration, no one else could have such terrifying progress. Li Xuanji had seen Long Chen at his weakest, so she knew what it meant. Without a doubt, the youth that she had looked down on back then was actually someone with heaven-defying talent. Moreover, it was not just talent. To be able to reach where he was now, he also had to have tenacity, perseverance, luck, and a never-ending heart of an expert. Li Xuanji knew a little about Lingxi's identity. She knew that this young man must have come for that person. Although it wasn't her, Li Xuanji still felt a little touched. From the young man's eyes, she saw a kind of determination that surpassed her own, which was something that many geniuses of the Yang and Li families didn't have. In the face of such a strong enemy, Long Chen could still smile, as if the 2 Yang family experts didn't exist at all. Long Chen was not as excited and crazy as he had been when he had reunited with Lingxi. He felt very relaxed as he spoke with a smile. He smiled and said, "Long Chen, long time no see." These words made Li Xuanji feel as if she were dreaming. She couldn't help but admit that this young man in front of her was completely different from the past. Back then he had been nothing more than an ant, but now he had the temperament of a true powerhouse. That sort of aggressive gaze was something that not many people possessed. Li Xuanji didn't say anything. She opened her mouth only to find that her voice was hoarse. In this sudden encounter, she was far from being able to remain as indifferent as Long Chen. At this time, her heart was still unable to calm down. Yang Kuei and Yin Mei could roughly guess that this young man was acquainted with Li Xuanji. They weren't worried, because first, Li Xuanji was already a cripple, and second, those 2 mysterious powerhouses wouldn't oppose the Yang family just because of a young man's friendship. "It seems you 2 know each other. Unfortunately, this is someone that my Yang family must kill. This is an order from my Yang family's 2 great world kings. I ask that you 2 withdraw for now. Once we complete our mission, I will invite you 2 friends to be guests at my Yang family. How about it?" Yang Kuei lightly said. Li Xuanji gradually recovered from her shock. To be able to see Long Chen before she died was already a good thing that exceeded her expectations. She was very optimistic, knowing that Long Chen had most likely wanted to save her. But the Yang family was so terrifying, how could a single Long Chen do anything? Even if his talent was terrifying and he had the protection of these 2 powerful seniors, it was impossible for these 2 seniors to offend the Yang family for his sake. "Your little sister is at the Yang family. You can leave," said Li Xuanji, staring at Long Chen. Long Chen knew that this would be the case. He took 2 steps back and said, "Uncle Han, Uncle Nangong, I'll be counting on you. Young master, please rest assured that we will definitely complete our mission." Nangong Lai was excited to finally be able to fight, and with a martial artist on the same level as him. At the same time, he didn't forget to give Long Chen some face. "Young master," hearing these words, Yang Kuei's complexion changed. He originally thought that this youth was some unremarkable minor character, but even a martial artist at the 9th level of the divine martial realm like Nangong Lai had called him young master. This youth had completely disregarded the Yang family. Just what sort of terrifying backer did he have? Yang Kuei didn't need to think about any of this. All he needed to do was deal with Li Xuanji. Because of the word, young master, this battle was already unavoidable. As for Li Xuanji, her lips parted. She looked at Long Chen with disbelief in her eyes. She was very curious as to what Long Chen had experienced. Not only did he have such a terrifying speed of progress, but he was also able to make these 2 powerhouses call him young master. In the Li family, there were only 5 powerhouses on the same level as Nangong Lai. But beneath the joint attack of these 5 world kings, not a single one of them had survived. Now, the strongest survivor of the Li family was Li Xuanji. In her shock, Li Xuanji saw a glimmer of hope that she could continue living. But she never imagined that at the moment of her death, the one who would come to save her would be Long Chen. This was a massive accident that fate had sent her. Let's go. Yang Kuei and Yin Mei knew that time waited for no one. Yang Kuei blocked the two powerhouses while Yin Mei focused on killing Li Xuanji. Once Li Xuanji died, there was no way Han Yunxing and the others could save her. However, they had still underestimated Li Xuanji. Even if her cultivation was about to be destroyed, Li Xuanji could still use the last bit of her strength. A total of hundreds of soul-shattering needles appeared in her hands. She suddenly waved them, and the soul-shattering needles turned into a heavy rain that shot towards Yin Mei. The whistling soul-shattering needles produced an ear-piercing sound. At the same time, they pierced through the void, leaving behind hundreds of cracks. Han Yunxing and the others admired her for being able to use this skill at the early stage of the 9th level of the divine martial realm. Even Yin Mei had no choice but to dodge Li Xuanji's move, which she had used without any regard for her life. Of course, this couldn't hurt her. It could only delay her. After a short period of time, Li Xuanji suddenly accelerated and circled towards Long Chen from the other side. This is a good chance. Han Yunxing's eyes lit up. He and Nangong Lai had worked together for thousands of years, and their tacit understanding was extraordinary. Nangong Lai immediately rushed towards Yang Kuei and blocked him. At the same time, Han Yunxing burst forth with an incredible speed, and a beam of starlight instantly enveloped Li Xuanji. Long Chen only felt the world spinning, and Li Xuanji's beauty was already very close to him. She can't hold on any longer. Carry her into the God Nation. Nangong Lai and I will shake them off, Han Yunxing said hurriedly. Without thinking, Long Chen took Li Xuanji from Han Yunxing and held her in his arms. Chapter 1144. This beautiful body was soft and cold. It was like hugging a piece of soft ice. Fortunately, Long Chen's body was strong. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to withstand the cold. Lowering her head, she saw Li Xuanji's misty dark green eyes staring at her in a daze. Her eyelashes were trembling. Being so close to this man, she was a little dazed. Her pale face had a rare tinge of red. After successfully rescuing Li Xuanji, Han Yunxing wanted to bring Long Chen and Li Xuanji to a safe place immediately. Long Chen heaved a sigh of relief and thought that he had succeeded. However, at this moment, the Yin Mei saw that Li Xuanji had been rescued. Her expression changed immediately and a transparent talisman appeared in her skinny hand. Boom! A majestic power tore the talisman apart. As the Yin Mei's black divine energy surged, a black whirlpool array appeared under everyone's feet. Another white whirlpool array appeared above everyone's heads. It was at least 10,000 meters in diameter. They were completely enveloped within a space of 10,000 meters. Cosmic Destruction Array. Under the activation of Yin Mei's strange secret technique, in a very short period of time, within the huge space surrounded by the two formations, countless hair-thin but extremely terrifying spatial cracks appeared. These cracks were densely packed and entangled everyone. Long Chen felt the entire space wailing. Such a terrifying formation made his scalp go numb for the first time. Oh no! Han Yunxing extended his hand and his vigorous divine energy surrounded Long Chen and Li Xuanji. They were not harmed by the countless hair-thin but terrifying spatial cracks. Long Chen didn't expect such a crisis to occur after rescuing Li Xuanji. After the Cosmic Destruction Array is activated, the surrounding Qian Kun world is in a very unstable state. If I open my holy kingdom now, the space inside it will definitely collapse. It might even endanger my life. Han Yunxing's voice rang in Long Chen's and Li Xuanji's ears. From his tone, it could be seen that he was also speechless about the Cosmic Destruction Array. They were in a troublesome situation. This universe destruction formation is an ancient inheritance. It has a terrifying destructive power. Of course, it also has a great effect, which is to restrict warriors above the 8th level of the divine martial realm from using the divine nation. The two of them are very powerful. If I were to bring you guys into battle, even the slightest shockwave would be enough to take your lives. Han Yinxing frowned and quickly said to Long Chen while dodging the spatial cracks of the universe destruction formation. Long Chen hugged the girl in his arms tightly. She had already fainted from the violent shock. Her misty eyes only had a bit of light left as she looked into Long Chen's eyes. Old Han, we can only use that. Nangong Lai had already rushed back and said decisively. There was finally a glimmer of hope in Han Yinxing's confused eyes. These two old farts don't have much time left, and they will fight with their lives on the line. If I bring you to fight, it will be very dangerous. I can only use this method now. It's a bit risky. Long Chen, listen to me carefully. There was not much time left. Han Yinxing spoke very quickly. At this moment, Yang Kuei and Yin Mei had already launched their terrifying attacks. The entire heaven and earth world was shaking. Long Chen could only see surging energy, but he could not even see the shadows of the people fighting. Nangong Lai blocked them, giving time to Long Chen. I have a 10,000-mile flash talisman that can allow you to teleport 10 million miles in an instant, but it can only withstand your strength. Because Nangong and I have too much strength, this 10,000-mile flash talisman will collapse. As for this young lady, her strength is almost depleted. Now, I'll let you teleport 10 million miles. I'm a spellcaster, so I can know the specific location of your teleportation. Once you've arrived, wait for us there. Once we've shaken off these two old fellows, we'll head over immediately. I have a world equivalent to the kingdom of God. Can you come in and use the 10,000-mile flash talisman? Long Chen thought for a moment and said quickly. No, I'm a spellcaster, so I have to be outside. Besides, even if we enter such a space, our strength will still be there, which will cause the 10,000-mile flash talisman to collapse. Just wait for us there. When Han Yinxing said this, he was preparing the 10,000-mile flash talisman at the same time. At this moment, Nangong Lai was fighting against two warriors at the exceptional LV9 of the divine martial arts realm alone, so he was under great pressure. If the two of them wanted to destroy the heaven and earth-shattering formation, it would take a lot of effort. This was the territory of the Yang family, and such a big fight had already happened. If they fought with Long Chen and Nangong Lai, they would be a burden, so Han Yinxing could only choose to move them away quickly. This was the only way. The longer they delayed, the more dangerous it would be. Han Yinxing did not expect them to have something like the cosmic destruction formation, so he fell into their trap. In the cosmic destruction formation, even if they wanted to get out, it would be very difficult. Long Chen thought about it. If they moved 10 million miles away, the Yang family would not be able to catch up at all. As long as they got out of trouble and came to find him, it would not be too dangerous. After all, they were in the cosmic destruction formation. The movement in the surrounding space would cause Han Yinxing's immature kingdom of God to collapse. For warriors above the 8th LV8 of the divine martial realm, a large amount of power was built on the kingdom of God. No matter what, Long Chen would not let Han Yinxing take this risk. Don't worry. At this critical moment, Long Chen was very calm. He hugged the Witchly Xuanji and said these three words. Of course, Han Yinxing was not worried. When Long Chen said these three words, his 10,000-mile flash talisman was ready. A circular transparent formation appeared under Long Chen's feet and rotated at a terrifying speed. The space might be torn. Hold her tight. Vaguely, Long Chen heard the last three words of Han Yinxing. Then, a terrifying tornado appeared around him and surrounded him. He did not know what level this talisman was at, but it was so terrifying. Long Chen's whole body rotated with the formation. Everything around him disappeared. In an instant, even heaven and earth disappeared. There was only a deep tunnel in front of him. This was equivalent to a moving universe transmission formation. Countless tearing forces came from all directions. If Long Chen's body was not strong enough, he would have been torn apart by the 10,000-mile flash talisman. Li Xuanji was still in his arms. Although he did not have a deep relationship with this woman, she was at least his sister's master. So, Long Chen used his body to protect her. In his heart, he did not think too much. There was a terrifying whistling sound in the surroundings. It was as if countless demons and ghosts were wreaking havoc in the surroundings. The woman in his arms was actually trembling slightly. It was a little different from Li Xuanji's strong appearance. Long Chen leaned against her ear. Although he could not see anything, there was a rich fragrance that assaulted his nostrils. It went straight into Long Chen's bones. "I've escaped. It's fine now." Although he could not speak, his divine sense could still transmit some information. This was similar to what Long Chen had said. Hearing this, the delicate and soft body in his arms actually calmed down. A pair of hands wrapped around Long Chen's waist. Long Chen's expression became a little unnatural. Thinking about how her family had been destroyed and her cultivation had disappeared, she should be at her weakest. So, he did not struggle out of her arms. He could feel that she was using a lot of strength. Her pair of white arms wanted nothing more than to rub Long Chen into her arms. Just like that, they hugged each other tightly, feeling each other's softness and warmth. They did not know how much time had passed. There was no end to this tunnel. It could have been just a moment, or it could have been years. In a place like this, time could even be misplaced. In any case, Li Xuanji's hands never let go. Although Long Chen could not see her, he could feel the trembling and helplessness in her heart. He did not expect such a strong woman to have such a helpless side. Long Chen suddenly felt that she was actually very pitiful. Because of her peerless talent, she was imprisoned in a copper coffin by the enemy not long after she was born. She was thrown into the Myriad Kingdom territory, which was millions of miles away from the Shadow Devil realm. After about 1,000 years, what welcomed her was the destruction of her family. For a woman, this was indeed too cruel. Long Chen guessed that if such a thing happened to him, he would definitely be furious. Li Xuanji's performance was already considered very strong. Thinking of this, Long Chen's arms tightened around her. He felt a little uncomfortable, and his impression of the Yang family was getting worse and worse. Especially if something happened to Yang Lingqing inside, then no matter what, whether they were blood-related or not, Long Chen would destroy the Yang family one day. It was not until Li Xuanji's slender white fingers scratched Long Chen's back that Long Chen suddenly felt a ray of hope in front of him. That was definitely their destination. They were 5 million miles away from where Han Yinxing had been. There was no way that Yang Kuei and Yin Mei would be able to catch up to them. Li Xuanji could be considered to have escaped a calamity, but the matter of the 100,000 wretched cultivators. Her 9-yin terminal meridian had been completely destroyed, and her power had almost dissipated. Long Chen really did not know what to do with her. He already felt pity for this woman. In the dark tunnel, in the invisible world, her strong hands had touched Long Chen's heart. Suddenly, Long Chen felt confused. Finally, he saw the light. Long Chen exerted himself and came out of the light. He landed gently on the ground. The formation behind him had already disappeared. Long Chen immediately opened his eyes and looked around. This was also the endless dark green wilderness. In the sky, the green air currents were like long snakes, twisting. Chapter 1145. Mou spilled down an eerie light that lit up the entire Great Yin Demon realm like a ghostly world. There was a dark green river on the side. The river was very deep, the deepest part was more than a kilometer. There were many ferocious beasts lurking in it, there were even god-level ferocious beasts. Other than this, there was an endless wilderness. This place is safe. After Long Chen came to this conclusion, he gently put down the woman in his arms. Perhaps it was because of the change of environment, Li Xuanji's long eyelashes trembled slightly, and her dark green eyes suddenly opened at this moment, looking at Long Chen with sparkling eyes. At this moment, her hands were placed under Long Chen's broad chest. Her dark green hair cascaded down like a waterfall, reaching her waist and perky buttocks. Li Xuanji shook her head and gradually woke up. She let go of her hands and took a few steps back. She looked at Long Chen unnaturally. She realized that her weak side was probably seen by Long Chen. This made her feel a little embarrassed. After all, she said that Long Chen would never be able to walk out of 10,000 kingdoms. Now that Long Chen appeared, it was like a mockery to her. It seemed that apart from Long Chen, she had rarely been so close to a man. She suddenly remembered that in a blurry world, there was a pair of strong arms surrounding her. When she was at her most helpless, she suddenly saw a life-saving straw. She was like a drowning child, hugging him and wiping her tears on his body. That familiar aura, there's no doubt, it's Long Chen in front of her. Where is this? Li Xuanji didn't want to think too much. She cast aside her chaotic emotions and didn't dare to look at Long Chen's eyes. I don't know either. Uncle Han couldn't open the God Kingdom, so he moved us 10 million kilometers away. He said we just need to wait for him here. Long Chen said softly. Uncle Han. Li Xuanji remembered, he was probably one of the two terrifying God martial state level 9 peak martial artists. Such a martial artist would be extremely famous in the Great Yin Demon realm. Such a person was with Long Chen and called Long Chen Young Master. What exactly was his current identity? Li Xuanji's mind was in a mess. There were too many things that almost made her collapse. Her clan was destroyed, and although she killed many of the Yang clan's people, it was also very satisfying. At the same time, she also encountered the Yang clan's terrifying secret technique, 100,000 Evil Dao. This was a kind of evil martial art that specialized in destroying a martial artist's foundation. Those who were hit by it, no matter how strong their physique was, would be completely destroyed. Now, Li Xuanji was struck by this 100,000 Evil Dao. But she didn't die. Long Chen saved her. It's you who saved me again. Casting aside those chaotic emotions, she had to at least thank this man. But halfway through her words, Li Xuanji suddenly realized that there was no need for that. She didn't even need to ask many questions, such as how did Long Chen come to the 3 emperor domains. At this moment, he was standing in front of her and proved his strength. This was Long Chen. His appearance had completely destroyed his impression in Li Xuanji's mind. Li Xuanji couldn't help but look at him with admiration. At the same time, there were some other inexplicable emotions. Long Chen didn't like to reminisce. He checked Li Xuanji's physical condition and found that it was very bad. This was the main problem. Putting other things behind him, Long Chen took a few steps forward. Li Xuanji suddenly retreated a few steps like a frightened bird. You are afraid of me? Long Chen was a little surprised. No. Li Xuanji shook her head and covered it up. She had a beautiful face, a cold and elegant appearance. Unfortunately, her injuries were too serious, making her look sickly. When facing Long Chen, her frightening aura had completely disappeared. If the Li family knew that Li Xuanji, whom they revered, was actually scared away by an ordinary man, they would definitely be so shocked that their jaws would drop to the ground. This was good. Long Chen took another step forward and used his divine sense to check her injuries. He couldn't help but say that Li Xuanji's situation was really bad. If this continued, even if he saved her, it would be the same as not being able to save her. He made a prompt decision and asked, right now, your strength has been lost, your body has been destroyed. There is also an evil force in your body that is destroying your vitality. If there is no way to deal with it, Li Xuanji suddenly smiled sorrowfully and said, perhaps you will waste your energy. The current me, even if I can get rid of the 100,000 evil forces in my body, I won't be able to live for more than 100 days. Even if I can live, I will be a cripple who can't cultivate in the future. If that's the case, I might as well die. 100 days. Long Chen deeply frowned. Although his reason told him that his friendship with this woman wasn't very deep, he couldn't control himself. Looking at her, Long Chen clenched his teeth and made a decision. No matter what, since he had saved her here, he would save her as much as he could. I don't want to die in front of you. I'm leaving. As Long Chen made his decision, Li Xuanji suddenly turned and staggered away. Her body was heavily injured, and there were even 100,000 evil forces wreaking havoc in her body. It was impossible for her to live for much longer. Li Xuanji was a proud person. The destruction of the Li family couldn't defeat her pride, but Long Chen's appearance made her feel ashamed. She was very headstrong. Although her opinion of Long Chen had changed, no matter what, she still couldn't see the most miserable side of herself in front of this man. She had actually held on to him helplessly for such a long time. Li Xuanji felt that she was already sad enough. After taking a few steps, she felt dizzy. The little bit of strength she had left could no longer suppress the power of the 100,000 evil forces. The last line of defense collapsed, and a trace of blood flowed out of the corner of Li Xuanji's mouth. Her vision blurred, and she fell to the ground, powerless. The power of the 100,000 evil forces broke free, and immediately let out a sharp cry. A black stream of air turned into the appearance of an extraterrestrial evil force, crazily wreaking havoc in Li Xuanji's body. Wherever it went, Li Xuanji's remaining life force was taken away. Woo, 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 the 100,000 evil forces came out of Li Xuanji's body. When they saw Long Chen, countless ghost-like things screamed at Long Chen, as if they were threatening Long Chen. The black fog enveloped Li Xuanji. If this went on, Li Xuanji wouldn't live past tonight. In such a short time, Han Yunxing and the others definitely wouldn't be able to catch up. Long Chen had to think of a way himself. Long Chen immediately rushed to her side, sat on the ground, and held her in his arms. The power of the 100,000 evil forces was originally about to pounce on Long Chen, but when they came into contact with the terrifying dragon qi on Long Chen's body, they all retreated and returned to Li Xuanji's body. The evil forces that came into contact with Long Chen's body all turned into thick smoke and dissipated. Li Xuanji's body became extremely cold, like 10,000 years of ice. The surrounding ground was covered with a thick layer of frost because of her existence. At this moment, Li Xuanji's body was trembling internally. She had already fallen into a state of unconsciousness. Seeing the blood at the corner of her mouth, Long Chen bit his lip and didn't say anything. He could keenly feel that the so-called 100,000 evil forces were the power of evil. The ancient overlord aura on Long Chen's body had a very strong suppressive effect on this power. The great virtual realm stirred, and the dream demon's body, which had grown very fat, came out. It looked at Li Xuanji, who was in Long Chen's arms, and said, "Another super beauty. This one's quality is almost the same as your little Cece's. Today, Grandpa Cat will be the host, and I'll fulfill your wishes. From now on, this girl will be under Grandpa Cat's protection. If you dare to bully her, Grandpa Cat will cut off your little brother." The little black cat bared its fangs and brandished its claws at Long Chen. It was really rare for kitten to come out of the great void realm on its own accord. Long Chen was anxious. He already had an idea in his heart. At this moment, he grabbed the back of kitten's neck and lifted it up. He asked, "The power of the 100,000 evil forces is cold and corrosive, and the ancient dragon blood in my body is the nemesis of the 100,000 evil forces. Can I use this dragon blood to eradicate the power of the 100,000 evil forces?" Long Chen had already guessed that it was because he was holding Li Xuanji that Li Xuanji didn't act up for such a long time. The moment she left Long Chen, she collapsed. This definitely had something to do with Long Chen's physique. Kitten chuckled and said, "Kid, why do I feel like you're in love?" Long Chen was shocked. After thinking about it carefully, this was just a mutual help between friends. It had nothing to do with love. In reality, Long Chen didn't need to ask Kitten. Through his own thinking and verification, he knew that the 100,000 evil forces were extremely afraid of Long Chen. Or rather, if there were really 100,000 evil forces attacking Long Chen, then it would be useless against Long Chen. His physique had already surpassed the limit of what the 100,000 evil forces could destroy. It's just that the effect of your dragon blood is too strong, and her physique is too weak. I'm afraid she won't be able to take it. You need to do it in batches, one drop at a time. This kind of little trick to summon the evil forces from beyond the heavens is not worthy of my attention. Long Chen couldn't be bothered to listen to its bragging. When he saved Soyan's life, Long Chen also did it in batches. However, at that time, Long Chen's dragon blood was very powerful. Now it was too strong. Even this bit of dragon blood would be very useful for Li Xuanji's future cultivation. At this time, Long Chen no longer hesitated. If it wasn't for the fact that the effect of the dragon blood was too strong and he was afraid of destroying Li Xuanji's body, Long Chen wanted to eliminate all the 100,000 evil forces in Li Xuanji's body in one go. Elder Cat jumped down from Long Chen's chest and gave out instructions from the side. Long Chen straightened Li Xuanji's body. The black dress fell to the ground and bloomed like a cold black rose. He let her head lean on his body. Between Long Chen's fingers, a drop of blood appeared out of thin air. Chapter 1146. There seemed to be hundreds of millions of divine dragons hidden in this drop of blood, roaring angrily at this moment. When this drop of blood approached Li Xuanji's body, the black aura on her beautiful, white, jade-like skin retreated in fear. It was indeed effective. Without hesitation, Long Chen gently opened her delicate lips and sent the drop of dragon blood into her body. When the drop of dragon blood entered her body, it transformed into the body of an ancient blood spirit dragon. The 100,000 evil spirits that were hibernating in the body immediately let out shrill screams when they felt this terrifying aura. Countless black mist condensed together to form a black pill about the size of a fingernail, which hid everywhere in Li Xuanji's body. Because of the 100,000 evil spirits hiding, the temperature of Li Xuanji's cold body gradually returned. However, her body had already reached a very bad state. Even if she completely dispelled the 100,000 evil spirits, she probably wouldn't live for long. You have to stay by her side. Otherwise, the power of the 100,000 evil spirits will come out and wreak havoc. Her current body can't withstand any torment. Kitten said with a sneaky smile. The vigorous and domineering dragon aura on Long Chen's body was the source of fear for the 100,000 evil spirits. With a drop of Long Chen's blood guarding Li Xuanji's body, it was still not enough. Surrounding Long Chen and Li Xuanji, Kitten drooled and kept talking. The beauty in my arms is really pitiful. Such a delicate appearance, and a pure virgin. If it were me, I would have long forgotten little Cece and gorged myself on the woman in my arms. Tsk, tsk, tisk. Long Chen was too lazy to listen to what it had to say. Feeling that Li Xuanji's body was gradually improving, he heaved a sigh of relief and thought about what to do next. If her body didn't recover, she definitely wouldn't live for long. At most, she would die in 100 days, and the dragon blood wouldn't be able to recover. With such a serious injury, her foundation was completely destroyed, and it even affected the god martial spirit. Without rare and precious elixirs, it would be impossible to save her. The question was, what would be effective? Just as Long Chen was about to ask Kitten, Li Xuanji had already woken up. She opened her blurry eyes and saw herself in Long Chen's arms, under his protection. This feeling of safety suddenly made Li Xuanji a little dazed. She shook her head and squinted her eyes, trying to break free from Long Chen. At the same time, she said in a cold voice, "I'm not dead yet? You saved me." Long Chen didn't like her lifeless appearance, so he said, "You won't die. If you have the time to seek death, shouldn't we discuss how to help you recover? When the time comes, it's not impossible for you to take revenge." After sitting down, Li Xuanji didn't feel awkward until she was no longer in contact with Long Chen. She smiled helplessly and said, "Don't talk nonsense. Even if there are some heavenly treasures, the 100,000 demons in my body will sooner or later." At this point, she suddenly froze. This was because she could feel the power of the demons had already shrunk into a small ball in her body. Within her body, an ancient aura was fusing into her blood vessels, strengthening her blood vessels. This caused her lifeless body to gradually change and slowly recover. What did you do to me? Li Xuanji's eyes stared at Long Chen. Tears flashed in her eyes, because this was the hope of survival. In about half a month, I should be able to help you completely dispel the power of the 100,000 demons. I can also strengthen your body. However, I can't do anything about your 9-yin absolute meridian. Do you have a way? Long Chen asked sincerely. Li Xuanji didn't reply. Her beautiful face and overflowing dark green eyes stared at Long Chen. She didn't look away for even a moment. At this time, she pursed her lips and asked with a sobbing tone, I'm not related to you, why did you save me? If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have been able to come out of the bronze coffin either. Long Chen knew what she was thinking. He smiled indifferently and said, just think of it as fate. There's nothing to bicker about. No matter what, we are friends who have gone through thick and thin together. Don't you think so? Friends. Li Xuanji was a little confused. Under the inky moonlight, her peerless face was like a piece of jade under the moonlight. It sparkled and sparkled. Her skin was so delicate that people couldn't help but want to take pity on her. That cold and stern gaze that caused people to revere her had now become confused when she looked at Long Chen. There was even a trace of softness and gentleness in her eyes. Okay, friend. Li Xuanji finally let go of the burden in her heart and smiled at Long Chen. You look good when you smile, so there's no need to keep a straight face. There's always a way out. As long as you're not dead, there will always be a chance. You don't have to worry about the problem of 100,000 demons right now, but your internal injuries are very serious. According to what you said, you won't be able to live more than 100 days. Moreover, even if you manage to live, because of the 9-yin absolute meridian, you can only be a cripple. So, is there anything that can help you return to your previous appearance? Long Chen asked cautiously. Li Xuanji bit her lips. She was not used to being so close to a man. Don't move. I have an aura on my body that can suppress 100,000 demons. If you leave me for too long, it will most likely take effect. Long Chen said. Li Xuanji finally understood. Previously, she thought that Long Chen wanted to take advantage of her. But if this was the case, she felt a little disappointed. A strong gust of wind blew, and her dark green hair fluttered in the wind, fluttering on Long Chen's face. Looking at this man, Li Xuanji hesitated a million times in her heart. A very important question was tangled in her heart. In the end, she was defeated by Long Chen's passionate gaze. There's only one thing that can help me, but it means endless hardships and danger, and even death. Even if we're friends, there's no need for you to do this for me. So, let's just forget about it, Long Chen. After hesitating for a long time, Li Xuanji lowered her head. Long Chen asked straightforwardly, what is it? What should I do? Saving people was the most important thing. Long Chen had experienced so many dangers, and he was not afraid of this. Li Xuanji shook her head, still unwilling. In her opinion, there was no need for Long Chen to do this for her. She did not want to owe Long Chen any more favors. Yang Lingxing's matter was one of the biggest regrets in her heart. If she wanted Long Chen to risk his life for her again, she would not be able to live with it. If you continue to be coy, I will look down on you. Are you still that Li Xuanji? Long Chen's gaze was burning hot. This was a gaze that Li Xuanji could not avoid. Long Chen did not want to say anything more, as it would be useless. After a while, Li Xuanji bit her lips and lowered her head. It really is very dangerous. Let me tell you, you should make some plans yourself. Beside our profound demon realm is the 9 underworlds demon realm. In the center of the 9 underworlds demon realm, there is a mountain that is several tens of thousand meters tall. It is called the 9 underworlds demon mountain, and it is the most famous danger zone of the profound demon world. In 3 months, A saint's fruit of heaven and earth will be born from the holy tree at the peak of the 9 underworlds demon realm. The saint's fruit of heaven and earth is a supreme medicine that is bestowed by the heavens. Many people have very low talent, but after consuming it, their entire bodies will be transformed. Whether it is comprehension, constitution, or so on, they will all experience a heaven-defying increase. It can even grant an ordinary person a constitution similar to the 9 absolute meridians of the great demon body. Every single saint's fruit is something that many organizations fight over. However, the 9 underworlds demon mountain is currently under the control of the world king of the 9 underworlds demon realm. I don't even know if you can make it to the 9 underworlds demon mountain in 3 months, and I don't even know if I can survive until then. What are the rules for entering the 9 underworlds demon mountain? The saint's fruit can allow you to recover completely, Long Chen asked hurriedly, as hope was always a good thing. The rules are that you have to be from the 9 underworlds demon realm. As for your strength, you have to be at the god martial realm, but you can't be over 100 years old, because ingesting the saint's fruit before 100 years old is the most malleable. Even if you're trash, you can become a genius or even a direct disciple of the world king if you succeed, Li Xuanji said solemnly. Long Chen thought about it for a while and said, in other words, I still have to have the right to enter first, right? But I'm not from the 9 underworlds demon realm, said Long Chen. Li Xuanji thought about it for a while before opening her eyes and saying, our clan has some influence in the 9 underworlds demon realm, so it should be possible for you to get an identity to enter. After all, they'll place more attention on cultivators at the 5th layer of the god martial realm at least. The saint's fruit only appears once every 500 years, so it's quite precious. The 9 clans of the 9 underworlds demon realm fight over it endlessly. Only the demon realm, which is ruled by the world king, is relatively fair. However, for the sake of the saint's fruit, each clan will probably send their strongest young geniuses, those who are under 100 years old. Long Chen estimated that if the person under 100 years old was not Lingxi, then it would be around the 7th layer of the god martial realm at most. There should not be any heaven-defying existence like the 7th layer of the god martial realm, so Long Chen was quite confident. However, Li Xuanji had never witnessed his strength. With your cultivation at the 3rd layer of the god martial realm, even if you can enter the 9 underworlds demon mountain, there are many trials and dangers inside. It's impossible for you to stand out among 100,000 people, so it's best if we give up on the saint's fruit. Li Xuanji smiled when she reached there. She said with some charm, at the very least, you can help me eliminate 100,000 evil beasts and give me 100 more days of life. I'm already satisfied. However, Long Chen did not care about that at all. 100,000 people, all under 100 years old, was a battle between true geniuses. To Long Chen, it was not an impossible task. All he needed to do was sneak into the 9 underworlds demon mountain. Let's wait here for Uncle Han and Uncle Nangong before heading to the 9 underworlds demon mountain immediately, Long Chen suddenly said. His voice was filled with decisiveness and determination. In around 3 months, the 9 underworlds demon mountain would open and the saint's fruit would ripen. Chapter 1147. Hearing Long Chen's resolute words, Li Xuanji stared at him in a daze. She didn't understand why this man had such admirable persistence. It was as if what he said couldn't be changed. Li Xuanji's heart was in a mess. Very few people would treat her so well, even risking their lives. She hid this feeling in her heart and struggled to stand up. Her beautiful curves were revealed. Even though she was injured, she was still graceful. Her pale face gave her a strange sense of beauty. Have you really decided? She wasn't an ordinary woman. She wouldn't mock Long Chen for not being strong enough. Instead, she looked at him solemnly. Long Chen didn't reply. He just nodded. That was enough. Li Xuanji bit her lips. She looked at the moon in the sky and said, I've heard that there are lightning chains that surround the entire mountain. It's a huge lightning network. Basically, once you set foot on the mountain, you won't be able to leave through the air. At the same time, there's a huge grade 9 soul-suppressing stone in the middle of the mountain. In other words, only Nirvana tribulation cultivators' spirit sense can be used there. These 2 points are just restrictions. Long Chen said, with the spirit-devouring demonic eye, I can't use spirit sense. This is my advantage. Li Xuanji was the person who understood the spirit-devouring demonic eye the most. Her expression didn't relax at all as she continued, other than the lightning chains, there's also a natural mist on the mountain. It's almost impossible to see beyond 10 meters. Furthermore, it's filled with all sorts of environments. There are also many ferocious beasts and even some rather wondrous ancient beasts. What's most terrifying is that there are true Yao. They're all imprisoned by the people of the 9 Abyss Demon Realm. They're much stronger than ordinary ferocious beasts. Placing them on the mountain is a test for young disciples. But other than this, the most difficult thing is the competition between the 100,000 people. All the prodigies of the 9 clans will enter together, and there's only one saint's fruit. She told Long Chen all the benefits and dangers so that Long Chen would give up on his decision. She didn't want Long Chen to make such a great sacrifice for her. However, Long Chen only nodded and took note of what she said. He did not say a word. Don't tell me you won't retreat? Li Xuanji stared into his eyes and said, I've said so much because I don't want you to throw your life away. I want you to give up on your idea. Long Chen waved his hand, I know it might be dangerous, but it's not completely hopeless. It's better to try than to not go at all. His indifference made Li Xuanji rather worried. After a while of silence, she said gently, Long Chen, we don't seem to be very close. It shouldn't be worth it for you to throw your life away for me. If something really did happen to Long Chen, she would never be able to forgive herself. Maybe you're wrong. I don't mean anything else. Long Chen was stunned. It was really hard to figure out a girl's mind. He said honestly, anyway, we are friends. I can't let you die on your own. Most importantly, you may have underestimated my strength. I don't want to prove anything now, but I can tell you that I have even killed warriors at the 6th level of the God martial arts realm. I do have some confidence to get the saint's fruit. Just wait and see. It's not as difficult as you think. Okay. Li Xuanji only remembered 2 words, one was friend, and the other was powerful. If Long Chen had really killed warriors at the 6th level of the God martial arts realm, it would be too unbelievable. Li Xuanji didn't believe it subconsciously, but when she thought about it, Long Chen had already reached this level in 7 years, so nothing was impossible. Putting this aside, Li Xuanji was thinking about one word, which was friend. This word bothered her a lot. It was a kind of relationship that she couldn't get close to, but also couldn't be alienated. After being troubled for a while, she unlocked the shackles in her heart. When she looked at Long Chen again, she suddenly felt that this young man was actually kind of cute. Yes, we are friends. With this relationship, when Long Chen did something for her again, she wouldn't feel that she couldn't bear it. Long Chen smiled. It would be good if Li Xuanji could let go of the burden. He said, to be honest, the spirit-devouring demonic pupil you gave me has saved my life several times. Maybe without your decision, I wouldn't be here today. It's all karma. Karma. Li Xuanji was thinking about this word. She looked confused. Then let's make a decision now. When Uncle Han and Uncle Nangong arrive, we will go to the devil area of Jiuyou right away. Is that feasible? Long Chen asked. Li Xuanji pursed her lips and nodded. After making the decision, Long Chen finally revealed the problem in his heart. He took a few steps forward and looked at Li Xuanji. He suddenly said, then it's time to talk about my sister. I entrusted her to you. What about now? Maybe she also encountered some irresistible factors, but she had to explain it clearly. The sudden change of Long Chen's attitude also caught Li Xuanji off guard. Especially the thing he mentioned was the thing that she was most unwilling to mention. I think you roughly know where she is. I'm sorry about this. Speaking of Yang Lingqing, Li Xuanji was a little sad. She didn't dare to look at Long Chen's eyes. It's fine as long as you explain it clearly. I just want to know why and what happened. Long Chen said lightly. Li Xuanji was not a bashful person. When the knot in her heart was untied, she was able to face Long Chen. She said, "It's a long story. When I was in Biyao town, I found that Ling Qing had a rare extreme Yin devil body. Of course, it was a hidden physique, and it needed to be excavated with some heavenly treasures. At that time, I was very surprised. Because in the extreme Yin devil world, the extreme Yin devil body of the Yang family was the sworn enemy of our Li family. It was the first time that I found out that there were other extreme Yin devil bodies apart from the Yang family. Therefore, at that time, I planned to bring her back to the Li family to cultivate. I felt that my decision was right. With Ling Qing's physique, she would never have a chance in that small place." Long Chen said, "But then, what happened?" Li Xuanji was a bit gloomy. She said, "I haven't returned home for nearly 1,000 years. I didn't know that after the Yang family imprisoned me, they would have become so powerful that they would leave my Li family far behind. After I returned, the Yang family was able to control my family in terms of martial strength. Originally, as long as she wasn't a member of the Yang family, she wouldn't have any relation to the Yang family. She could even become a part of my Li family's strength. But, I underestimated how overbearing the Yang family could be. Not long after I returned, news of Ling Qing leaked out and the two world kings directly came to our door to demand for her." "What evidence?" Long Chen had a foreboding premonition. "Ling Qing is a descendant of the Yang family," Li Xuanji said. Finally, this was confirmed from Li Xuanji's mouth. Long Chen felt as if he were dreaming. How could the Yang family of Poplar Town possibly be related to a super overlord like the Yang family of the extreme Yin demon world? This was just too ridiculous. In fact, if Ling Qing was related to the Yang family, then he was also related to the Yang family. Half of his body was the flesh and blood of the Yang family. With this sudden connection, Long Chen was left dumbfounded. Long Chen's reaction was within Li Xuanji's expectations. She forced a smile and said, "At the beginning, I was also very surprised. I even found it hard to believe. It was only afterwards that I learned that the family clans of your Poplar Town actually came from this." "Why do you say that?" Li Xuanji said, "It has a lot to do with me. The current head of the Yang family is called Yang Dingtian, and his strength is at the 9th tier of the divine martial realm. Nearly 1,000 years ago, he used the god's sealing coffin to imprison me. He originally wanted to kill me, but I was wearing the absolute Yin curse. Whoever killed me would have obvious absolute Yin Qi. This absolute Yin Qi didn't affect him, but it wouldn't disappear even after 1,000 years. It was very obvious that he imprisoned a genius like me and left me to fend for myself. Of course, if I was imprisoned too close, my family members would discover me. So he sent me to a small place in the Myriad Kingdom's domain, which was the Star Demon Prison. Also, you might not know why Yang Dingtian hated me so much. Because at that time, his wife gave birth to a rare good-for-nothing. Her blood vessels were clogged, and she basically couldn't cultivate." Long Chen seemed to have guessed something. He said, "So, when he sent you to the Myriad Kingdom's domain, he conveniently abandoned his good-for-nothing son nearby, so he didn't ruin his reputation. And this abandoned son slowly survived, and after 1,000 years, he became my small family in Biyao town, right?" "Yes." Li Xuanji nodded. A bitter smile also appeared on Long Chen's face. He didn't expect the truth to be like this. Perhaps his father finding Yang Xueqing was related to the descendant of that rare good-for-nothing. She clearly had a strong physique, but she was almost unable to cultivate. He and Li Xuanji seemed to be separated by several generations, but now they stood together like a young man and a young woman of the same age. Life was like this, making people sigh involuntarily. Li Xuanji had stayed in the god's sealing copper coffin for nearly 1,000 years, but in reality, she had only spent a dozen years outside. Calculating it, she was about the same as a teenage girl, while Long Chen's family had already been passed down for several generations. Martial artists defied the heavens, and the increase in their lifespan caused all seniority to become chaotic. So, in the three great emperor domains, seniority was no longer important, especially when two people were in love. What was important was their feelings. In this way, the truth was revealed. This couldn't be blamed on Li Xuanji. However, she was the one who brought Yang Lingqing to the extreme Yin devil world. In Li Xuanji's heart, she definitely had to take responsibility for Yang Lingqing's matters, so she didn't feel good in her heart. Chapter 1148. I originally thought that with her talent, even if she went to the Yang family, she would have a better life than the Li family, apart from the fact that she doesn't know anyone. But then, her strength increased too quickly. In just 7 years, she went from the 3 martial realms to the 9th layer of the God martial realm. This is not something that a normal person can do, so... I'm sorry, Li Xuanji lowered her head and said dejectedly. It should be the God martial soul of an expert who used the way of fusing the soul, or some other method. But it's definitely not a good thing for Ling Qing, right? Long Chen said coldly. Yes, Li Xuanji nodded gently. Long Chen gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. When I return from the demon mountain of Jiuyou, I'll go to the Yang family and have a look. No matter who it is. Long Chen had already made up his mind. There was no worry or fear in his heart. Yang Lingqing was his sister that he was protecting. If she was threatened, or even in danger, Long Chen would bury the entire Yang family with her. As for the issue of bloodline, his ancestor was just an abandoned son, and after so many generations, Long Chen did not believe that he had anything to do with the Yang family. Li Xuanji looked at Long Chen in a daze. She didn't understand why this young man didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth and had an unstoppable belief. Perhaps he would succeed. At the thought of this, Li Xuanji said, if I can recover, I'll definitely help you save your younger sister even if I have to give up my life. After all, I'm her master, and I owe her this. When the Yang clan came to ask for her, I couldn't protect her. This was all in the future. When the time came, Li Xuanji would not be able to live for long. Although the saint's fruit was extremely dangerous, Long Chen could not back down. The most important thing was to wait for Han Yunxing and Nangong Lai to arrive. After Long Chen and Li Xuanji left, it should not be a problem for them to get rid of the 2 old fellows who were about to enter their coffins. After chatting for a while, the 2 of them fell silent. Li Xuanji seemed to feel that the 100,000 demons in her body were stirring again. She approached Long Chen in a panic. The 2 of them stood less than half a meter apart. She raised her head and saw Long Chen's burning eyes staring at her. Li Xuanji's face was slightly red. Her delicate face made people want to kiss it. She quickly looked away and didn't say anything. To her, Long Chen's appearance today was like a dream. However, after waiting for 3 days, Han Yunxing and Nangong Lai still did not show up. Long Chen did not pay too much attention to it. It should take 5 or 6 days to get rid of the 2 old fellows. However, 7 days passed, and there was still no news. Although the demons in Li Xuanji's body were becoming weaker and weaker, her body was weakening as well. She could not last much longer. If Han Yunxing and Nangong Lai still did not show up, she might not even be able to last until the fight for the 9 Serenities Demon Mountain began. He became worried as he watched Li Xuanji weaken day by day and her face become healthier and healthier. Finally, on the 10th day, Han Yunxing and Nangong Lai still did not show up. Long Chen carved 8 words on a rock in the distance: 9 Serenities Demon Mountain, Saint's Fruit. If Han Yunxing and Nangong Lai came here, they would definitely discover the words on the rock and catch up to Long Chen. 10 days had passed. If they wanted to come, they would have arrived a long time ago. Then, something must have happened. With their strength, I can't help them if something happens. Also, they're so powerful and have been here for so many years. They might have been delayed by something. It should be impossible for something to happen to them. There was no need for Long Chen to worry about Han Yunxing and Nangong Lai for now. However, since they had not arrived, Long Chen could not wait any longer. He could wait, but Li Xuanji could not. At this moment, Li Xuanji was almost unconscious. The 9-yin terminal meridian in her body was basically destroyed, and her life force was overdrawn. "I'll carry you." She still had some of the power of the 100,000 demons in her body. As long as she left Long Chen's side, they would immediately become rampant. In about 5 days, Long Chen's dragon blood would be able to completely destroy the 100,000 demons. During these few days, carrying her was the most suitable choice. Li Xuanji hesitated slightly. This was a girl's restraint, but she squeezed out a smile in the next moment. She nodded and leaned against Long Chen's wide back, allowing him to carry her. Her soft and delicate body exuded an alluring fragrance. Long Chen was not distracted at all. Li Xuanji was in need of help. Long Chen had been delayed for 10 days. At this moment, he was running at his fastest speed in the direction that Li Xuanji had set. Luckily, most of his strength was in his body. Carrying Li Xuanji did not affect his abnormal, ancient beast-like physical strength at all. The wind rushed past them, the scenery on both sides whistled past. The majestic heat under her body gave her a kind of intoxicating warmth, dispersing the cold air on her body. Li Xuanji subconsciously tightened her arms around Long Chen's neck. Her body pressed closer to Long Chen. Her chest occasionally bumped against his back, giving her a stimulating feeling as if she was being scalded by a raging fire. Li Xuanji could not help but blush. Remembering that they were just friends, she dispersed the trace of charm in her heart. She knew that there was someone else in Long Chen's heart, and there was only one person. However, the warm feeling under her body was something that she had never experienced before. It was as if being on his back was abnormally safe and stable. She did not need to worry about anything. This feeling of being protected made Li Xuanji feel strange and excited. However, every time a strange thought appeared in her mind, there would always be a word that would wake her up, causing her to smile bitterly. "Speaking of which, how are you and that girl of yours now?" When the wind blew behind her, making her black dress flutter, Li Xuanji suddenly leaned towards Long Chen's ear and asked softly. "N." Long Chen did not expect her to ask about Lingxi, so he said with a happy and sweet face, "She is waiting for me at the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace. When I am almost at your level, I will kill my way there and take her away." His words were decisive and direct. Li Xuanji had a feeling of being defeated. She paused for a while and did not say much. After a while, she sighed with emotion. "She is really blessed." Long Chen grunted and continued to move forward. "From here to the 9 underworlds, it is very close now. With your current speed, it will only take about 6 days to reach the Breaking Spirit Mountain. After the Breaking Spirit Mountain, it will be the 9 underworlds." Putting aside the strange emotions in her heart, Li Xuanji changed the topic. Long Chen raised his arms slightly and hugged Li Xuanji's legs tightly. He inadvertently touched her elastic little butt, which was a little more powerful than Lingxi. This was an inadvertent action, but it made Li Xuanji's body tighten as if she was electrocuted. "I'm sorry." Long Chen quickly apologized. "It's okay," Li Xuanji said softly. The scenery around them quickly flashed by as Long Chen passed through one mountain range after another. Time flew by and the two of them spent most of the time in silence. Sometimes, talking too much was not necessarily a good thing. Li Xuanji still underestimated Long Chen's speed. For her, it was really a compliment that a warrior at the 3rd level of the divine martial arts realm could be so fast. Long Chen, who was rushing forward at full speed, was like a golden lightning. He moved like the wind and did not know fatigue. With his speed, even a warrior at the peak of the 6th level of the divine martial arts realm might not be able to catch up with him. The fragrance of the beauty behind him kept pouring into his nose, but Long Chen did not have any distracting thoughts. He just wanted to reach the 9 underworlds demon mountain as soon as possible. After all, Li Xuanji's life was limited. Although she could still talk, it was already very difficult for her. However, with the passage of time and the suppression of the thick dragon qi on Long Chen's body, the 100,000 demons in her body had become more and more dispirited. All of this was under Long Chen's control. In the blink of an eye, 4 days had passed. Long Chen did not rest. He had already arrived at the breaking spirit mountain that Li Xuanji had mentioned. This was a dark and gloomy mountain. There was a ghostly aura everywhere. A large number of ghost beasts lived here. It was a desolate area, and it was also the boundary between the Xianyin demon realm and the 9 underworlds demon realm. Long Chen had to cross the breaking spirit mountain to reach the 9 underworlds demon realm. Looking at this stretch of mountain peaks from afar, the gloomy gray aura was similar to the hell of ghosts. Ordinary people did not dare to rush through this part of the breaking spirit mountain. The demon beasts in it, even warriors with the supreme golden body of the god martial arts realm, would be killed. Many ghost beasts were not big, but they had fatal lethality. In front of the breaking spirit mountain, Long Chen stopped. Li Xuanji had been sleeping for a day. Long Chen gently put her down. He did not want to wake her up, but she was more sensitive. She still woke up, looked at Long Chen in a daze, and asked, "Where is this?" That kind of hazy and lazy look was quite charming. "We have arrived at the breaking spirit mountain." Long Chen put her body down and sat her down. So fast, a few days have passed. 4 days. At this time, Li Xuanji was getting weaker. Her originally round face and body had become a little thin, and this situation would continue. She knew that she wouldn't be able to hold on until she died. Unless, at that critical moment, Long Chen could really find the saint's fruit of heaven and earth and let her eat it. Li Xuanji knew how she looked. She looked around, and then looked at Long Chen with a little depression, and asked, Am I ugly?" After all, she was a girl, and she was very concerned about her appearance. Long Chen was not good at answering this kind of question, so he said, "Don't think too much. When I get the saint's fruit of heaven and earth, you will still look the same." Chapter 1149. For some reason, even though she knew that her body was deteriorating and her appearance would only get uglier, Li Xuanji still felt a sense of security after hearing this. Her heart was at peace. With Long Chen by her side, she did not need to be on guard against others at all times. Long Chen definitely wouldn't hurt her. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to live until now. The 100,000 demons in your body have been mostly eliminated. I will now use the last dose of medicine to completely eradicate them. Thank you. Li Xuanji looked at him gently. Long Chen did not tell her that it was his blood, but Li Xuanji knew what she had taken every time. The intense, strong, liquid-like red liquid was Long Chen's blood. This time, Long Chen let Li Xuanji take the last drop. Then, he placed his palm on Li Xuanji's back. His divine energy entered her body and helped to refine the power of the dragon blood. At the same time, he let the refined power circulate in Li Xuanji's body until the power of the 100,000 demons completely disappeared from Li Xuanji's body. Because of the dragon blood, Li Xuanji's face had a tinge of color. Long Chen's blood was a great tonic, but others might not be able to absorb it. With Li Xuanji's current cultivation, she had to take it step by step. This process lasted for around half an hour. From now on, Long Chen could let Li Xuanji stay in the void realm. She did not need to follow Long Chen around. What she needed the most was rest. There were some medicines in Long Chen's void realm that could nourish the body and prolong life. He hoped that they would be of some help to her so that she could last until Long Chen obtained the saint's fruit. "From now on, you can stay in my void realm. It will be slightly more convenient." Long Chen helped her up and whispered in her ear. "Yes." Now that Long Chen was no longer carrying her, Li Xuanji suddenly felt a sense of loss in her heart. If she could, she would like to stay on Long Chen's body. If she could, it would be even better if she could stay on him for 100 days. It would be very comfortable and warm, giving her a sense of security. However, Li Xuanji understood that this was just a young girl's thoughts, and she couldn't say it out loud. Long Chen had already told her about the Great Void Realm. Along the way, they would inevitably encounter battles. In the 9 Underworld Demon Mountain, Long Chen could not carry her on his back, so he could only let her enter the Great Void Realm. In her current situation, she couldn't even open her own divine kingdom. She had basically lost the ability to fight. Just like Lingxi in Biyao town. Long Chen didn't expect that after coming to the Supreme Shadow Demon Realm, he would actually go through thick and thin with her for a period of time. Li Xuanji wasn't the kind of person who could express her emotions strongly. At this moment, she thanked Long Chen. Just as she was about to let Long Chen bring her into the Great Void Realm, Long Chen's expression suddenly changed. There were people approaching, and they were already within a 1-mile radius. Previously, Long Chen was focused on helping to eliminate the 100,000 evil spirits, so he didn't pay much attention to the surrounding situation. He didn't expect things to be so bad at this time. There were a total of more than 10 people, and they actually surrounded the two of them within a 1-mile radius. It was clear that they had discovered Long Chen and Long Chen for a period of time. At this moment, they were slowly sneaking over. When they realized that Long Chen and Long Chen were done with what they were doing, they unleashed their speed and arrived in front of Long Chen in an instant, surrounding Long Chen and Li Xuanji. Long Chen wanted to hide Li Xuanji, but it was already too late. Long Chen really didn't expect to meet enemies in such a remote place, let alone people from the Yang family. The physiques of the Yang family were classified from good to bad: extreme Yin devil body, mysterious Yin devil body, extreme Yin devil body, and extreme Yin devil body. The people in front of him were mostly at the extreme Yin devil body level. The Yang family was a super large family, and to be able to have the extreme Yin devil body meant that their status was quite high. 2 of them even had the extreme Yin devil body. As for the mysterious Yin devil body, that was something only the important people in the family had. Even the 2 from before, Yang Kuei and Yin Mei, Yang Kuei only had the extreme Yin devil body. Therefore, with a little sensing, Long Chen knew that these were people from the Yang family. Long Chen didn't have any devil body. It could be said that he didn't have anything from the Yang family on him at all. The essence and blood of the divine dragon had occupied his whole body. These people were all young warriors. Fortunately, they weren't from the older generation, but it didn't mean that there were no older generation warriors present. They were all at the 7th level of the divine martial arts realm. If he encountered the older generation warriors, Long Chen would be in trouble. Even these young warriors made Long Chen frown. Li Xuanji also came to her senses. Her face was a little cold, but she didn't show any fear. "Hey, who did I see?" An arrogant girl's voice sounded. This group of people were basically at the 5th level of the divine martial arts realm, which was very strong for their age. However, there were also warriors at the 6th level of the divine martial arts realm. 2 of them were young girls, and in fact, it was one of them who had spoken. But the one who gave Long Chen the most headache was an older man standing behind them. Yes, he was at the peak of the 6th level of the divine martial arts realm, which was similar to Jiang Qing's strength. At the beginning, Long Chen didn't defeat Jiang Qing. As soon as he appeared, Long Chen was very afraid. More than a dozen people surrounded Long Chen and Li Xuanji, leaving them with no way out. 2 young girls, one was wearing a pink dress, and the other was wearing a dark green dress. Both of them were very beautiful. They were the kind of little princesses who were held in the palm of everyone's hand. Both of them had a proud look on their faces. At this time, they looked at Li Xuanji in shock and said, "I can't believe it. The rumored first beauty of the Supreme Shadow Devil Realm is actually so weak and ugly. It is said that she has been affected by the 100,000 evil way of the Yang family. It's really pitiful." The other girl in a dark green dress said, "What's more unexpected is that we actually met in the Breaking Spirit Mountain. It seems that our hunting in the Breaking Spirit Mountain is not without any harvest. Right, Brother Yang Hao? After saying that, the girl took the arm of the man behind her and said with a pleasing face. The other girl was not to be outdone. She also took the arm of the young man, looked at him provocatively and said, I found them first. It was me. Qian, don't make trouble. This is a big deal. Today, we must capture Li Xuanji. At least, we must kill her. As long as we take her head back, this time, we will definitely rise and be valued by the elders. The young man named Yang Hao said in a deep voice. Yang Hao, Yang Qian, and Yang Qian, all three of them had the extreme Yin devil body. This kind of talent was already very close to the first-class geniuses of the Yang family. If they made a great contribution this time, they would definitely stand out among the martial artists of the same level and become the new favorites of the elders. As for the other martial artists, some of them were the collateral relatives of the Yang family. Their qualifications were not strong. They were all Yang Hao's followers. If Yang Hao became strong, they would also rise. At this time, they all looked at Long Chen and Li Xuanji with burning eyes. Yang Hao took the two little beauties and walked out of the crowd. He stood more than 20 meters in front of Li Xuanji. Although Li Xuanji was very weak, her beauty still made Yang Hao take a deep breath, especially her cold eyes. If he could conquer such a legendary woman, he would be willing to die. Compared with Li Xuanji, the two jealous little beauties next to her were just like ugly monsters. However, if there weren't so many people around, he could still enjoy it. Now that there were so many people watching, Yang Hao didn't dare to act recklessly even if he had the courage. He would honestly take Li Xuanji back, or kill her directly. In the future, he would enjoy endless glory and wealth. Today was a good fortune given to him by the heavens. Yang Hao laughed coldly as he gazed at Li Xuanji, and he said, I truly never expected that you'd actually fled here. Looks like you intend to flee to the devilish territory of the ninth hell. However, based on the current situation you're in, you won't be able to live for long. Li Xuanji, your Li clan is finished, and you're just a stray dog. Obediently allow yourself to be captured today. If you're obedient, then you'll feel slightly better. If you don't, then I can only take your head and bring it to our seniors. Right, you better be obedient and don't resist. Otherwise, you will suffer. Yang Qian, who was wearing a pink dress, was jealous of Li Xuanji's beauty and strength. In the past, Li Xuanji was the person she looked up to. Even in the Yang family, there were countless young talents who were infatuated with her. Now that such a beautiful girl had become a stray dog, it would be strange if they didn't vent their anger. Such a beautiful face, if you are disobedient, I will make a few cuts on it and let you have a try. Yang Qian also threatened. In fact, this was what she wanted to do the most at the moment. These juniors of the Yang family were worried that Li Xuanji would escape, so they released their auras, vaguely restricting the movements of Long Chen and Li Xuanji. Long Chen, a teenager at the third level of the divine martial arts realm, was directly ignored. Only Yang Hao, who was looking at him holding Li Xuanji's slim waist at a close distance, had an imperceptible cold light flash in his eyes. In that cold light, there was a killing intent. Long Chen had a headache. If he wanted to escape, it would be very easy. Even if he didn't use the blood escape art, Yang Hao wouldn't be able to catch up with Long Chen. However, if he ran away like this, these people would definitely inform the Yang family that he had met Li Xuanji. At that time, Long Chen's journey to the 9 underworlds would definitely not be smooth. Maybe the experts of the Yang family would arrive halfway and kill Long Chen and the others. Therefore, the only choice Long Chen faced was to kill every single one of these people. At this moment, Li Xuanji couldn't do anything, because Long Chen knew her physical condition. Sorry, I was careless. Let me handle it. Long Chen whispered in Li Xuanji's ear. No. Li Xuanji's mind was in a mess because of Yang Hao. She still didn't feel at ease letting Long Chen deal with it alone. Just watch. I can't handle such a small matter. How can I fight for the saints' fruit of heaven and earth? Go in. Long Chen's words were a bit forceful, so Li Xuanji couldn't refuse. Chapter 1150. You must be careful. With your speed, escaping won't be a problem. Don't harm yourself because of me. Li Xuanji said softly. She also knew that the only way to survive was to kill everyone who saw her. Don't worry, I'm not a fool. Long Chen grinned. Yes, he wasn't a fool. Li Xuanji smiled helplessly. They were just friends. He wouldn't sacrifice himself for her. With such emotions, Li Xuanji was brought into the realm of Great Void by Long Chen. The soft chi of Great Void formed a reclining chair for her to lie comfortably on. From the realm of Great Void, Li Xuanji could still see the situation outside. Inside, she could be very comfortable. With the nourishment of some medicinal herbs, it was much better than running around with Long Chen outside. Li Xuanji's disappearance shocked the Yang family. They took a while to react. Long Chen must have used some method to make Li Xuanji disappear. Long Chen obviously didn't have a divine kingdom. That was a kind of treasure. Thinking of this, the Yang family warriors boiled up. Among them, Yang Qian screamed, "Everyone be careful, don't let him escape." Yang Hao's eyes became incomparably cold. Without saying a word, demonic chi surged from his body and he charged towards Long Chen. "Brat, hand her over. Otherwise, you'll definitely die." The atmosphere instantly tensed up. At this time, everyone made their move. Li Xuanji was related to their future and fate. They couldn't be careless. In their opinion, Long Chen was just a youth that could be killed by any one of them. However, at this moment, Yang Hao actually saw a blood-red light in Long Chen's eyes. He vaguely had an ominous premonition. It seemed that for this young man to be able to stay with Li Xuanji, he must not be simple. "Everyone, be careful. I'll kill this brat." When Long Chen was hugging Li Xuanji's waist, Yang Hao already had the intention to kill him. At this time, the devil chi burst out from his body, and the black light immediately trapped Long Chen. The first thing he did was to not let Long Chen escape. The others also spread out, blocking Long Chen's path from the sky to the ground. For them to be so careful with a mere heaven-tier cultivator, it was clear that they were determined to succeed today. Long Chen's performance was completely out of their expectations. The blood-red light in his eyes and the murderous aura that had been brewing suddenly erupted. It was as if a weak scholar had suddenly turned into a demon. That terrifying power instantly made everyone feel a little scared. "Don't be afraid. This is an illusion. Any one of us can kill him. Just be careful not to let him escape," Yang Shi said as she surrounded him from another direction. The battle was on the verge of breaking out. A roar sounded. Long Chen's battle intent surged. If he wanted to kill this group of people, he had to be fast, ruthless, and accurate. At the same time, he had to surpass his own limits. Long Chen was most afraid of Yang Hao. Before he fought with Yang Hao, Long Chen had to kill everyone. After the roar sounded, everyone was a little sluggish. Could it be that this young man really had some kind of strange technique? This was too much of a farce. But in the next moment, their premonition came true. That blood-red long sword suddenly appeared in Long Chen's hand. An intense murderous chi exploded out of it. The sword chi filled the air. In a flash, the power of the sword chi surpassed the power of a cultivator of the third divine martial realm. Blood-devouring world. While everyone was still in shock, the blood-red domain actually overshadowed Yang Hao's black demonic chi domain at this time, completely blocking everyone's line of sight. Every warrior was in a tense mood. After all, this blood-red domain was really too strange. What's going on? Why does this brat have such a strong feeling? Don't worry, let brother Yang Hao deal with him. At this moment, Yang Hao was also in a state of shock. He keenly felt that this brat Long Chen was not simple. Just as he was about to attack, it was already over. At this moment, Long Chen's speed had exceeded Yang Hao's range in an instant. In the blood-devouring world, Long Chen seemed to have completely disappeared. Terrifying speed. Everyone be careful, he's very fast. Yang Hao was startled and immediately shouted. When he shouted, 3 cultivators had already been caught by Long Chen's sword chi. Under the assistance of the blood-devouring world, 5th-layer divine martial realm cultivators were no longer Long Chen's opponent. Sila dozens of sword chi crisscrossed and 3 corpses fell to the ground. The parts above the neck had completely disappeared. Even the divine martial spirit had been completely destroyed by Long Chen. The speed and state of these 3 people's deaths were truly shocking and frightened the others. Before this, they had never thought that someone would actually die. At this moment, seeing the state of these 3 people's deaths, a bone-chilling feeling appeared in their hearts. At this moment, they truly understood that this young man was not as simple as they had imagined. These young people who had come out to gain experience could be considered to have some temperament. At this moment, they did not panic. However, Long Chen was now an invisible killer. His divine breath technique made it impossible for others to discover him. His speed was also impossible for others to catch up with. In this way, in a short period of time, no one knew where Long Chen was. Everyone be careful, his speed is very fast, let's attack together and kill him. If there's a situation, quickly say something. Long Chen was still surrounded. At this moment, the scarlet blood sky wilderness was still dripping blood. His expression was incomparably cold. Those young cultivators were just victims of his speed. God slaughtering sword formation. Under Long Chen's display, a formation instantly appeared under everyone's feet. Not good. Everyone was alarmed and immediately retreated. However, how could Long Chen's killing move be so easy to dodge? Sword C. Countless sword chi soared into the sky, turning a few cultivators who did not have enough time to react into a hornet's nest. Those in the 5th layer of the divine martial realm did not have a supreme golden body, so injuries would follow them for life. A total of 3 or 4 people died on the spot. The others were also quickly turned into ghosts under Long Chen's sword. Long Chen's speed was really too fast. With such speed, those 5th-layer divine martial realm cultivators could only stand there blankly. They were simply unable to resist. Sometimes, even though there was clearly no one in front of them, a red sword would directly stretch over and directly cut off their heads. Following the shrieks, fear appeared in everyone's heart except for the 3 strongest cultivators. Long Chen was like a nightmare. Needless to say, they did not want to kill Long Chen. At this moment, they were all fleeing. Apart from Yang Hao, Yang Qian and Yang Shi who were still chasing Long Chen, the others were crazily fleeing. Under Long Chen's 2 attacks, only 6 people were still alive. 3 of them were Yang Hao and the others. As for the remaining 3 who had fled, Long Chen quickly caught up with them. When he turned around to face Yang Hao and the others, apart from Yang Hao and the others, basically everyone had died under his sword. And this was something that had happened in less than a quarter of an hour. Everyone who was still alive had turned into corpses. And at this time, Long Chen turned around with his sword dripping with blood. His face was ice cold, his expression was calm and indifferent, as if he had just done something insignificant. This kind of miserable state of Long Chen and their brothers and sisters made Yang Qian and Yang Shi take a few steps back. Their previous arrogant and despotic appearance had completely disappeared. They looked at Long Chen with some fear. On the other hand, Yang Hao was incomparably furious. Originally, he had already obtained the merit, but now so many people had died. When the time came, even if he sent Li Xuanji back, the merit would be greatly reduced. All of this was because of Long Chen. Good brat, I didn't expect you to be so powerful. I underestimated you. However, don't think that your luck is good. Next, obediently accept your death. Qian both of you retreat. Yang Hao roared. His devil chi surged and his battle chi soared to the sky. With a loud rumble, he charged towards Long Chen. The surrounding temperature dropped by a lot in an instant. Yang Qian and Yang Shi were originally afraid of Long Chen, this nightmare. At this time, they hurriedly retreated, wishing that they could hide far away and leave the battlefield to Yang Hao, who they worshipped. Letting Yang Hao deal with Long Chen was the best choice. At this time, Yang Qian said, "Yang Shi, should we use the puppet bird to inform the family about this matter first?" Yang Shi saw that Yang Hao had already trapped Long Chen, so she said, "Brother Yang Hao should be able to deal with him. However, it's better to inform them. If this brat escapes, we'll be in trouble." The two who usually bickered were now in agreement. Yang Qian did not say anything and was about to take out the puppet bird. At this time, a suffocating aura suddenly appeared behind her, causing her to suffocate. That resplendent sword light actually attacked her at this time. Who? Yang Qian suddenly turned around. Behind her was a Long Chen formed completely of sword qi. The sword in his hand slashed down. It was the god-slaying sword formation's final move, sword explosion. The sword qi flood immediately drowned Yang Qian. Yang Qian did not even have time to use her tier 6 divine skill before she was killed by the sneak attack of the undying sword body. They were too focused on Long Chen, so they did not notice that Long Chen had already used the undying sword body. Yang Qian had the supreme golden body. She did not die from the sword, but she was close. With only half of her head left, she was so frightened that she almost suffocated. At this time, the undying sword body rushed over and stabbed down. "Yang Shi, save me." Yang Qian's face was filled with tears. She begged Yang Shi, who was in front of her, but Yang Shi was stunned. She rolled and crawled, hurriedly retreating, her body trembling. Yang Shi, before she could finish, Long Chen's undying sword body killed her cleanly. At the same time, he chased after Yang Shi. Soon, only Yang Hao and Yang Shi were left. Yang Shi was scared to death. She did not have the will to fight. Yang Qian's death filled her heart. It was the first time she saw such a terrifying person like Long Chen. At this time, her body was trembling, and she only wanted to leave this place as soon as possible. Behind her, the undying sword body chased after her. Its speed was very fast, about the same as Yang Shi. After all, the undying sword body was not Long Chen's body, so it was not that fast. Yang Shi still had a chance to live. She fled madly, her face full of tears. At this moment, Long Chen's speed soared, and he instantly shook off the enraged Yang Hao. He rushed towards Yang Shi, and under his control, the undying sword body blocked Yang Hao's path. "Time for you to die." In an instant, Long Chen blocked in front of Yang Shi. "No, I don't want to die." Yang Shi's face was full of fear. She crawled and rolled away. "Death, this is fate. You can't avoid it." If she did not die, it would be Long Chen's death in the future. Long Chen would not be merciful enough to let her go out to report. There was still the terrifying Yang Hao to deal with. Chapter 1151. The torrent of sword qi was overwhelming and filled with a power that Yang Qian could not resist. During this period of time, Long Chen's cultivation on the martial way had improved by leaps and bounds. Although fighting with martial addict was not a real battle of life and death, martial addict knew that Long Chen had the real martial emperor spirit and could also show Long Chen his martial way, which benefited Long Chen a lot. At the same time, as long as there was a chance, Han Yinxing would also explain to Long Chen what he knew about the martial way. When Long Chen entered the celestial realm, it was with his help. Han Yinxing had 1,000 years of understanding of the martial way, which was quite extraordinary. In fact, in each realm of the god martial realm, it was actually relatively easy to go from the early stage to the complete stage, but it was definitely very difficult to cross realms. During this period, Long Chen's understanding of the unity of heaven and man was becoming more and more proficient. When he attacked, he attracted the Emperor's spirit qi, and the power of the sword explosion alone had increased a lot. At the same time, the cultivation of the divine origin was also rapidly improving. This allowed him to quickly approach the complete stage 3 of the god martial realm in a very short period of time. Long Chen's speed was absolutely unprecedented, and no one would be able to match it in the future. He deeply understood the importance of strength, so he was eager to quickly improve himself in the shortest time possible. Only with strength could one have the right to speak. The sword explosion was the second strongest attack that Long Chen had. To be honest, if Yang Qian's mental strength was a little stronger, she would not have been defeated so easily. Long Chen's determination and decisiveness when killing before had scared too many people. Boy, how dare you attack people of the Yang family in the territory of the Yang family? You will definitely die a horrible death. Yang Hao's roar came from behind. Long Chen's speed was too fast, and there was also the undying sword body blocking Yang Hao, so Yang Hao couldn't catch up to Yang Qian at all. He could only watch as Yang Qian became weaker and weaker under Long Chen's attacks. After a few moves, she was completely killed by Long Chen. Even the supreme golden body couldn't completely recover. At this moment, Long Chen did not have any protective feelings for the fairer sex. His attacks were ruthless, and a little beauty was completely killed by his sword. Whether it was Yang Qian or Yang Qian, they were both women that Yang Hao had slept with. In such a big family, there were countless branches, and there was basically no blood relationship between the three of them. In a super big family like this, the most taboo thing was for the bloodline to leak out. Therefore, a large number of couples had the surname Yang. Yang Qian and Yang Qian were Yang Hao's women. But now, he was completely killed by Long Chen. This made Yang Hao feel like he was about to go crazy. He had originally thought that he could easily complete the mission, but such a big thing had actually happened. All of this was because of Long Chen. This kid, in Yang Hao's heart, he hadn't had this kind of killing intent for a long time. The undying sword body dissipated under his crazy attacks. Yang Hao's aura that belonged to the peak of the 6th level of the divine martial realm spread out, and the black domain immediately suppressed Long Chen's devouring world of blood. The terrifying demon qi contained a fatal coldness, and ordinary people would probably be frozen to death. Fortunately, Long Chen could still bear it. Long Chen, in the great void realm, Li Xuanji could clearly see all of this. Seeing Long Chen show his strength with her own eyes, Li Xuanji had mixed feelings. If at the beginning she still had some doubts about Long Chen's heaven-defying abilities, now she had complete trust in him. She had absolute trust in Long Chen. Although if she was in her peak state, there would still be a gap between her and Long Chen, but Li Xuanji's strength was the result of 1,000 years of cultivation. Of course, Li Xuanji also had her own terrifying aspects. She had actually cultivated to this level in a place like the God's Sealing Coffin, which was worthy of her 9-yin absolute meridian. And the more terrifying person was probably Lingxi. Her original strength should not have been strong, but after returning to the imperial domain for a few years, she had directly improved to the peak of the 9th level of the divine martial realm. It could be said that the most terrifying genius that Long Chen had seen so far was Lingxi, and next should be Li Xuanji. In fact, he had overlooked two people. One was himself. In terms of the speed of Long Chen's advancement, it could be said that he had surpassed Lingxi, and the other was Mo Xiaolang. As long as he could devour flames, he could become stronger and stronger. Maybe, she can really give me a chance to be reborn. Li Xuanji had never had such complicated emotions before. No matter what, the person that this man was protecting was her, and that was enough. The last person was Yang Hao. Li Xuanji could roughly feel where Long Chen's limit was, and Yang Hao was Long Chen's limit. Although Long Chen had killed the others in Yang Hao's team in a short period of time, he might not have the strength to defeat Yang Hao. When he fought against Jiang Qing, Long Chen also did not have the means to kill him. But one thing was clear, it was basically impossible for Yang Hao to kill Long Chen. Let's play a game of hide and seek. If you catch me, Li Xuanji will be yours. Long Chen felt a lot more relaxed. At this moment, he revealed a strange smile to Yang Hao, then he quickly turned around and left. If you want to leave, leave your life behind. After finally destroying the undying sword body, Yang Hao quickly chased after Long Chen and turned into a black light. Everyone was dead. If he couldn't catch Long Chen and Li Xuanji, not only would he not be rewarded, but he would also be punished greatly. This Yang Hao could reach Jiang Qing's realm at such a young age. He was also an amazing martial artist. In the Yang family, he probably had a certain status. Perhaps, he still had a little blood relationship with him. In fact, no matter what, Long Chen seemed to be a direct descendant of the Yang family's current patriarch. Of course, Long Chen would not admit such a boring relationship. At this time, he quickly escaped just to lure Yang Hao into breaking Spirit Mountain. Yang Hao wanted to kill Long Chen, but in fact, Long Chen wanted to kill him even more. After killing him, he could go to 9 secluded Demon Mountain with peace of mind. The more he walked into breaking Spirit Mountain, the thicker the fog around him. When he reached a quiet valley, Long Chen felt that it was about time. He suddenly turned his head and waited for Yang Hao's arrival. He was not sure that he would win this battle, so he could only rely on his life. After Long Chen rushed into the valley, Yang Hao arrived in the next moment. Because he was worried that Long Chen would escape, he followed Long Chen all the way. The light of the true martial emperor's soul flashed. A gray line of sight was cast on Yang Hao. What is this? Yang Hao felt a dazzling feeling, and then in the next moment, the blood-red blade brushed past him. Ancient Devil Sutra, Yin Chief Hand. Without saying a word, Yang Hao displayed his powerful combat strength and immediately clashed with Long Chen. At this moment, his left arm suddenly expanded, reaching a length of 2 meters. It was incomparably thick, just like the claw of a wild beast. It was covered with disgusting dark green scales, and a fishy smell assaulted everyone's nostrils. Everyone could feel a suffocating and terrifying power coming from it. This so-called Yin Chief Hand instantly enveloped the top of Long Chen's head. Without saying a word, Long Chen condensed the god-murdering sword formation on top of the scarlet blood heavenly wasteland, then exploded, turning into a shattered sword chi that rushed towards the other party. The blood-red blade caused Yang Hao's expression to change. He hurriedly retreated, but in the next moment, the Yin Chief Hand once again attacked towards Long Chen. Let me see how many times you can use your combat skills to block my Yin Chief Hand. Yang Hao's move had succeeded, and he had also figured out Long Chen's strength. He immediately let out a loud laugh, and just now, he was also frightened by Long Chen. Now that he had regained his composure, he was naturally going to ruthlessly kill him. He was a young genius of the dignified Yang family. How could he be afraid of a Long Chen who had appeared out of nowhere? The Yin Chief Hand had a terrifying power. It was purely a physical attack. Looking at the size of the arm, one could tell that ordinary people would not be able to block it. But at this time, when his Yin Chief Hand suddenly descended, and the space was trembling, Long Chen suddenly gave up on the scarlet blood heavenly wasteland, and with a loud roar, he directly punched towards his opponent. Compared to his opponent's gigantic Yin Chief Hand, Long Chen's arm was pitifully small. However, an accident happened. The Yin Chief Hand and Long Chen's arms suddenly collided, and a muffled sound erupted. Long Chen did not retreat, but instead, he attacked with his tyrannical physical strength, which immediately caused Yang Hao to let out a miserable shriek. The Yin Chief Hand was almost broken by Long Chen. Yang Hao suddenly realized that the reason why Long Chen was so strong was definitely because of his terrifying physical strength. At this time, Long Chen looked very small, but his strength was simply like that of an ancient super beast. A casual punch from him was simply earth-shattering. Yin Chief Hand, retreat. Yang Hao withdrew the Yin Chief Hand in order to prepare a more terrifying attack. Although he had failed in the first move, it was because he did not understand Long Chen, but now it was easy to handle. Ancient Devil Sutra, 9 Yin Demonic Seals. At this moment, Yang Hao instantly turned into 9 shadows. His hands moved extremely quickly, and it didn't take long for him to form 9 seals in front of him from 9 different directions. Yang Hao spat out from his mouth, causing the air to tremble. A total of 9 black seals that radiated demonic chi shot towards Long Chen from 9 different directions. These 9 demonic seals sealed up all directions of Long Chen, up, down, left and right. The demonic seals emitted terrifying cold chi. If one was hit, it would definitely be very troublesome. Even Long Chen's current physical body would not be able to withstand it. Long Chen, give up, escape first, it's too difficult for you to kill him. Li Xuanji saw all of this clearly. Long Chen was still not willing to leave, purely because he was purely risking his life. He was a cautious person, he did not want the next step of the plan to be affected in the slightest. Therefore, no matter what, he had to endure. Seeing the 9 demonic seals coming towards him, Long Chen's eyes turned bloodshot, the long sword in his hand danced. The Tai Bai sword prison first blocked 3 of the demonic seals, but compared to Long Chen, Yang Hao's strength was in divine chi. Completely suppressing Long Chen in divine chi was his best choice. The Tai Bai sword prison could at most block 3 demonic seals, the power of the other 6, Long Chen could only use other methods. Chapter 1152. Along the way, the weapons that Long Chen used the most were halberds and spears. Hence, this was what he was best at. At this juncture of life and death, the only thing Long Chen could use was the 9-dragon scripture. The 9-dragon scripture was a mysterious and powerful combat technique. It was also Long Chen's ultimate killing move. The scales of the mysterious sky blue fire dragon flickered in Long Chen's chest. The blood-red halberd danced in Long Chen's hand, and the phantom of the mysterious sky blue fire dragon appeared within it. Flames were extremely yang energy, so they were the most suitable to deal with the 9 demonic seal. Back then, Long Chen had also used the 9-dragon scripture to resist Jiang Qing's strongest killing move. The 9 demonic seal was probably a level 7 divine technique. As the 9-dragon scripture was executed, the roaring mysterious sky blue fire dragon engulfed Yang Hao in an instant. The 9 demonic seal disappeared, and Yang Hao spat out a mouthful of blood. He staggered back a few steps before he managed to stabilize his legs. The 9 demonic seal affected the quintessential energy in his body. The destruction of the 9 demonic seal would also affect him. Every 9 demonic seal contained a large amount of divine energy. Even if Long Chen executed the mysterious sky blue fire dragon, he wouldn't have the strength to deal with Yang Hao after destroying the 9 demonic seal. It had to be said that Yang Hao was very strong. I can't do anything to you. Yang Hao wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked at Long Chen gloomily. Long Chen had also been affected by the pressure of the 9 demonic seal. The halberd in his hand emitted a dazzling blood-red light as Long Chen stared coldly at his opponent. The surrounding forest had already been blasted apart by the attack of the mysterious sky blue fire dragon. Green flames burned fiercely. Add some more fire, and that should be enough. Even Yang Hao needed some time to recover after using a grade 7 divine skill. Long Chen did not say anything. He turned into a golden bolt of lightning and charged at Yang Hao. The halberd in his hand flashed and he clashed with Yang Hao. For a moment, the entire valley was shaking. This was the power of close combat. Because of his rich combat experience, even in this kind of situation, he might not lose to Yang Hao in a short period of time. This was a thrilling battle of life and death. Unlike Nangong Lai's battle, Yang Hao's every move was naturally aimed at killing Long Chen. Often, one's martial arts cultivation could only be reflected in one's killing move. On the other hand, Long Chen was absorbing it hungrily. He had reached this level long ago and was only a little bit away from the final breakthrough. What he couldn't wait for from Nangong Lai and Han Yunxing was the killing move. Yang Hao's killer move against himself was the most crucial part of Long Chen's path of killing. Very soon, Yang Hao's depleted spirit essence from using the 9 devil seal once was almost completely recovered. Yang Hao believed that the spirit essence of this brat in front of him absolutely had not recovered yet. Therefore, if he used the 9 demonic seal again, Long Chen would definitely die. Die. Yang Hao laughed. At this time, Long Chen suddenly fled like lightning. In a short period of time, he had fled far away. Yang Hao roared and quickly chased after him. Don't even think of escaping. Even if you grow wings, you won't be able to escape from my palm. Yang Hao's sinister laughter sounded from behind. This fellow is too proud of himself. Long Chen sneered in his heart. He felt very comfortable all over. At this time, his comprehension of the martial Tao had finally broken through the last layer of the membrane because of the high-intensity battle just now. He vaguely felt that he had reached the late stage of the unity of heaven and man. The god martial soul seemed to have been stimulated and was gradually improving. Long Chen did not use his maximum speed. He still needed to use the devouring blood world to absorb Yang Hao's blood essence. In the process of chasing and escaping, Long Chen became stronger and stronger because of the transformation of the god martial soul. Yang Hao, on the other hand, became weaker and weaker because of the reduction of blood essence. After chasing relentlessly in this breaking spirit mountain for about an hour, Yang Hao finally felt very exhausted. It was as if the strength to protect his body did not exist. Previously, he just wanted to kill Long Chen as soon as possible and did not want to let Long Chen escape. He did not expect that his body would have such a change. What's going on? It seems that the blood in my body has decreased. Yang Hao was shocked. At this juncture, Long Chen suddenly stopped, turned his head, and looked at him very easily. This relaxed Long Chen, compared to the Long Chen who had risked his life a moment ago, was like the difference between heaven and earth. Moreover, from Long Chen's body, Yang Hao sensed a kind of frightening aura. Indeed, Long Chen had already reached the peak of the 3rd level of the divine martial realm. This was given by Yang Hao. In fact, at the beginning of the battle, Long Chen had been preparing for this moment. He had long realized that Yang Hao would be a big key to his breakthrough. Sure enough, in the battle of life and death with Yang Hao, he finally succeeded in breaking through himself and reached the peak of the heaven realm. Under the cultivation of Han Yunxing and Nangong Lai, all of this could be said to be a matter of course. After reaching the peak of the 3rd level of the god martial arts realm, his divine energy had increased greatly after absorbing his opponent's essence blood. Although there was still a gap between his divine energy and his opponent's, this gap was already very small. Yang Hao, who was anxious to kill Long Chen, did not realize that his body had become very weak under the situation where Long Chen had devoured the blood world. One was weak, and the other was strong. The outcome of the two had almost been decided. Finally, you can't run anymore. Yang Hao tossed aside the ominous feeling in his heart and let out a roar as he launched one attack after another at Long Chen. Due to the lack of essence blood, he was no longer as strong as before. Trying to be mysterious. Yang Hao did not care about the little bit of concern that Long Chen had, but Long Chen's calm appearance was a bit strange. No matter how you try to be mysterious, you can't defeat the genius of the Yang clan. Yang Hao sneered. He was very confident in his own strength. In the Yang family, his talent could also be ranked in the top. Ancient Devil Scripture, 9 Demonic Seal. The same moves came from 9 different directions. They were like evil spirits, letting out sharp screeches as they charged at Long Chen. At the current level, Long Chen's connection with the surrounding Emperor's spiritual qi and the heaven and earth had reached a very deep level. Vaguely, he felt like he was in his mother's womb. It was warm and full of energy. The energy gathered in his body, with his body as the center, and he could control it at will. What Long Chen was communicating with was the brutal power in the heaven and earth. Violent, with a strong destructive ability. This was the completion of the celestial realm. At this moment, Long Chen deeply experienced the power of the heaven and earth. His current strength was already very terrifying compared to before, but compared to the heaven and earth, it was only a drop in the ocean, insignificant. Under Yang Hao's attack, which was full of ghostly qi, Long Chen naturally looked calm. He waved the halberd in his hand, and as Long Chen moved forward, a mysterious blue fire dragon condensed on the halberd, showing the true power of the dragon. This was an extremely terrifying power. The extremely hot flame evaporated all the water in the surroundings, and all the trees within a mile were instantly turned into ashes. Break! The halberd slashed down, and the mysterious blue fire dragon came crashing down. The terrifying power of the dragon instantly exceeded the limits of the opponent's resistance. Yang Hao's 9-yin demonic seal was originally weaker than Long Chen's, but at this time, under the pressure of the divine dragon descending from the sky, it instantly shattered. As Long Chen's cultivation level increased, the power of the 9 dragon scripture also increased by several times. Boom! There was a terrifying explosion, and a huge pit dozens of meters deep and hundreds of meters in diameter appeared under the feet of the two. The ground above it was all burned. Long Chen's halberd directly split Yang Hao into 2 halves. Yang Hao's god martial spirit was imprisoned in Long Chen's hands. Since the god martial spirit had been hacked out by Long Chen, it didn't matter if Yang Hao had a supreme golden body or not, it was useless. Don't kill me! Yang Hao screamed. Long Chen's divine energy surged, and he casually threw the halberd in his hand, killing the god martial spirit. Everything finally quieted down. Long Chen. In the Great Void Realm, Li Xuanji still hadn't reacted until Yang Hao died. Now, she finally recognized Long Chen's strength. Basically, the current Long Chen could be invincible under the 6th level of the Divine Martial Realm, but he was only at the 3rd level of the Divine Martial Realm. In Li Xuanji's understanding, it seemed that since ancient times, no one could be like Long Chen. He finally took a step forward on the path of cultivation, and at the same time resolved the crisis. Long Chen breathed a sigh of relief and said, "It took a little time. I'll go back and deal with the traces of the battle first, and then cross the Breaking Spirit Mountain." He was a cautious person. If this small group of Yang family disciples didn't return for a long time, the Yang family's people would definitely come over to investigate. He couldn't let them suspect that Li Xuanji had gone to the 9 secluded demon mountain. Up to now, Long Chen had done everything he could. As for what would happen in the end, he could only leave it to fate. Li Xuanji silently watched Long Chen clean up the traces of the previous battle and restore everything. The battle with Yang Hao was relatively noisy and destroyed more. Long Chen expected this, so he led Yang Hao to the depths of the Breaking Spirit Mountain. After sending Li Xuanji into the Great Void Realm, he didn't have to worry about her bumps. Long Chen's speed instantly increased. It could be said that he almost turned into a golden lightning. It took him half a day to cross the Breaking Spirit Mountain, and then he went in the direction of the 9 secluded demon mountain that Li Xuanji pointed out. This time, Li Xuanji and Long Chen didn't mention the crisis they encountered in the Breaking Spirit Mountain again, but because of their appearance, the relationship between the two was much better. A friend in need is a friend indeed. In Li Xuanji's heart, there was already a young man with a strong personality, Long Chen. Chapter 1153. Long Chen's speed slowed down. He really didn't know about this, but when Li Xuanji said this at this time, Long Chen could guess what she was going to do. "What, you want to teach me the whole thing?" Long Chen smiled. "You are so confident that I will teach you," Li Xuanji said with a light smile. Long Chen said, "The real spirit-devouring demon pupil is a magical ability that cannot be taught to outsiders in your Li clan. This mysterious magical ability has helped me a lot these years." Li Xuanji said, "Of course, our Li clan is called the Spirit-Devouring Clan, because of this spirit-devouring demon pupil. The spirit-devouring demon pupil that I taught you before was made up by me. In fact, the spirit-devouring demon pupil has a total of 3 magical abilities, namely, Soul Pupil, Soul Control, and Soul Devouring. The so-called Soul Snatching and Charm that I taught you before, Soul Snatching is a small part of Soul Devouring, charm is a small part of soul control, and profound insight is a small part of soul pupil. Long Chen said thoughtfully, in other words, the spirit-devouring demon pupil originally only had 3 layers, but I cultivated it as 4 layers. Tell me, what are the specific soul pupil, soul control, and soul devouring? Li Xuanji clearly wanted to teach Long Chen everything. Now that the Li clan was destroyed, Li Xuanji was the strongest person left in the Li clan, and had the highest authority in the clan. Although the clan had strictly ordered that the spirit-devouring demon pupil was the highest-level super-secret manual of the Li clan, and only the direct descendants of the Li clan could cultivate it, but for Li Xuanji, after the Li clan was destroyed, Long Chen had a different meaning to her. Now, Long Chen could be said to be her life and death partner. For the time being, let us use the word partner to explain their relationship. Li Xuanji said very seriously, the so-called soul pupil should be the insight that you use the most. It can see the souls of all living creatures within 1 mile. This is also the most commonly used divine ability of the soul-devouring demon pupil. What I gave you is also a simplified version. The real soul pupil can be upgraded along with the divine sense. The divine sense comes from the God martial spirit, while the soul pupil is an eye technique, it comes from our eyes. However, the heaven-defying aspect of the soul pupil is that it can use the divine sense to build a bridge to increase one's field of vision. This requires the connection between the eyes and the God martial spirit to be able to complete the ultimate soul pupil technique. After successfully cultivating the soul eyes, the range of the soul eyes will be as wide as the range of your soul awareness. In other words, if you reach the 9th level of the divine martial realm, you will be able to see all the living beings within a radius of 100,000 li. Of course, it is very difficult to process so much information, but just a radius of 100,000 li is already very terrifying, isn't it? The soul awareness can be suppressed by the soul-suppressing stone, but the soul eyes can't. Li Xuanji's words made Long Chen shocked. No wonder the soul-devouring demon pupil was the supreme secret technique of the Li family. From this soul pupil technique, it could be seen that the soul-devouring demon pupil was absolutely a treasure. Seeing the shock in Long Chen's eyes, Li Xuanji was very satisfied. Finally, there was something that could surprise Long Chen. Before, Long Chen had always surprised her. She smiled in her heart, but her face still showed a cold expression. She was used to this expression, and it was very difficult for her to change it in a short time. Li Xuanji continued, the soul pupil technique is only the first stage of the spirit-devouring demon pupil. The second stage is the soul control technique. The essence of the soul control technique that you've learned is already in it, but there's still a crucial step, which is to condense the soul seal. The soul seal is not within the scope of the pupil technique, it's a kind of secret technique, but it can be used in conjunction with the soul control technique to implant it into the controlled martial god's martial soul. In this way, as the caster, to a certain extent, you'll be able to train the controlled martial god into your own slave. The soul control technique is the root cause of the spirit-devouring demon pupil's terror, because it's very likely that one day, they'll completely lose their own consciousness, be controlled by us, and become our puppets. It actually has such an effect? Long Chen was even more shocked. The soul control technique that he knew could only make people speak the truth when they were in a daze, and Long Chen could not even use it on a martial soul with a strong god martial soul. But the real soul control technique could actually enslave people. If this technique was used well, it would have endless wonderful effects. You may not know this, but the soul control technique is also known as the beast taming technique. If you are lucky, you can capture a strong ferocious beast. The ferocious beast's soul is not strong, and the success rate of planting a soul seal is higher. Therefore, our Li family is also famous for its beast tamers. However, it is still very difficult to capture a ferocious beast whose combat power is stronger than your own. The truly powerful demon clan only exists in the desolate imperial realm, which is the holy land of the demon clan. It can be said that even the 3 demonic realms of shadow are no match for the desolate imperial realm. We also do not dare to provoke the powerful demon clan, so in the aspect of beast taming, We have not been able to play any role. Long Chen silently noted this down and did not interrupt. After successfully shocking Long Chen, Li Xuanji spoke about the third layer of the soul-devouring demon pupil. After the soul control technique, there is the soul-devouring demon pupil. This might be the origin of the name soul-devouring demon pupil. The soul-devouring demon pupil is a soul-devouring technique that can suck a martial soul into one's own eyes, swallow and digest it, and then extract the other's martial path. It is of great help to one's own cultivation. Speaking of this, Long Chen was shocked. Wasn't this the true martial emperor's soul? Of course, the true martial emperor's soul was very gentle in analyzing the other's martial path and would not swallow and digest it. This soul-devouring demon pupil was really ruthless. However, the true martial emperor's soul had given Long Chen such tyrannical speed, so this soul-devouring technique should also be very powerful. How could the Li family still be destroyed by the Yang family? Speaking of the soul-devouring technique, Li Xuanji said somewhat helplessly, in fact, the soul-devouring technique is also related to the Yang family's prosperity and the Li family's decline. In fact, the complete version of the soul-devouring demon pupil is not perfect. The soul eye technique is the most perfect. The soul control technique has a high chance of failure, and even if it succeeds, there is a possibility of betrayal. As for the soul-devouring technique, it is regarded as an evil technique by the outside world. Our Li family should have developed to its peak thousands of years ago, and the current realm emperor of the profound Yin demon region was us. At that time, with the soul-devouring technique, the Li family's martial artists advanced extremely fast, at least a little faster than the Yang family. However, the soul-devouring technique can be said to hurt others and oneself. After devouring the other's soul, one's mind will also be affected. It is indeed not a good thing, so I did not carefully cultivate it. You said that the soul-devouring technique is related to the decline of the Li family, asked Long Chen. Li Xuanji nodded and said, because of the cruelty of the soul-devouring technique, the realm lord forbade us from cultivating it. From then on, it seems that our Li family began to go downhill. Long Chen could not explain clearly what was right and wrong. In fact, the slaughter Dao could obliterate the other party's god martial soul and devour the other party. However, some people still wanted to use the inexplicable Dao to forbid this divine skill. Moreover, it was at the realm lord level, so the Li family could not say anything. The soul-devouring technique affected him, but the martial emperor's spirit was not affected at all. From this, one could see the difference between the two. It could be said that even a heaven-defying thing like the soul-devouring technique could not compare to the martial emperor's spirit. Long Chen understood the preciousness of the martial emperor's spirit even more. From today until we reach the 9 secluded demon mountain in 2 months, I will teach you the soul eye technique and the soul-controlling technique. You should cultivate it well. Maybe it will be useful. What do you think? Li Xuanji finally revealed her plan. Of course I will. With a teacher like you, I will definitely complete the task ahead of time. Long Chen guaranteed. With your talent, of course. It was important to have such achievements in 7 years, but talent was even more important. After a moment of silence, Long Chen suddenly said, if you want to teach me the soul-devouring technique as well. I want to study it and see what's so strange about it. Long Chen's words surprised Li Xuanji. Study. To be honest, Li Xuanji also thought that the soul-devouring technique was not a good thing. It seemed to be a bit too cruel to study the other party's martial Dao. However, she believed in Long Chen. Then you have to promise me that you can't teach the soul eye, the soul-controlling technique, and the soul-devouring technique. Otherwise, I will settle the score with you, Li Xuanji said in a gloomy voice. Okay, don't scare me. I know that. Seeing Li Xuanji agree, Long Chen smiled. In 2 months, the soul-devouring demon eye was Long Chen's task. There was another important task. After reaching the peak of the celestial being realm, he seemed to have enough spiritual ether to use 2/9 of the power of the 9 dragon scripture and cultivate the 2nd dragon scale. Now, Long Chen had 6 dragon scales, all given by Han Yunxing. At least until he reached the 6th level, there would be no obstacles. What he needed was just enough spiritual ether to use it. Before, the soul-devouring demon eye could only be considered a shallow eye technique. Now, the complete version was the true eye technique. It wasn't easy to cultivate. In Long Chen's eyes, there were countless blood vessels and meridians. So, it was more complicated to cultivate. The meridians in the eyes were often very small. One careless step would cause a mistake. He could only try over and over again. Now that Long Chen was at the peak of the celestial being realm, his spirit sense range was close to 1 mile. At this time, it was the best time to cultivate the soul eye and merge it with spirit sense. In the great Yin demon realm, there was only Mou. You're very lucky. To cultivate the true soul eye, there is a condition, and that is to face Mou. The moonlight from Mou will pour into your eyes and mix with your spiritual ether. This magical power will truly change your eyes. As she spoke, a black light flashed in Li Xuanji's eyes. Chapter 1154. The territory of the 9 underworlds was much larger than that of the Xianin demonic domain. What followed was a silent journey. At the same time, Li Xuanji's only pleasure was to teach Long Chen the soul-devouring demon pupil technique. Long Chen already had a solid foundation, and under the guidance of this expert, coupled with his rare talent, he managed to successfully cultivate the 3-part magical power of the soul-devouring demon pupil within a month. Next, he only needed to practice it again and again to become more proficient. However, Li Xuanji's body was getting worse. After a month, even talking became a problem for her. The injury of the 9 yin terminated meridian had spread throughout her body. At this time, Long Chen could only watch as her body's various functions deteriorated. The most obvious change was that her long, dark green hair was gradually turning white. Her originally supple, snow-white skin was no longer as lustrous as before. It was not even as beautiful as before. Long Chen saw her weakening day by day with his own eyes, so he felt very sad. He did not say much. The only thing he could do was to quicken his pace and rush forward with all his might. After losing the 9 yin terminated meridian, Li Xuanji's body deteriorated faster than she had imagined. Her mind was still that of a young girl. Although she did not say anything after experiencing such a thing, which girl could watch herself getting uglier day by day? In her mind, she was probably close to despair. Long Chen, how far is it? Lying in the whirlpool that Long Chen had created with the Taishu Qi, Li Xuanji was in a daze. She forcibly opened her dimmed eyes and looked at the world outside the Taishu realm. I don't know. Don't worry. Long Chen did not say much and continued to move forward. With his words, Li Xuanji was much more relieved. She knew that although he did not speak much, he was doing his best. From his bulging arms, it could be seen that he was definitely more anxious than Li Xuanji had expected. In fact, Long Chen was indeed very anxious. Originally, Li Xuanji could not hold on much longer. Without her to guide the way, Long Chen found that he had deviated a little from his previous path. During this time, Long Chen took advantage of this time to reach a medium-sized city in the 9 underworlds. He controlled a few people and found a unified direction to the 9 underworlds Demon Mountain. Then, Long Chen continued to move forward. However, this deviation had delayed him for at least 2 days. Damn it. For Long Chen, time was Li Xuanji's life. He could not allow any mistakes. At the same time, he had already heard that the 9 underworlds Demon Mountain would open in 40 days. Of course, the first 5 days were for the registration and identification of the participants. The 9 underworlds Demon Mountain would only open on the 15th day of the 6th month. Long Chen only needed to reach the 9 underworlds Demon Mountain before the 15th day of the 6th month. There was still more than half the journey to the 9 underworlds Demon Mountain. If they were really participants of the 9 underworlds Demon Mountain, they would have set off long ago. There was an extreme lack of cosmos teleportation formations in the Supreme Een Demon realm. There were only 8 cosmos teleportation formations in the entire realm, and they were located at the cores of the 8 demon realms. The profound Een Demon realm's teleportation formation was now in the hands of the Yang clan. Putting everything else aside, at least they did not have enough time to reach the Yang clan. At the beginning, they had spent 10 days waiting for Han Yinxing and Li Xuanji. After that, there were many factors that affected them, and they even deviated from their original path. Although Long Chen increased his speed again, it was still a little difficult to reach the 9 underworlds demon mountain before it opened. Long Chen had no choice but to rush as fast as he could without any time to rest. If he used up his divine origin energy, he would definitely not be able to bear it. Long Chen's body was still being tempered by the golden lightning dragon, which was why he was able to persist to this extent. At the same time, in order to ensure that he could fight in the 9 underworlds demon mountain, Long Chen also studied the second stage of the 9 dragon scripture while he was rushing. It had only taken him a short while to reach the first stage back then. However, he did not focus enough on the second stage, so it took him a lot more time. No matter what, Long Chen continued on his way silently under Li Xuanji's touched gaze. Finally, he arrived in the vicinity of the 9 underworlds demon mountain after 40 days. Long Chen could vaguely see a gray, sword-like mountain peak on the horizon from where he was. This was the so-called 9 underworlds demon mountain. Of course, Long Chen did not dare to slack off. He understood that the 9 underworlds demon mountain seemed very close, but it was actually several 100,000 kilometers or even several million kilometers away. There were only 5 days left, so he needed to work very hard. At this moment, Li Xuanji had basically fallen unconscious. Her bodily functions had basically been used up. Her hair was snow-white, and her skin was dull. Who knew how much she had aged in a single moment? She should have possessed supreme beauty, so Long Chen felt rather pained when he saw her like this. However, he did not know how to express it. The only thing he could do was obtain the saint's fruit. "Can you hear me?" Long Chen's voice rang out in Li Xuanji's head. "Yes." Li Xuanji produced a slight nasal sound, indicating that she was still conscious. "Can you last?" "At the very least, I'll obtain the saint's fruit after around 6 more days," Long Chen said through gritted teeth. This was his current promise. He would complete it even if he had to risk his life. However, he had no idea what awaited him in the 9 underworlds demon mountain. "Don't worry, I can do it," Li Xuanji said with difficulty. Long Chen stopped worrying when he heard that. He knew that she was extremely tenacious and was similar to him. Although she was in an extremely terrible state right now, Long Chen believed that she would last until he succeeded. After settling down slightly, Long Chen advanced as fast as he could. He shot through mountains and trees like a bolt of golden lightning, but Long Chen did not dodge at all. He directly passed through them. They could no longer affect his speed. Long Chen knew that he had probably already begun to register himself. Li Xuanji had already explained Long Chen's identity to Long Chen 2 months ago. The Li family possessed many organizations in the 9 underworlds demon realm. Many smaller clans had been directly sent over by the Li family. They possessed quite a lot of accomplishments in the local area, such as taking over a large city. At the very least, they could become the leader of a village. All these years, the Li family had been in contact with the other organizations in the 9 underworlds demon realm. She was a very serious person. The Li family intended to train her as the new generation's patriarch. Therefore, many of their businesses were handed over to Li Xuanji to manage. Li Xuanji knew the Li family's influence in the 9 underworlds demon realm like the back of her hand. Among them, there was one person whose identity was very suitable for Long Chen. It was a youngster named Jiang Yinfan. He was in his 20s and had a cultivation of the 2nd level of the divine martial realm. The Jiang family was in the eastern victory city of the 9 underworlds demon realm. It was one of the 3 major powers. The eastern victory city was not big, it was about the same size as the main city of specters. Therefore, this youngster named Jiang Yunfan could be considered a genius in the Eastern Victory City. He had been secretly sent to the Li family a few years ago to be trained. It was unknown whether the Li family's disaster affected him or not. Regardless of whether he was affected or not, Jiang Yunfan was definitely still in the Xianin demon realm. Long Chen just happened to be able to impersonate him. After all, he was one of them. When Li Xuanji was still conscious, she explained the structure of the clan to Long Chen, as well as some of the battle skills they practiced. They were all battle skills that the Li family had sent over, so Long Chen learned them as soon as he arrived at the bottom of the 9 underworlds demon mountain. Long Chen had already made preparations to ensure that there would be no flaws in his identity. Moreover, the examination was not very strict either, unless the person was at the 6th layer of the divine martial realm or above. As for the others, they were just giving them a chance to make up the numbers, giving them a chance to control their destiny. However, those who could obtain the saint's fruit were usually people at the 6th layer of the divine martial realm or above, and most of them were people from the 9 great clans of the 9 underworlds. There were a total of 9 huge camps at the bottom of the 9 underworlds demon mountain, which were established by the 9 great clans. Jiang Yunfan's Dongxing city was the territory of the Shengguan clan, so this time, Long Chen had to go to the Shengguan camp. Only after passing the examination would he be able to enter the 9 underworlds demon mountain. The 9 camps could be said to be the 9 entrances, and the other places were all sealed. The Dragon Chen egg was full of energy, and on the last day, which was also the day it opened, it charged out of the 9 camps. There was a large gap between the 9 camps, and they practically surrounded the entire 9 secluded demon mountain. But the 9 secluded demon mountain was incomparably huge, and Dragon Chen was shocked to find that it wasn't easy to find the Shengguan camp. At that moment, even Li Xuanji could not speak. Long Chen could not find out which camp was the Shengguan camp from him. Fortunately, there were many clans and powers that were escorting the disciples of their clans into the 9th Hell Devil Mountain stationed here at this moment. Long Chen casually captured a person of high status and utilized the soul manipulation technique to obtain the location of the Shengguan campsite. It's on the other side. Hearing that, Long Chen suddenly felt like his soul had left his body. The 9 underworlds demon mountain was so huge that it would take around 6 hours to get to the other side. Looking at it now, the 10,000 people from each camp had already entered the 9 underworlds demon mountain. In 6 hours, it might have already closed. Are all my efforts going to go to waste? Long Chen was a little disheartened. It was very rare for him to feel like this, but he was unlucky. If he had gone to the other side from the start, he would not have ended up in this situation. No, I'm already here, I can't give up. Thinking of this, Long Chen didn't say anything else and directly used the blood escape art. With the blood escape art, he could travel 100 miles in one go. With the time reversal art, Long Chen could travel 200 miles in one go. Although it wouldn't affect him too much, at the very least, Long Chen could save some time while recovering his spirit essence. Chapter 1155. No matter what, he still tried his best. A golden bolt of lightning turned into a golden dragon that rapidly flew through the air, circling around the incomparably huge 9 netherworld demon mountain. From the trajectory of the Mo moon in the sky, Long Chen could roughly estimate the passage of time. The Mo moon would never set, it would always be in the center of the sky, moving in a circle. Every time it moved, a day would pass in the great demon world. There were 24 hours in a day. Long Chen desperately rushed forward. Finally, after traveling 1/6 of the Mo moon's trajectory, he arrived at the Shengguan family's camp. The Shengguan family was one of the 9 great families of the 9 netherworld demon region. The 9 great families of the 9 netherworld demon region were not as strong as the Yang family or the Li family, but each of them had at least a world king martial artist. The Shengguan family was in the middle of the 9 great families. After 4 hours, Long Chen wasn't sure whether or not the passage to the 9 netherworld demon mountain was closed. If it was closed, he could only use the divine breath technique to force his way in. In fact, although the 9 camps were the 9 entrances to the 9 Netherworld Demon Mountain, it was still possible to enter from other places. It was just that it wasn't legal. The martial artists guarding the 9 camps were just for show. The ones who truly controlled the 9 Netherworld Demon Mountain were the martial artists who were at least at the 8th level of the divine martial realm. Their divine sense covered the entire 9 Netherworld Demon Mountain. Even if a small bird flew in, they would be able to sense it. If Long Chen couldn't enter through the legal channels, then he could only use the method of sneaking in. But that would be a bit more risky. Long Chen had to guarantee that he could obtain the Saint's Fruit for Li Xuanji, so he didn't want to take any risks. The Saint's Fruit was the only hope for Li Xuanji's survival. But that would definitely be very, very difficult. Let's not talk about the various calamities of the 9 secluded Demon Mountain. Among the 100,000 people, there would definitely be cultivators that Long Chen couldn't deal with within 100 years of age. After all, Long Chen's starting point was too low. If Long Chen's guess was correct, the Shengguan clan's campsite should have been sealed by now. Whether or not Long Chen could enter the campsite would depend on his luck. In order to not take any risks, he had to brace himself and enter the campsite. This mission was extremely important to Long Chen. He had made a promise in front of Li Xuanji. If he could not fulfill it, he would not be able to face her death. Li Xuanji's fate had always been tragic. She had spent so many years in the copper coffin, and not long after she was freed, her family was ruined. She had suffered enough. Looking at her weak appearance, Long Chen could not bear to let her suffer an even more difficult regret, which was death. After death, there was nothing left. Therefore, the pressure in Long Chen's heart was very great. Even Kitten's joke did not make him laugh. He is actually this serious. This kid is serious. It seems like Lord Cat should not provoke him. Otherwise, this little life of mine. What a terrifying man. Kitten patted his chest in the great virtual realm and wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. Can you still hear me? Long Chen stopped in front of the Shengguan campsite. After countless days of hurrying, Long Chen was already half dead tired. After panting for a long time and adjusting his almost boiling divine energy, Long Chen asked while gasping for breath. Li Xuanji, who already looked old, let out a slight nasal sound. Although her eyes were closed, she could feel everything that Long Chen was doing. This kind of persistence could no longer be described as touching. There was no need to say much about Li Xuanji, but Long Chen's position in her heart was constantly rising. In these 3 months, they had already reached the peak of the friendship. As for whether there was any room for improvement, it would depend on the arrangement of fate. For Li Xuanji, the most important thing was to survive. Because she suddenly thought that she still had too many things to do. She had just escaped with great difficulty. She hadn't lived enough, she hadn't finished enjoying life. When the Li family was destroyed, she was hot-headed at that time and couldn't wait to destroy the Yang family. Although she did teach the Yang family a lesson later, at least 10 people of the Yang family who were above the 8th level of the divine martial realm died in the hands of Li Xuanji. Although she had vented her anger, she had also lost her life. If it were not for Long Chen's appearance, she would not have been able to live until now. As she thought about it, tears flowed down her cheeks. Her face had already become wrinkled, and she was no longer beautiful. To a beauty like her, this was a huge blow. The only thing that could save her was the Saint's Fruit. The only person she could rely on was the tough man beside her. Long Chen let out a sigh of relief when he heard that Li Xuanji was still conscious. He said, "Wait for me. We've arrived at the Demon Mountains. I'll go up immediately and give you the Saint's Fruit." He'd spent an entire 3 months of time to arrive here from the Dark Moon Devil Land, and it was all for this moment. After the boundless nervousness and pressure he felt, Long Chen could only remain calm when he truly faced the 9 Netherworld Devil Mountain. This was probably the most critical competition he'd faced since he'd arrived in the Imperial region. Sucking in a deep breath, Long Chen said nothing more and directly made his way into the camp of the Shangguan clan. As expected, there was no one else here other than the people of the Shangguan clan, especially the young men. Basically all the young men and women in the camp had entered the Demon Mountains. Because he was in a hurry, Long Chen's appearance was extremely messy. He needed to disguise himself for the sake of entering, so he really did seem like a young, ignorant fighter. He charged into the camp quickly and was immediately surrounded by many cultivators from the Shangguan clan. Most likely, they were warriors from the collateral family of the Shangguan clan, or maybe they were just honorable guests of the Shangguan clan. They didn't have a high status in the clan, and right now, they were just acting as guards. The ones who were actually guarding the 9 Serenity Demon Mountain were those hidden warriors. Most likely, these hidden warriors had already noticed Long Chen, but they thought he was just an ordinary teenager who had arrived late. A young man like him was not someone they wanted to keep an eye on, so they did not care. The Shangguan clan was wearing the Shangguan clan's uniform, and this group of people were wearing the same uniform. Right now, the leader of this group was a warrior with a full beard. He had just broken through to the 6th level of the divine martial realm, and he was emitting a barbaric aura. It seemed like he was cultivating a violent cultivation skill. Right now, he pushed the group of people away, stared at Long Chen with his beast-like eyes, and asked, "Brat, who are you? What are you doing here? Get out of here, or else, don't blame me for taking your head." Long Chen could not help but put on an act. He panted as he said in a panic, "Seniors, I'm Jiang Yunfan, the 3rd son of the patriarch Jiang Shirley of Dongxing City. I've traveled a great distance this time to enter the Demon Mountains and compete for the Saint's Fruit. However, something happened along the way, so I've been delayed. I hope seniors can be merciful and let me in." Long Chen's tone was extremely sincere, and even a little anxious. His tears were almost squeezed out of his eyes. Hearing this, everyone felt that it was enough. The leader of the group said with a straight face, "So you're a late one. Our 9 clans have a strict rule. Once the tunnel is closed, how can we open it for you? You don't even have the most basic concept of time, so what right do you have to enter the Demon Mountains? Piss off." Just as Long Chen had expected, Long Chen knew that this man was a despicable person as soon as he saw him. As for the others, since this man's status was quite high, he should be a true member of the Shangguan clan, so they did not say anything. As for the words about the tunnel being closed, Long Chen knew that it was all nonsense. In reality, there was no need for it to be closed. As long as this guy nodded, Long Chen would be able to enter. However, some people were just like that, they just had to cause you some trouble. "Senior, can you help me out? In order to come here, in order to prepare for the fight for the Saint's Fruit, I've already sacrificed too much. I've worked hard for countless days and nights, just so that I can fulfill my lifelong dream today. Being late is just an unavoidable accident. Help me out a little and let me in, I beg you, can you?" For the sake of Li Xuanji, Long Chen could only let go of his temper and act out this Jiang Yunfan vividly. Seeing this young man who was so anxious that he was about to cry, the others who had similar dreams when they were young couldn't help but feel a little emotional. They said to the fierce-looking man, "Brother Tyrant, why don't you let him in? He's only late by 2 hours. The people inside probably haven't even reached the foot of the Demon Mountains yet. Yeah, there's a total of 20 million kilometers from Dongxing City to here. It's not easy to get here. How dare you?" While the others were still talking, the fierce-looking middle-aged man roared angrily, "Am I in charge here or are you? I don't understand what you're talking about, I only know that I have to follow the orders of the Patriarch. The tunnel is closed, no one can enter at this time unless they step over my dead body." Shangguan Ba's words were spoken with vigor and righteousness. The others looked at each other and could only shut their mouths. In reality, everyone knew that Shangguan Ba was just bullshitting, but he was too powerful. At this time, he wanted to use Long Chen to prove his authority, so everyone could only pinch their noses and accept it. There was no benefit in offending Shangguan Ba for a mere Long Chen. As for Long Chen, he could only blame it on his bad luck. Did you hear that? Get out of here in 10 breaths. This is the 9 great clans, a power that you can only look up to. We're doing everything according to the rules. If the emperor breaks the law, he'll be punished the same as the commoners. Shangguanba said proudly, his body glowing. Chapter 1156. Xuanji, I can only sneak in. I don't know what will happen, so I'll leave it to fate. Long Chen did not say anything more after whispering. He turned around and left. Behind him, Shangguanba looked at the crowd with an arrogant expression. Just when Long Chen turned around, 2 people just happened to walk in from outside the camp. It was a young man and a young woman. The young man walked in front. He wore long, golden robes and held a folding fan. His long hair was tied up, and he was covered in expensive clothing. An elegant sword hung from his waist, and his face was covered in makeup. Long Chen could tell with a single glance that the young man's strength was similar to Shangguanba's. He had also just reached the 6th layer of the god martial realm. Long Chen did not pay much attention to the young man, but the woman behind him made Long Chen shudder. She seemed to be shrouded in mist and could not be seen clearly. She had red lips and white teeth, so she should be a rare beauty. She had a cold bearing similar to Li Xuanji. She should not be more than 100 years old, but she should have surpassed the 6th layer of the god martial realm. The young woman made Long Chen feel a sense of dread. The young man's face was plastered with a smile as he welcomed the young lady. When they entered the camp, Shangguanba and the others saw them. They ran over and bowed in front of the young man. Among them, Shangguanba took a step forward and said, "Young Master Ye has finally arrived." And this? It's actually the legendary Lady Qin Shi, the personal disciple of the World Emperor of 9 Serenities. Shangguanba was stunned when he saw the young woman. Oh, it's Shangguanba. Get out of the way with your people. Don't block the way and offend this beauty, the young man referred to as Master Ye waved his fan and said gently and elegantly. Yes, yes. Shangguanba hurriedly nodded with a fawning expression. He called for everyone to stand up and move to one side. He constantly nodded at Master Ye and the young woman called Qin Shi with a silly smile. He seemed like a pug, which was quite a funny sight. Shangguanya was extremely satisfied. She said to the girl beside her, "Lady Qin Shi, please. You can enter the 9 Serenities Demon Mountain from here. With Lady Qin Shi's terrifying strength, the saint's fruit this time will definitely be yours." Qin Shi didn't say much. She just looked at Shangguanya and said flatly, "Young Master Shangguan, thank you." After saying that, she walked in front. Shangguanya was overjoyed that the beauty was talking to her. She hurriedly followed Qin Shi's footsteps. The 2 of them passed through the crowd and headed in the direction of the 9 secluded demon mountain. Shangguanba and the others did not say a word. They just nodded and bowed as they watched them leave. From the beginning to the end, Long Chen was in a state of being neglected. After Shangguanya and the others passed by him, Long Chen smiled coldly and followed them. Shangguanba had spoken so righteously before, but he became like a puppy as soon as Shangguanya arrived. What he had done before was just to prove his might. Before true nobles, what he had said before was basically bullshit. He had even asked Long Chen to step over his corpse. There were plenty of people like him everywhere. If it were not for the importance of the mission, Long Chen definitely would have beaten him up so badly that even his mother would not be able to recognize him. At this moment, Long Chen took advantage of the time when Shangguanya and Qin Shi entered to follow them. He wanted to see what Shangguanba would say now. Long Chen had underestimated Shangguanba's relentless character. Seeing that Long Chen was trying to bluff his way through, he glared at him and rushed forward. He stood in front of Long Chen and looked angrily at Long Chen. He said, "Brat, didn't you hear what I said just now? I asked you to get out of here. Do you want to eat my fist? If they can go in, why can't I?" Long Chen looked at him with a faint smile. Shang Wanya's eyes revealed a brutal killing intent. She was completely convinced by this ignorant youth. If she did not teach Long Chen a lesson, Long Chen would not understand that there was such a thing as status in this world. In front of people with status, fairness and rules were just a joke. How can you compare to them? They are genius warriors, while you are trash. Even if you go in, you will be killed immediately. I am trying to save you, do you understand? Shang Wanba threatened. I am not strong enough. Long Chen suddenly laughed. His ruthlessness and decisiveness were unparalleled. At this moment, Long Chen actually exceeded everyone's expectations. He punched the corner of Shang Wanba's mouth and sent him flying. Shang Wanba flew into the sky and fiercely smashed into the ground, causing the earth to tremble. This movement immediately attracted the attention of many people, including Shang Wanya and Qin Shi. They turned their heads and looked at the youth, Long Chen. As for the others, they were all stunned. Not to mention how powerful Long Chen was, he actually dared to hit Long Chen in this place. Almost no one would have thought that Long Chen would be so daring. The warriors who had just pleaded for Long Chen were all stunned as they looked at Long Chen, who seemed to have suddenly changed. Bastard! Shang Wanba's mouth was full of blood and his body was covered in mud. He climbed up in a sorry state and looked at Long Chen like a wild beast. He roared, "How dare you hit me? How dare you hit me? I will kill you and tear you into pieces." Long Chen quietly watched him go crazy without any expression. His calmness immediately made the others look at him in a new light. As Long Chen expected, Shang Wanya could not stand it anymore. When Shang Wanba was about to attack Long Chen crazily, he snorted and said, "Shang Wanba, if you want to embarrass yourself, get lost." Hearing Shang Wanya's words, Shang Wanba shuddered and said, "Master Ya, this guy actually dared to hit me. This is my Shangwan clan's territory. How dare you beat up one of my clansmen? You're courting death. Do as you see fit. But, don't do it after I leave, don't offend my beauty." Shang Wanya said angrily. Yes. Shang Wanba was scared. He looked at Long Chen fiercely and nodded. Shang Wanya quickly turned around and went to please Qin Shi. Once they left, Long Chen would definitely not have a good ending. However, at this moment, Long Chen did not feel any pressure at all. He shouted, "We are both late, but they can swagger their way in, while I have to endure this idiot's humiliation." It seems that the so-called 9 great clans and the disciple of the world emperor are only at this level. His words made the crowd tremble. No one expected that Long Chen would be so bold as to say such words in the Shangwan family's territory and in front of the world emperor's disciple. "Let him in." Qin Shi glanced at Long Chen, then turned around and left. Shang Wanya was startled. Long Chen's words were directed at both of them. He really wanted to kill Long Chen in front of the beauty, but he never expected Qin Shi to take the initiative to let Long Chen in. Everything was under Long Chen's control. He made a gesture of cutting his neck at Shang Wanba, then smiled. After that, he turned around and rushed towards the 9 Serenities Demon Mountain, leaving Shang Wanya and the others behind. Sigh. Shang Wanya felt a little awkward after Qin Shi and Long Chen left. The others didn't know what to do. Since the beauty had left, Shang Wanya didn't care about it anymore and quickly followed Qin Shi. As for the rest of the people, they could only look at Shang Wanba, whose teeth had been knocked out. They couldn't laugh even if they wanted to. Damn it, this guy's name is Jiang Yunfan, right? If I catch him again, I'll tear him into 1,000 pieces. Shang Wanba was extremely furious. He immediately rushed out of the Shangwan family's camp and started practicing his fist techniques. He had been fooled by Long Chen today. Long Chen's punch had caused him quite a bit of pain. As for Shang Wanya, after Long Chen had gone far away, he carefully asked, Miss Qin Shi, why did you help that nameless guy just now?" Qin Shi glanced at him coldly and didn't say anything. What Shang Wanya didn't know was that he had been despised by this girl. It was such a simple question, but as a disciple of one of the 9 super clans, he couldn't figure it out, and he even went to ask Qin Shi. He deserved to be despised. Compared to Long Chen's intelligence, this Shangguanya was a joke. Although he was well-dressed, it was nothing. A man's personality depended on what he wore inside. On the other side, Long Chen had successfully entered the 9 Serenities Demon Mountain. There was a lush forest below. Some trees were hundreds of meters tall, and there were many vines and shrubs beneath them. There were very few gaps that allowed the moonlight to shine through, so the forest was completely dark. The reasoning was very simple. Long Chen knew that Qin Shi was a prideful person. Long Chen had pointed out that she used her power and status to break the rules, so she could only let Long Chen enjoy the same treatment as her. Only then would it show that she had true power, and not someone who relied on status. Poor Shangguanya. She didn't even know what was going on. I'm already in. Next, we'll fight for the saint's fruit with everything we have. You have to hold on, Long Chen said to Li Xuanji in the Taishu realm. Good luck. These 2 simple words expressed her support for Long Chen. These 2 words gave Long Chen a great amount of inner strength. He knew that there was a girl like that waiting for him. Her hope was the undefeatable inner strength of Long Chen. Long Chen had flourishing faith. This was the faith that would lead him to success. Now, it was time to witness a miracle. Tossing aside all his thoughts, Long Chen charged into the clouds. He stood on the crown of the 100-meter-tall tree and looked at the 9 Serenities Demon Mountain several hundred kilometers away. From his position, he could truly observe the vastness and strangeness of the mountain in detail. Chapter 1157. An incomparably huge mountain could be seen. It was like the edge of a sword that pierced through the clouds. The top half of the mountain pierced through the thick, ink-black clouds, making it impossible to see its appearance clearly. This was only the normal part. The most terrifying thing was that there was a net of purple lightning that firmly covered the surface of the 9 Serenity Demon Mountain, enveloping the entire mountain. The crazy and violent purple lightning roared in the clouds like dragons. Under the stirring of the purple lightning, the ferocious face of the 9 Serenity Demon Mountain could occasionally be seen in the clouds. That lightning net should be the lightning shackles that Li Xuanji was talking about. This was a magical thing formed naturally by the heavens and earth. On the surface of the 9 secluded Demon Mountain, there were lightning shackles everywhere. Therefore, cultivators couldn't soar too high in the sky, otherwise, they would naturally attract lightning and split them into pieces. Everyone could only obediently climb to the top step by step. This was where the holy tree of heaven and earth was located. If one wanted to reach the top from the sky, they would have to break the lightning shackles. Judging from how long the lightning shackles had existed, this was clearly impossible. Ever since it was formed, it had never been broken. From this place, the entire 9 Serenity Demon Mountain was like a demon trapped in a dense mass of purple lightning. Although it was very far away, Long Chen could still feel that the purple lightning of the 9 Serenity Demon Mountain made his skin feel numb. It was even more obvious when he got closer. Furthermore, the lightning on the lightning shackles would strike down from time to time. If one was unlucky, even a genius cultivator could only die. Long Chen was deeply aware that this trip would not be so smooth. He would risk his life. At the same time, countless people were staring at the 9 Serenity Demon Mountain in a daze. Only those who had broken through their mental barriers would dare to continue forward. Some people had already stopped in their tracks in fright when they saw the ferocious face of the 9 Serenity Demon Mountain. Long Chen only sized it up for a while, then came down from the treetop and disappeared into the bushes, rushing at full speed. He was already 2 hours behind, and at this time, everyone who could go up to the 9 secluded Demon Mountain had probably already gone up. Even the foot of the 9 Netherworld Demon Mountain was covered in mist. At the same time, the Soulstone's power was terrifying. After 15 minutes, Long Chen arrived at the foot of the 9 Netherworld Demon Mountain. Here, he could not use his divine sense. Fortunately, the soul stone didn't have much of an effect on his soul eyes. At this moment, Long Chen had a huge advantage over others. The layout of the people within a kilometer was very clear in his mind. After arriving at the foot of the mountain, the 9 netherworld demon mountain could no longer be seen. In front of them was a nearly vertical wall that stretched for countless miles. Dense fog descended, and even the naked eye could not see very far into the distance. There were very few people in this place. Long Chen looked around and saw that the surroundings were shrouded in clouds and mist. It was incomparably gloomy. In the sky, the rumbling of thunder and lightning could be heard. Roughly 100 meters above the 9 Serenity Demon Mountain was the range of the lightning shackles. Looking up, those purple lightning bolts seemed to be rumbling above his head. Apart from the flashes of lightning, there was nothing else in the surroundings. Without saying anything, Long Chen charged up the 9 Serenity Demon Mountain. At the moment, the mist was only a little thicker. With his eyesight, he could only see a few hundred meters around him. Ordinary people might only be able to see 10 meters around them. His soul eyes could only see souls, and some unknown dangers couldn't be so simple. Long Chen had to pay full attention and advance quickly. Even his breathing had quieted down. 100 meters was nothing for Long Chen. At this point, the 9 Serenity Demon Mountain wasn't as steep as he had imagined. There were forests everywhere, and these tenacious plants weren't affected by the power of the lightning at all. Every time the purple lightning flashed, it would light up Long Chen's vision. At this point, Long Chen could already see that there was an incomparably huge lightning net about 100 meters above him. Each huge bolt of purple lightning was several meters thick. Countless of these purple lightning bolts formed an overwhelming net. Between the holes in the net, there were countless tiny purple lightning bolts that looked like spider webs swimming around, almost sealing off all routes to enter or escape from the 9 Serenities Demon Mountain from the sky. The lightning came from heaven and earth, and it had a terrifying power. In any case, even Long Chen didn't dare to resist it. The lightning flashed, and the hair on his body stood on end. Long Chen didn't think about the huge threat in the sky and advanced calmly. Very soon, he felt that the mist around him became denser, and his vision decreased again. He was already quite a distance away from the ground, but for the entire 9 Serenity Demon Mountain, this was just the beginning. Long Chen advanced very quickly, and after about a quarter of an hour, he caught up to the last group of people. Within the range of his soul eye, more than 10 people appeared. They stopped in place, and it was unknown what they were doing. Coincidentally, they were within Long Chen's path, so Long Chen increased his speed, and shuttled through the dense black fog. Very soon, he was very close to those people. Long Chen stood on the branch of a huge ancient tree, which was flashing with lightning, and Long Chen was looking at them. These people were all young boys and girls, and at this time, they were calling others to surround a person in the middle. The person in the middle was very strange. All the people who could come to the 9 Serenity Demon Mountain were young, but this young man, who was surrounded, had blood-red eyes, and a crazy look on his face. From time to time, he would let out an incomprehensible cry, like a wild beast. At this time, he was attacking the people who surrounded him, and his attacks were very fierce, and several people had already been injured. He has already gone crazy, and there is no hope for him. Everyone, kill him, otherwise, others will die in his hands. A calm man's voice came from the other side. Hearing this, the crowd attacked fiercely. More than 10 people were fighting against a young warrior at the 3rd level of the divine martial realm, and very soon, his life was taken away. Long Chen noticed that the crazy young man was holding a fingernail-sized purple crystal in his hand, which was faintly emitting lightning. When the crowd attacked the young man, one of the young men secretly snatched the crazy young man's thing, put it in his storage ring, and then disappeared into the crowd. After killing this young man, the other young men looked at each other in dismay, and many of them were so scared that their faces turned pale. In their families, they were still children, and this was probably the first time they had faced such a terrifying competition. The environment of the 9 Serenity Demon Mountain was too terrifying for them. After calming down, Long Chen noticed that the young man who had secretly snatched the purple crystal had appeared again. He said in a clear voice, "Brothers and sisters, today, we came here with the great hopes of our families and elders to change our destinies. But 2 hours have passed, and we are still wandering at the foot of the mountain. How can we face our ancestors? If you are a man, follow me into the turbulence." The so-called turbulence. Long Chen raised his head and saw that in front of the group of young men, there seemed to be a clear boundary line leading to the top of the mountain. Behind that boundary line, the fog was 10 times denser, and even the speed of the air flow had increased a lot. Behind that boundary line, there seemed to be a fierce gale that was whistling. It should not be easy to stand firm and move forward. But that guy came out of that turbulence. "He must have gone crazy because of that turbulence," said a young girl, trembling with fear. The young man who had snatched the purple crystal had very short hair, and he had the demeanor of a leader. He said, "But among the 100,000 people, there are more people who have passed through the turbulence, and they might have gone to a higher place. We can't stay behind. Today, if you retreat, it will be the failure of your entire life. If you don't move forward today, 10 years later, 100 years later, when you are abandoned by your families, you will definitely regret it. But by then, you won't have a chance." Under his fanning, many young men had resolute looks in their eyes, and one after another, they agreed. Even some of the more timid people had no choice but to agree. "Don't worry, the 14 of us will form a team. If anyone is in trouble, the others will immediately come to our rescue. I, Yu Hongdao, promise that as long as I am alive, I will make sure that each and every one of my brothers and sisters will live." This short-haired young man, Yu Hongdao, was the only one in the 4th level of the divine martial realm. The strength of the others was between the 2nd and 3rd level of the divine martial realm. To be honest, among the 100,000 people, not everyone had the hot-bloodedness to change their fate. Many people had been chosen by their families, and their families had high hopes for them. But the 9 Serenities Demon Mountain was too difficult for them. After everyone made their decision, under Yu Hongdao's lead, they were about to rush into the turbulence. At this time, Long Chen was also preparing to go in. He didn't think too much about it, but Yu Hongdao and the others noticed him. They were very vigilant at first, but when they saw that Long Chen was also a young man, Yu Hongdao's eyes lit up, and he said, "Brother, I am Yu Hongdao. It's too dangerous ahead, so we formed a small team in order to pass through this turbulence. Would you like to come with us?" Long Chen rolled his eyes at him, and didn't bother to pay attention to him. He directly rushed into the turbulence. He didn't have time to fool around with this group of kids. But Long Chen could see that this Yu Hongdao had some tricks up his sleeve. From the way he had secretly taken the purple crystal, this guy wasn't a good person. Chapter 1158. 100,000 young men and women, each with their own lives and deaths. Long Chen didn't have the time to care about that. Right now, he couldn't even protect Li Xuanji's life. After Long Chen went in, the others looked at each other in dismay. One of the girls said angrily, "This person is so rude. Brother Yu invited him out of goodwill, but he actually ignored him. How dare he? Yes, Brother Yu did it for his own good. He asked him to join us, but he didn't appreciate it. Not only did he not appreciate it, but he's also so rude. This kind of person deserves to go crazy in there and kill himself." While they were cursing each other, Long Chen had already entered the so-called turbulence. There were no trees in this area, and the ground was dry. The wind was very violent, and even Long Chen had to spend a lot of effort to stand firmly on the ground. The most troublesome thing was that this gale could change direction at any time. Long Chen had to follow the force of the gale and use different forces to resist it. So even if it was him, walking in this turbulence would cause him to sway left and right. In particular, although it was empty inside, the fog was even thicker. Under the wind, Long Chen could only see things within 50 meters of him. The others were probably even worse off. They could only see about 10 meters around them. Fortunately, with his soul eyes, Long Chen could grasp the distance between him and everyone. In this place, Long Chen didn't dare to move too fast. This 9 netherworld demon mountain was formed naturally, and there were many unpredictable dangers. Within the range of his soul eye, the dozen or so people behind him had also entered the turbulence. Just as Long Chen had expected, the moment they entered, they immediately swayed left and right. A few of them were almost unable to adapt to the changes and were directly swept away. Fortunately, they were able to stabilize themselves by holding on to each other. Long Chen didn't care about them. They were just strangers who met by chance, so he quickly moved forward. After walking about 100 meters, the surrounding wind and fog became denser. Long Chen started to see the existence of others with his soul eyes. Just as he was wondering why one of the people within the range of his soul eyes was behaving strangely, suddenly, there was a trace of a string sound in the whistling wind. This was probably the sound of a zither. It was very soft and almost inaudible, but it was fresh and natural. Long Chen only heard a small part of it, but he immediately felt refreshed. How can there be zither music in this turbulence? Long Chen was very curious. This zither music was mixed with the sound of the wind. Could it be the sound of the wind? Zither music. Long Chen found it strange that he could actually hear the zither music in this place. Suddenly, he thought of what had happened just now. According to them, that youth who was surrounded and killed had escaped from this turbulence. His crazed state must have something to do with what happened in the turbulence. Could it be related to this zither music? Furthermore, within the range of Long Chen's soul eyes, there seemed to be someone in a crazed state, crazily wandering in this turbulence. Long Chen hurriedly covered his ears. Indeed, this zither music had nothing to do with his ears. It was completely used on his god martial soul. No wonder when he suddenly heard this zither music, Long Chen suddenly felt refreshed. Generally speaking, when such beautiful and invigorating zither music is heard, most people will subconsciously be confused by it and enter a state of confusion. Long Chen guessed that this should be a natural phenomenon in the 9 netherworld demon mountain. At the same time, to these youths, this zither music was a test of the firmness of a martial artist's mind. There was nothing else in the heart. The further they went, the more zither music mixed with the sound of the wind. Fortunately, Long Chen was on guard, so the zither music didn't affect him too much for the time being. However, Long Chen had seen many illusions caused by the zither music, so he was very resistant to it. The zither music had reached the god martial soul, but Long Chen's god martial soul was even higher than the mysterious dragon jade. It would be strange if these natural zither music could confuse him. In terms of mind, Long Chen was many times more stable than most people. After all, among the martial artists under 100 years old, Long Chen had probably experienced the most trials. His 7 years were much more exciting than anyone else's. These geniuses of the 9 netherworld demon domain probably didn't even know that there was such a low-level place like the Myriad Kingdoms domain in this world. As they continued forward, the zither music became louder and louder until it lingered in their ears. Long Chen's mind was firm, at least for now. He wasn't affected. However, because of the zither music, he didn't dare to move too fast. Otherwise, his mind might be affected. In fact, any expert who came here would also slow down. A few miles away from where Long Chen was, Shangguanya and the mysterious Qin Shi were advancing at the same speed as Long Chen. Qin Shi gradually left Shangguanya behind, which made Shangguanya's expression extremely ugly. Bitch, she actually left me behind here. Shangguanya was extremely sullen, but after all, the other party was stronger than her. That's right, I heard that in this illusory turbulence, there are many thunderbolt divine crystals that fall from the sky. If the thunderbolt divine crystals are integrated into the body, it will have a huge effect on body tempering. The more thunderbolt divine crystals you integrate, the stronger your body will be. In the end, it will even be equivalent to an 8th grade body tempering divine skill. I brought this treasure with me, so I must collect as many thunderbolt divine crystals as possible. With Qin Shi gone, it will be easier for me to collect them. Because Shangguanya was a few miles away from Long Chen, he naturally didn't know what was happening on Shangguanya's side. At this moment, Long Chen was picking up a purple crystal the size of a fingernail from the ground. This purple crystal had no regular shape and was very small, but it contained a terrifying amount of energy. Streaks of purple lightning flowed within the crystal. This purple crystal should be the crystallization of the thunderbolt shackles in the sky. When it condenses to a sufficient size, it will fall. Just now, that Yu Hongdao also obtained this thing. It seems that if this thing is integrated into the body, it will have some effect on body tempering. A long time ago, Long Chen had fused with the Thunder Flame crystal and formed the Thunder Flame battle physique. However, that Thunder Flame crystal and this purple crystal were worlds apart. The difference was like the difference between heaven and earth. Long Chen easily integrated the tiny crystal into his body. With his current body that was equivalent to an 8th grade body tempering divine skill, this Thunderflame crystal no longer had much effect. Long Chen didn't pay too much attention to this thing. But at this moment, he suddenly sensed that the dozen or so little fellows behind him were very excited. Long Chen wasn't far from them. At this moment, listening carefully, other than the sound of the zither, there were also their cheers in the wind. It seems that I've found a place with many Thunderflame divine crystals. Long Chen could only smile bitterly. He had also passed by that place just now, but his attention had been on the zither and he hadn't paid attention to his feet, allowing those little fellows to take advantage of it. The dozen or so of them all began to move. Yu Hongdao was a very capable commander, and he had most likely already discussed the rules for the distribution of the divine lightning crystals. Faced with the large number of divine lightning crystals, they didn't fight over them. Instead, they put them into their storage rings. Then, they continued to advance in high spirits. Long Chen discovered that there were quite a few tiny Thunderflame divine crystals, but Long Chen wasn't interested in them, so he didn't take them. Wherever he passed, the dozen or so cultivators seemed to have picked up magic treasures. They were all in high spirits and collected quite a few Thunderflame divine crystals along the way. However, because of the influence of the zither, some of them actually went crazy. Yu Hongdao made a prompt decision. With the combined strength of everyone, they killed these people and then took their storage rings, agreeing to redistribute the crystals. The deeper they went, the more Thunderflame divine crystals they obtained. Because there were so many of them, they basically won every battle. However, because more and more people were bewitched by the zither, more and more of them were killed by their own people. Soon, there were only 6 people left. A large number of Thunderflame divine crystals were distributed among 6 people, which was already very good. Since there weren't many of them, they didn't dare to be as ostentatious as before. Instead, they didn't move too much and advanced slowly, resisting the temptation of the zither that they were gradually unable to resist. Long Chen estimated that he would be able to walk out of this turbulent area. At this moment, about 100 meters behind him, Yu Hongdao seemed to have gone crazy. His eyes were bloodshot as he suddenly took out a saber and slashed at his companions beside him. In a short period of time, he actually killed 2 people. Big Brother Yu has gone crazy. Heavens! Let's kill him. No, we can't beat him. Let's run first. The remaining 3 people hurriedly prepared to run, but Yu Hongdao seemed to treat them as enemies and pursued them desperately. He's actually pretending to be crazy in order to obtain all the Thunderflame divine crystals. Long Chen laughed. He had been paying attention to Yu Hongdao from the very beginning. This guy was quite scheming. At the beginning, he had gathered everyone to form a large force and obtained a lot of Thunderflame divine crystals in this turbulent area. Now that the time had come, he had pretended to be crazy and slaughtered his companions. His goal was obviously to obtain all the Thunderflame divine crystals. Although Long Chen hadn't been with them, he couldn't bear to watch any longer. He despised people who cheated others' feelings from the bottom of his heart. When Yu Hongdao began his massacre, Long Chen decisively turned back. At this moment, Yu Hongdao was madly chasing after the remaining 3 people. A figure gradually appeared from the thick fog behind him. Yu Hongdao abruptly turned around when he sensed a stranger's aura. The instant he saw Long Chen, a look of astonishment flashed across his blood-red eyes. From this, it could be seen that his crazed state was completely an act. He glanced at Long Chen and no longer hesitated. He continued to chase after the remaining 3 people. Given his speed, he would be able to kill them very quickly. When that happened, all the Thunderflame divine crystals would be his. Chapter 1159. In the blink of an eye, Long Chen was already in front of Yu Hongdao. Yu Hongdao still didn't understand how this kid in the 3rd level of the divine martial realm could catch up with him. Because of Long Chen's delay, the 3 targets he wanted to kill had disappeared in a short time. In this misty turbulence, as long as they were 10 meters away from his line of sight, they would disappear in a short time. Yu Hongdao had meticulously planned for such a long time, but Long Chen had unexpectedly ruined it. Naturally, he was so angry that he wanted to kill Long Chen. From Yu Hongdao's ferocious expression, it could be seen that he would actually do such a thing. Long Chen didn't have the time to talk to him, so he directly attacked. Who are you? You're courting death. Seeing that Long Chen had attacked before him, Yu Hongdao no longer hesitated. He slashed his murderous blade at Long Chen. He had just reached the 4th level of the divine martial realm, which was about the same level as Long Chen. Even his divine energy was far inferior to Long Chen's. Long Chen took out the blood-scarlet blade and slashed at him. The blood-scarlet blade instantly cut off his head and swept across his neck. Divine martial realm experts had strong vitality. Even though he only had a head left, Yu Hongdao wasn't dead yet. At that moment, his head was flying in the air, and his mind was blank. Finally, he saw the mysterious man below him. At that moment, the tip of the blood-scarlet blade was pointing at his head. Don't kill me. Yu Hongdao finally reacted with his remaining head and shouted in horror. Long Chen didn't move. He didn't want to waste time on this guy. Yu Hongdao had already admitted that he had met an opponent he couldn't resist. At this moment of life and death, he said anxiously, "Look at my hand, what's in it? As long as you promise not to kill me, it's yours." In your hand. Long Chen was puzzled for a moment. He glanced sideways and sure enough, there was a purple metal needle about 10 centimeters long in the hand of the body. While Long Chen was observing the purple metal needle, Yu Hongdao fled in a hurry. He was confident that as long as he was 10 meters away from Long Chen would not be able to find him. Although only his head was left, as long as he returned to his family, there was still a chance for him to live. You want to escape just like that? Long Chen possessed the spirit-devouring demonic eyes. This was something that Yu Hongdao could never have imagined. At that moment, the sword in Long Chen's hand flashed and a red sword beam shot out, directly destroying Yu Hongdao's head. The living lived and the dead died. This was fate. Yu Hongdao had plotted against his companion, only to be discovered by Long Chen. What is this? Long Chen took out the purple metal needle. It was slightly similar to Li Xuanji's soul-shattering needle, but it did not have the same effect. He played around with the needle in his hand, but he could not see anything special about it. Suddenly, the needle moved by itself. Like a compass, it spun around in Long Chen's hand before stopping and pointing in a certain direction. Long Chen changed his position, but the needle still pointed in the same direction. The saint's fruit shouldn't be completely ripe right now, so there's no need to rush to the very front. The needle is clearly pointing at something. I'd like to see where it's pointing. After staying here for a long time, Long Chen had developed a strong resistance to the sound of the zither. He could basically ignore the sound of the zither. He sped up and headed towards the direction of the metal needle. After a dozen breaths, Long Chen saw more than a dozen Thunderbolt divine crystals on the ground. When he placed the Thunderbolt divine crystals into the Great Void realm, the metal needle no longer pointed. I see. This needle can find lightning divine crystals. However, I have the body of a dragon. As long as I absorb more ancestral dragon essence blood, my body will become more and more powerful. I've almost reached the level of an 8th grade body refining battle skill, so these lightning divine crystals are useless to me. Thinking of this, Long Chen was just about to put away the purple metal needle and rush forward as fast as he could. Suddenly, the purple metal needle began to move. It spun rapidly, trembled, and then pointed in a certain direction. What a great disturbance! Long Chen threw it to the ground. After spinning a few times, the needle pointed in the same direction as before. It was very human-like, as if it was very excited. That direction was also the direction Long Chen was heading in. Since it's on the way, I'll go take a look. What's this? Thousands of lightning divine crystals. If that was the case, it would be a great fortune. Even if Long Chen had no use for it, he could still give it to someone else after returning to the true martial emperor palace. After putting away the metal needle, Long Chen was like a gust of wind as he traversed the misty and rugged mountain path. The gust of wind caused his clothes to flutter in the wind. Wind and thick fog, these two contradictory things, actually combined perfectly at this time. This was the 9 secluded demon mountain. As he advanced, the zither music continued to ring in his ears. The metal needle in his hand trembled more and more violently. Very soon, Long Chen discovered that he had entered a narrow valley. The metal needle in his hand suddenly became scorching hot. When Long Chen stepped on a large boulder, the metal needle actually left his hand and nailed itself onto the boulder before exploding. What a huge reaction! Long Chen also vaguely sensed that there seemed to be a very powerful lightning fluctuation under the boulder. Generally speaking, many people would directly pass through this area. This valley was strange and narrow. Basically, no one was willing to come here. Long Chen was lucky to be here. Since he was already here, he wouldn't be polite. Although he had no use for the lightning divine crystal, the thing inside might really give him a surprise. Using brute force, Long Chen moved the boulder. It turned out to be a space isolated from the mist and wind. After Long Chen moved the boulder, a few lightning bolts actually erupted from the cave. Long Chen was almost hit by the purple lightning. This purple lightning was similar to the lightning shackles in the sky. If he was hit, it would take a while for Long Chen to recover even with his current body. After flashing through the lightning, Long Chen immediately rushed into the cave. This was a hollow cave that looked like a sphere with a diameter of about 20 meters. The space wasn't big, but after Long Chen entered, he was immediately attracted by the thing in the middle. It was a regular rhombus-shaped crystal that was purple and transparent. It should be a type of lightning divine crystal, but its color was slightly darker than normal lightning divine crystals. More importantly, this crystal was larger than 2 human heads. In this cave, Long Chen couldn't describe the beauty of this purple crystal. The whole cave was filled with purple brilliance, like a dream. The purple crystal rotated gently in the middle of this cave. There seemed to be a total of 9 purple lightning flashing inside, like a long snake. This crystal should be a lightning divine crystal, but it was at least 10 times more solid than a lightning divine crystal. More importantly, compared to a fingernail-sized lightning divine crystal, it was simply too big. This is a lightning heart. It's very difficult to produce. Ordinary lightning divine crystals, if you fuse 1,000 of them, it can almost be equivalent to an 8th grade body refining divine skill. But this lightning heart, if you fuse 1, it can almost be equivalent to a 9th grade body refining divine skill. At this time, Li Xuanji seemed to be a little sober. She forced her eyes open and said, "A 9th grade body refining divine skill." Long Chen couldn't help but sigh. His luck was really too good. He just killed a random person and he had this opportunity. He had now absorbed 30% of the ancestral dragon essence blood, and the strength of his body was equivalent to a 7th grade body refining divine skill. He estimated that he would need to absorb half of the ancestral dragon essence blood for the strength of his body to reach the level of a 9th grade body refining divine skill. In the 3 regions and 9 worlds, any kind of 9th grade body refining divine skill was a treasure. At this moment, if the lightning heart was successfully fused, it could become a 9th grade body refining divine skill. It was definitely a great treasure, and also a great wealth. However, Longchen didn't plan to use it himself. At this moment, the lightning heart in front of him was spinning like a dream. This thing is a gift for you. Longchen walked closer to the lightning heart and continued, I don't need this thing. When I was about the 5th tier of the divine martial realm, I could form a body of this strength. This lightning heart is useless to me. It was a very beautiful crystal core. It was perfect for giving to others. A faint smile appeared at the corner of Li Xuanji's mouth. Although she was no longer beautiful, she was still very moving. She said, I cultivate a 9th grade body refining divine skill, and I just happen to lack a lightning heart. If I succeed, it will definitely surpass the body formed by fusing with the lightning heart. However, it depends on whether I can survive or not. I'll accept your gift. He didn't think it would be so coincidental. This was just an unexpected fortune, but he didn't think it would be so suitable for Li Xuanji. No wonder she was already very weak, but she still woke up for this lightning heart. To be able to give something to her, Longchen was naturally very happy. Only things that he obtained were his. At this moment, without saying anything, Longchen arrived in front of the lightning heart and extended his hand to touch it. A bolt of lightning struck. It was extremely fast, but Longchen was even faster. He had already expected that the lightning heart would not be easy to deal with, so he was already prepared. At this moment, Longchen opened his left hand, and a golden lightning dragon rushed out from his hand. It wrapped around the lightning heart, and Longchen opened the Taishu realm and swallowed it. Successfully obtained. Chapter 1160. After putting away the thunder core, Longchen raised his head and cast the soul sight technique. Longchen let out a sigh of relief. Luckily, there was only one person, and no one within a 1-mile radius had any intention of approaching him. In this way, he just needed to focus on killing this man in front of him. Longchen snuck in here, so he couldn't attract anyone's attention because of the thunder core. It could be said that everything in the 9 Underworld Demon Mountain was the common property of the 9 Underworld Demon region, including this thunder core. What a coincidence, it's you. When he saw the aggressive man, Longchen almost laughed out loud, because the man in front of him was dressed in gorgeous brocade clothes and had a powdered face. It was Shangguanya, whom he had met in the Shangguan campsite. Shangguanya was glaring at Longchen angrily. Longchen noticed that he was also holding a metal needle in his hand. When the thunder core was taken away by Longchen, the metal needle lost its ability to guide him. Shangguanya was extremely excited when the metal needle made such a big noise, so he rushed here immediately. However, he didn't expect that someone else would be one step ahead of him, and it was this guy. I've seen you before. Oh right, just now. Young Master Shangguan was a person with a short memory. After a while, he finally remembered where he had seen Longchen. He was a disciple of the 9 Underworld Demon Region's Shangguan clan, while Longchen wasn't some country bumpkin. Their status and identity were worlds apart. Normally, Shangguanya wouldn't even bother to talk to such a lowly person. So, he stretched out his hand and said, "Give me that purple crystal. It was placed here by a senior from my Shangguan clan, and he asked me to come and retrieve it. Don't ruin my Shangguan clan's business. As a reward, I'll give you 3,000 divine crystals." As Shangguanya spoke, she counted 3,000 divine crystals from her storage ring and poured them onto the ground. "Come and take it. Hurry up and give me that purple crystal." Seeing that Longchen didn't move, he was a little impatient. This kid is too dull and ignorant. In Shangguanya's knowledge, a nobody like Longchen probably has never seen 3,000 divine gems in his life. He didn't say that the purple crystal was the thunder core because he felt that even if he did, Longchen wouldn't understand. What annoyed Shangguanya was that Longchen actually looked at her and smiled, but did not move. Shangguanya was infuriated. She stretched out her leg and kicked. 3,000 divine gems scattered on the ground. She pointed at Long Chen and said angrily, "Boy, are you deaf? Hurry up and give it to me. Otherwise, let alone 3,000 divine gems, I won't even give you a single hair. You want to send me away with 3,000 divine gems?" Long Chen said very calmly. Sheng Guanya was stunned for a moment, then suddenly laughed. She fanned herself a few times with her folding fan and said, "A man who is never content is like a snake trying to swallow an elephant." Sure enough, people's greed is endless. But have you ever heard of the saying that men die for wealth, while birds die for food? Now I have decided, let alone 3,000 divine gems, don't even think about taking a hair from me. Just hand over the thunder core obediently, and I will spare your life. As she spoke, Sheng Guanya released the aura that belonged to the 6th level of the divine martial arts realm. The terrifying power filled the narrow cave and suppressed Long Chen, leaving Long Chen with no way to escape. What if I don't? This is a good thing that can help me practice a 9th grade body refining skill. Without enough bargaining chips, you want me to hand it over? Long Chen said in a joking manner. Sheng Guanya didn't expect Long Chen to know the function of the thunder core. In order to prevent Long Chen from shouting and revealing it, he quickly said with a nervous expression, "I didn't expect you to know about the thunder core. You're quite knowledgeable. I admit defeat. Tell me, what do you want? As long as you tell me, my Shengguan clan won't mistreat you. But if you go too far, my Shengguan clan will make you and your clan have nowhere to run." Seeing Sheng Guanya suddenly become so nervous, Long Chen smiled and said, "Actually, my request is very simple. I just need to trouble young Master Shengguan. That is, please take off your pants, then flick your little brother 10,000 times, then I'll give you the thunder core. How about that?" "What?" When Sheng Guanya heard this, his face immediately turned the color of a pig's liver. Of course, he understood that Long Chen was insulting him. "Bastard, if I don't teach you a lesson, do you really think I'm a fool?" Sheng Guanya roared in anger. He couldn't hold it in any longer and made his move. But at this moment, Long Chen was faster than him. Devouring blood whirled. The blood-colored space instantly filled the air, blurring Sheng Guanya's vision. When he saw this blood-colored space, Sheng Guanya's expression changed. As a disciple of the Shengguan clan, he had received all kinds of training since he was young. Although he had a strong sense of superiority that disciples of big clans had, but at this moment, this guy who came out of nowhere actually dared to make fun of him and even made a move on him. At least he had some strength. Sheng Guanya's expression was solemn. Finally, at this moment, he put away his contempt. But it was already too late. Long Chen had already killed many warriors of his level. At this moment, the god-murdering sword formation had already formed beneath Sheng Guanya's feet. The terrifying sword energy condensed into a blood-colored divine dragon, and in this narrow space, it immediately pierced through Sheng Guanya's body. Sheng Guanya let out a blood-curdling scream. Looking down, he saw that the lower half of his body had almost been destroyed by Long Chen. Although he had put away his contempt towards Long Chen, he never would have thought that Long Chen would actually be strong to such an extent. The sword formation just now was at least a 6th grade divine skill. Even he, Sheng Guanya, had only learned one type of 6th grade divine skill. He only thought that it would be good if he could use that 6th grade divine skill, but he didn't expect that this little brat who came out of nowhere would be able to do it so easily. In an instant, there was only half of his body left. This meant that if Long Chen did it again, Sheng Guanya's only ending would be death. Growing up to this age, Sheng Guanya never thought that he would die at this moment. Suddenly, a gray cloud shrouded him. The aura of death was so close, his mind was blank, and he was so scared that tears and snot crawled out of his eyes. At this moment, Long Chen's ghost-like figure appeared in front of him. "Spare me, spare me. Don't kill me. As long as you don't kill me, I'll do anything you want." Sheng Guanya looked nervous and immediately screamed. Long Chen's face was expressionless. He pointed the blood-red wilderness in his hand at the tip of Sheng Guanya's nose. Don't kill me, I'll promise you anything. I'll steal the 8th grade divine skill from my family and give it to you, okay? My younger sister is very beautiful, and she's also in the 9 secluded demon mountain. I'll give her to you, okay? My younger sister is an outstanding beauty, and there are many people in the 9 super clans who have their eyes on her. As long as I make a move, I'll definitely be able to trick her to come here. You can do whatever you want, okay? The difference between his current appearance and his previous demeanor was like the difference between heaven and earth. Shangguanya never thought that he would have such a day. The cold and fierce tip of the blood-red wilderness made Shangguanya tremble all over. He looked at Long Chen nervously. At this moment, Long Chen said slowly, "When I was still 17 years old, I knew that if I didn't kill the person who wanted to kill me, that person would definitely kill me in the near future. So, you can only blame your bad luck, young Master Shangguan." No. His silence did not cause Long Chen to hesitate at all. This was Long Chen's rule. Being merciful to the enemy was being cruel to oneself, especially in the 9 secluded demon mountain. There were many experts of the Shangguan clan nearby, so if the news of Long Chen injuring Shangguanya and obtaining the lightning heart was leaked, he would definitely die a horrible death. After dealing with Shangguanya, the lightning heart gradually approached Li Xuanji in the void realm under Long Chen's control. It flickered above her, causing the surroundings to be bathed in violet light. "It's so beautiful." Li Xuanji opened her murky eyes and a satisfied smile appeared on her face. However, Long Chen was not at ease. He knew that under normal circumstances, Li Xuanji would not have accepted something as precious as the lightning heart. She only realized that her life was about to end, so she did not have much hope for Long Chen to obtain the saint's fruit. That was why she accepted the lightning heart so easily. To be able to open her eyes and look at such a magnificent gift before her death was a very beautiful thing to her. After she passed away, the lightning heart would still belong to Long Chen. Although she did not say it out loud, Long Chen knew what she was thinking. He was rather angry. After leaving the cave, Long Chen said unhappily, "Don't underestimate me." "I don't mean to underestimate you." From Long Chen's words, Li Xuanji realized that Long Chen was a sensitive person. He must have guessed what she was thinking from her emotions. "No matter what, hold on for as long as you can. If you give up now, you're letting me down," Long Chen said through gritted teeth. He sped up and headed in the direction of the mist. Li Xuanji's eyes were a little dazed. Vaguely, a hint of tears flickered in her eyes. She looked at the lightning heart that flickered with light above her head, and a faint smile suddenly appeared on her lips. He had persisted so much, and he was working hard for her. Li Xuanji knew that if she gave up first and was disappointed, she would really be letting him down. After obtaining the lightning heart by chance and wasting some time, Long Chen no longer hesitated. His resistance to the zither music exceeded everyone's imaginations. After surpassing everyone, Long Chen finally charged out of the range of the zither music after around 2 hours. Chapter 1161. Apart from the thick fog, everything in front of Yi Shiwen became a bit clearer. He was no longer at the foot of the 9 secluded demon mountain, but at the mountainside. Looking up, he could see a vast sea of clouds. The purple lightning shackles were still flickering with terrifying lightning bolts. In front of him was a lush and verdant forest. The trees were densely packed, towering into the sky. Some were tall, some were short. The tallest tree was over 100 meters tall, and these trees had a diameter of more than 10 meters. Under these trees, there was a thick layer of fallen leaves. Obviously, no one had been here for a long time. There was a strange feeling coming from this forest. Long Chen naturally understood that the strange zither music wasn't the only obstacle in the 9 secluded demon mountain. According to Li Xuanji, there were many ferocious beasts here, and there were even real beasts from the demon race. There were also some ancient beasts that had terrifying lethality. Fortunately, as long as they were alive, Long Chen was able to locate them in advance. This forest was very big, and it probably surrounded the entire 9 secluded demon mountain. Hundreds of thousands of young warriors were coming from all directions. The direction where Long Chen was going was mainly occupied by the Shangguan clan, one of the 9 great clans. Of course, there were also warriors from other clans who might have deviated from their original route. The higher they went, the more people from different clans would gradually converge. All the warriors of the 9 secluded demon realm had gathered here. This was the grandest disciple competition in the entire 9 secluded demon realm. There were still people within 500 meters of Long Chen. These people were carefully sneaking into the depths of the forest. Long Chen estimated that he had already traveled 1/5 of the way to the peak. Without any hesitation, he turned into a bolt of golden lightning. His speed was much faster than anyone else's. As expected, there were many ferocious beasts in this forest. Most of the ferocious beasts in the 9 Netherworld Devil Mountain were poisonous beasts. On the way here, Long Chen had seen spiders, scorpions, and venomous snakes. Even large ferocious beasts rarely felt pain. These poisonous beasts might not be very high in rank, but because of their poison, they had terrifying killing power. Long Chen had seen a kind of poisonous beast called steel spider on the way. They were only the size of a thumb, but there were tens of millions of them. These steel spiders covered a towering tree, and their color was similar to that of the tree. If an ordinary person's eyes were not sharp, it would be hard for him to see clearly that there were so many steel needles on the tree. As long as he approached, thousands of steel spiders would rush at him, but their venom could kill all the warriors above the 6th level of the divine martial arts realm. Poisonous beasts like this were densely packed. For the time being, Long Chen called this forest a poisonous beast forest. He was sure that a large number of warriors would die in this poisonous beast forest. After all, among the ferocious beasts, poisonous beasts were more terrifying. Many poisonous beasts had poisons that even the divine martial arts realm warriors could not resist. Because Long Chen's speed was too fast, and he could clearly see the layout of the poisonous beasts with his soul eyes, his journey was basically unimpeded. After 2 hours, he had already traveled a long distance. He estimated that he had traveled 1/5 of the way, which was almost half of the way to the 9 Netherworld Devil Mountain. At this point, those terrifying poisonous beasts gradually decreased. Long Chen still had a lingering fear in his heart. He had seen with his own eyes that millions of thumb-sized ants had invaded a small team of warriors and turned them into skeletons in a flash. This was the rule of competition. Only by surviving in countless competitions could it be possible to create a peak warrior. It didn't matter if there were only 50,000 people left out of these 100,000, as long as there was a real expert among these 50,000 people. After arriving at the position in front of Long Chen, the number of poisonous beasts had decreased a lot. He slightly slowed down his pace. According to his estimation, the further he went, the more terrifying the danger would be. If there were fewer poisonous beasts here, then there would definitely be other threats. At this time, a teenager suddenly rushed into the range of his soul-devouring demon pupil. This teenager staggered and fled, his face was pale. Very soon, he met Long Chen face to face. This teenager was not old, and his cultivation was at the 3rd level of the divine martial arts realm, the same as Long Chen. From this teenager's expression and movements, Long Chen could see that he had fallen into extreme fear. It was definitely because there was a terrifying crisis in front of him that he could not resist. Run quickly. As soon as he saw Long Chen, he quickly shouted in a mournful voice. What's going on? Long Chen stopped his steps. The teenager's face was full of horror. He seemed to have been scared to death. At this time, he was more like murmuring to himself. He said in front of Long Chen, "It's too terrifying. I don't know what that thing is. It's really too terrifying. As long as its spores drill into your body, it will immediately absorb all the nutrients in your body. It will grow out of your body, grow out. Ah, so many people have died like this. So many people are trapped in this place and can't go up." The first danger was the enchanted zither music in the fog, and the second danger was the forest full of poisonous beasts. From this teenager's words, it could be heard that the third danger was in front of them, and many people were trapped in this place. What the hell is that thing? Long Chen asked in a deep voice. I don't know. The sky is full of its vines, full of barbs. It's simply a terrifying monster. Oh my God, how did I come to this place? With that, he no longer cared about Long Chen and directly ran off. Long Chen narrowed his eyes and continued to move forward without saying a word. When he reached this place, there were clearly more people in front of him. Very quickly, Long Chen joined their group. Most of these people looked like young boys and girls. At this moment, their faces were filled with fear. One by one, they gathered together in small groups and looked ahead nervously. When they reached this place, Long Chen discovered that the surrounding ground was actually shaking violently. There must have been some kind of shocking creature up ahead. This monster should be the species of antiquity that the patriarch mentioned. It's so big. It's really rare. Yeah, how are we supposed to find the saint's fruit with it blocking our way? Sure enough, only supreme geniuses have the opportunity to compete for the saint's fruit. Species of antiquity. Under everyone's disdainful gazes, Long Chen did not stop at all and quickly moved forward. Soon, a cliff appeared in front of him. The commotion here was already very big. The ground Long Chen was standing on right now was trembling to such an extent that it was enough to cause an expert to fall. Looking down from the cliff, Long Chen finally managed to see what it was. There were thick, densely packed vines in the forest below, directly piercing through the ground. They covered a radius of at least a kilometer, and it was impossible to tell just how many there were. They were like tentacles, waving about in all directions. It was impossible to see where they ended. Long Chen felt that it was very likely that the vines had wrapped around the entire 9 Serenity Demon Mountain. What shocked Long Chen even more was that the countless vines were a single entity. The creature's body was hidden in the depths of the ground, and the vines were actually part of its tentacles or claws. There were already several thousand of them, so if the vines had wrapped around the entire mountain, the monster would have several 100,000 tentacles at the very least. It was these rattan-like tentacles covered in barbs that blocked their path forward. When Long Chen first saw the monster, he also saw many people trying to rush through the rattan. However, although the rattan looked cumbersome, it was actually very flexible. The speed and strength of its twitching were amazing. A casual twitch of the rattan was equivalent to a peak move of a warrior at the 4th tier of the divine martial arts realm. As a matter of fact, when a few of them gathered together, they were equivalent to a full-powered strike from a 5th-layer god's martial arts cultivator. As long as the cultivators charged in, they would immediately become embroiled in battle with the countless vines. It was quite a chaotic scene. If that was the case, these vines would not be enough to frighten so many people. They had 2 other abilities. First, they were immortal. The vines that were cut off could regrow from the ground in a very short period of time. Second, as long as the vines hit someone, countless plant spores would drill out of the barbs. If one was not prepared and the spores drilled into one's body, a horrible scene would happen. Those spores took root in one's body, as if they had plunged into incomparably fertile land. Using the flesh and blood of the body as resources, they began to grow crazily in a short period of time. The sharp young vines directly pierced through one's internal organs and even reached into one's head. No matter how strong the cultivator was, he seemed to have no resistance against this kind of thing. In a very short period of time, he died miserably while howling miserably. Those young vines pierced through his body densely. Until the cultivator's body was sucked dry, a creature that looked like a sea urchin would appear and immediately turn into the ground. Long Chen also felt a little frightened. He could see that these countless vines actually came from an enlarged version of the sea urchin-like creature. Sure enough, it's different from ordinary evil beasts and ominous beasts. It can't be regarded as a plant-type demon clan. This kind of creature is called an ancient exotic species, just like the Nine Hells fantasy butterfly. From the Nine Hells fantasy butterfly, he thought of Lingxi again. Unconsciously, he seemed to miss her a little. Every time he thought of her, he always had a sweet feeling. But now, it was still the time to fight desperately. Longchen wanted to dig this thing out from the ground and have a look, but there was no time. He chose to directly rush over and ignore the others. Everyone had their own destiny, and Longchen couldn't care less about so many people. But he was very curious. This thing had no eyes. How on earth did it see so many people? Did it rely on smell or something similar to divine awareness? Chapter 1162. At a glance, at least within the range of Long Chen's senses, there were several thousand people who were blocked by the strange vine. They did not dare to advance any further. From their conversations, Long Chen heard the monster's name, the myriad evil vine. It was said that it could create billions of clones. Its terror was self-evident. Some of these ancient beasts were powerful, while others were weak. However, since they were able to survive to this day and age, they all possessed a frightening life-saving technique. If an ordinary cultivator was struck by the vine, their flesh would probably split open, not to mention the strange spores that could live inside a person's body and suck their flesh dry. Long Chen could imagine just how terrifying the effects of the myriad evil vine would be if it was placed in a suitable place. Right now, it was probably imprisoned by the humans in the 9 Serenity Demon Mountains, unable to cause trouble. Only when the saint's fruit ripened every 500 years would it show its might. It could be seen that the myriad evil vine was extremely excited. Time waited for no man. There were still quite a few people who rushed through the myriad evil vine's attack range and successfully entered the fog-shrouded forest in front of them. Some of these people were lucky enough to not be attacked by the myriad evil vines, while others were strong enough to directly cut down the vines and then rushed over. Of course, there were some people who were powerful but unlucky. They were treated with special attention by the myriad evil vine, but their fates were not good. They were either whipped to death or sucked dry by the spores. It was their miserable deaths that made many people stop in fear. They no longer dared to advance any further. Only true geniuses or people who desperately wanted to change their fates could obtain the saint's fruit. The cowardly and weak people were stopped by the various tests of the 9 Netherworld Demon Mountain. They did not dare to take another step forward. At the very least, over half of the cultivators were stopped below the myriad evil vine. If they wanted to change their fates, they would have to face the danger of death. Long Chen was the only one who had come here to save someone. He did not come to change his fate, but for something more important. Without thinking too much, Long Chen jumped off the cliff under everyone's shocked gazes. Another cannon fodder. Seeing that a warrior at the 3rd level of the divine martial arts realm dared to walk in front, the onlookers couldn't help feeling sorry for him. In fact, many warriors at the 4th and 5th level of the divine martial arts realm still stayed where they were and didn't dare to move forward rashly. Generally speaking, only warriors at the 6th level of the divine martial arts realm could pass through steadily. However, the warriors at the 6th level of the divine martial arts realm were all geniuses among geniuses, and they all had the potential to reach the peak of the divine martial arts realm in the future. Long Chen was bold, but in the eyes of the crowd, it would only be a tragedy at most. Judging from Long Chen's clothes, one could tell at a glance that he was definitely not a member of the 9 great clans. He didn't have the powerful resources of those clans. Even before, there was a child at the 2nd level of the divine martial arts realm, who was wearing a tight set of armor, who had unexpectedly rushed through the range of the myriad evil vines. This was the power bestowed by the clans. Long Chen didn't care about what other people thought. Among these 100,000 people, although many of them were older than Long Chen, in the eyes of Long Chen, they were just children. After landing on the ground, the myriad evil vines, which were still far away, clearly appeared in front of him. Every vine was covered with barbs, and it was at least 1 meter in diameter. It wasn't very long, but it was full of power and a terrifying aura. Thousands of vines danced in front of him, and thousands of warriors met again. From time to time, there were people who were lucky enough to rush through, and there were also people who unfortunately died. There were even people who rushed through, but before they could get far enough, they were swept back by the terrifying evil vines. The place where Long Chen landed was very close to the position of the evil vines. The evil vines had already regarded him as an enemy. In the first instant, Long Chen saw two thick evil vines unexpectedly whip towards Long Chen. The evil vines hadn't even touched him yet, but the sound of the wind was already blowing fiercely. Long Chen didn't do anything, but he first used his divine breath technique. Although it was only his guess that the other party used something like divine sense to perceive, Long Chen still wanted to give it a try first. The entire 9 secluded demon mountain was under the suppression of the soul-suppressing stone. The terror of the level 9 soul-suppressing stone was unimaginable. Basically, even if Li Xuanji was in her peak state, her divine sense would be suppressed to the point that it couldn't be used. In fact, Long Chen didn't have much hope. After all, if the myriad evil vines used a perception similar to divine sense, the soul-suppressing stone would have suppressed them long ago. How could it accurately grasp everyone's position? However, contrary to Long Chen's expectations, when the evil vines whipped about 10 meters in front of him, they actually stopped. They showed a very human-like side, twisting around in confusion. Then, the two evil vines ignored Long Chen and went to attack others. It actually worked. Long Chen was a little surprised. It seemed that the myriad evil vines indeed used something similar to divine sense, but it wouldn't be suppressed by the soul-suppressing stone. Instead, it would be suppressed by the divine breath technique. This showed that the stupid kitten's origin was actually not simple. Kitten was probably a member of the monster race, and an ancient monster race at that. With the success of the divine breath technique, Long Chen only had one more attempt left. After all, it was quite troublesome to face the myriad evil vines. At this time, Long Chen could easily walk through the dense and terrifying evil vines. That kind of terrifying battle was happening beside him, and the place he walked through was like a piece of pure land. Not far away, many people saw Long Chen's situation and were all shocked. Most of these people had previously thought that Long Chen was cannon fodder, but they didn't take action. The myriad evil vines had already frightened them. But at this time, the cannon fodder in their eyes had actually walked past the myriad evil vines so easily. The terrifying evil vines that were whipping up and down seemed to be unable to see him, turning a blind eye to him. The area where the evil vines were located was about 1 kilometer wide. As long as he could safely cross this kilometer, he could enter the next area. Long Chen estimated that the myriad evil vines were already in the middle of the 9 Serenities Demon Mountain. The higher he went, the closer he was to the holy tree of heaven and earth. Long Chen raised his head and looked up. The sky was still shrouded by the shackles of lightning and thick fog. On the top of the huge 9 Serenities Demon Mountain, there was a vague pressure of heaven and earth. With hope right in front of him, Long Chen quickened his pace. His situation made many people exclaim in surprise. Their faces were dull as they looked at him with envy and jealousy. What's going on with this kid? Ah, the myriad evil vines actually didn't sense his existence. How is that possible? He must have something good on him, but he doesn't come from one of the 9 great clans. Many of the cultivators who were still surrounded by the myriad evil vines saw an opportunity from Long Chen. They wanted to understand how he was able to do this, but there was nothing they could do. The myriad evil vines were just too tightly wrapped around them. If they were not careful, they would lose their lives, so they did not have the energy to pay attention to Long Chen. Just when he was about to walk out, something suddenly happened. Everyone began to make a ruckus. Long Chen sensed something and looked back. There was a young man standing on the cliff. When he saw the man, Long Chen squinted his eyes. He understood that any cultivator who could make him feel like this would be a powerful opponent. The battle for the saint's fruit had gathered all the geniuses in the 9 hells before the age of 100. There would definitely be people who could reach the 9th layer of the god martial realm before the age of 1,000, just like Li Xuanji. Qin Shi, whom he had encountered before, was known as the disciple of the current world king of the Nine Hells demon realm. She had the opportunity and the right to do so, and the young man before him was the same. From the young man, Long Chen saw a tenacity similar to himself. He was born in poverty, but he possessed terrifying tenacity. Only by persevering could he achieve what he had today. If someone like him was an enemy, they would be even more terrifying than those who had endless resources since they were young. This man was wearing a set of silver chainmail. The armor was thin and close-fitting, but there was an astonishing power on it. Clearly, its defensive power was extremely terrifying. In fact, the power of the silver chainmail had even fused with the power of the young man's body, forming a kind of convergence that caused the young man's power to increase exponentially. At the same time, the young man held a silver spear in his hand. The spear was even more terrifying than the silver chainmail. Long Chen had seen Chu Tinga's clear sky sword before. Clearly, the spear was on the same level as the clear sky sword at the very least. In terms of talent, the young man surpassed people like Chu Tinga. From his body, Long Chen felt the pressure of the will of heaven and earth. There was no doubt that this young man's strength was outstanding. He must be a warrior at the 7th level of the divine martial arts realm, a Dharma Laksana of heaven and earth, similar to Qin Shi. The young man had long, silver hair. His eyes were cold and determined, and his appearance was rather delicate. Although he seemed effeminate, there was a sharp sense of heroism in his eyes, just like the silver spear in his hand. It's actually the silver dragon spear, Suja. Heavens, it's actually him. He's one of the hot favorites for the saint's fruit. Many people became stunned after the young man appeared. They looked at the young man called Suja with admiration. Of course, there were also people who were jealous of him. Displeasure was written all over their faces. Aside from Qin Shi, this was the second opponent that Long Chen had encountered that could truly make him feel fear. Chapter 1163. That's right. Long Chen could tell from their conversation that Suja was not a member of the 9 clans. Speaking of which, Suja's rise to prominence was rather mythical. He was born into a clan in a small city, but he was not a direct descendant. Instead, he was an illegitimate son of the patriarch. He had been bullied since he was young, so he could be said to have endured humiliation. Although his talent was outstanding, he had no cultivation resources or guidance, so he remained unknown until one day, when he had a conflict with a direct descendant of the clan. He was beaten to death and thrown into a mountain stream. Everyone thought he was dead. Even his father didn't care about the son of the maidservant. However, what shocked everyone was that after 10 years, he returned, wearing the same chain mail and holding the same spear. He became the #1 expert in the small city, and all the people who had bullied him were killed. Even his father's arm had been chopped off by him. Afterwards, he left the small city and wandered around. He became known as the Silver Dragon Spear Suja, gradually gaining his current fame. His progress could only be described as terrifying. He was an insignificant person of humble birth, yet he could rival a disciple of a world king. It could be said that Suja was the idol of all the young cultivators in the 9 Hells demon realm. In particular, his appearance was extremely handsome, even surpassing that of many great clans. The 9 great clans extended an olive branch to him, wanting to marry the most talented woman in their clan to him. However, he declined all of them. However, the 9 great clans didn't make a move to kill this genius. It seemed that it was because the highest existence in the 9 underworlds, the 9 underworlds emperor, had said that no one was allowed to touch him. It was possible for someone like him to become a world king in 1,000 years, so he was a target of great protection. At the same time, from their conversation, Suja seemed to be quite a nice person. He was not a vicious person and was straightforward. He was extremely principled. After listening to their conversation, Long Chen felt like he was on good terms with people like them. Of course, Long Chen did not think about greeting him right now. If he wanted to obtain the saint's fruit, this person would definitely be one of his greatest competitors. If it was a battle to the death, Long Chen obviously would not back down. At this moment, the silver dragon spear, Suzhe, descended from the sky just like Long Chen, but this time, he attracted earth-shattering cheers. Soon, he descended above the myriad evil vines, still a distance away from the lightning shackles. Standing there, he looked like a god descending to the mortal world. His body flickered with a resplendent silver light. The light was so sharp that it was difficult to open one's eyes. Immediately, the myriad evil vines sensed his presence. In an instant, 10 myriad evil vines headed in Suzhe's direction. Long Chen stopped in his tracks. Knowing oneself and knowing one's enemy was the key to victory in 100 battles. It was also a good thing for him to take a look at the strength of his strongest opponent. So fast. When the myriad evil vines descended, the silver spear in Suzhe's hand flashed rapidly. The speed at which he brandished his spear made even Long Chen feel ashamed of his inferiority. Rays of silver light slashed down. Amidst the cheers of the crowd, the dozen or so myriad evil vines turned into powder and fell downwards. Heavens, he's too powerful. He really is Suzhe. Cheers rang out in the surroundings. The treatment he received was worlds apart from what Long Chen had received in the past. Suzhe didn't stop. He turned into a beam of light and flew down. He brandished the spear in his hand and stepped forward. Suddenly, a silver shadow shuttled through the dense myriad evil vines. The vines were shattered by his spear. For the first time, the speed at which the myriad evil vines were destroyed surpassed the speed at which they regenerated. The cheers on the cliff grew louder and louder. In everyone's eyes, Suzhe was basically a hero. Indeed, if he had been alone, he could have easily rushed over. Judging from the direction he was killing, he was clearing a path for everyone. After a quarter of an hour, the path had been cleared. Under Suzhe's command, more than a dozen people had already rushed over. However, in Long Chen's opinion, Suzhe's real purpose should not be this. After clearing for a while, he suddenly entered a tunnel created by the vines and disappeared. There's something in there. Without saying a word, Long Chen followed and also entered the tunnel. Suzhe's diving speed was very fast, but he was still within Long Chen's field of vision. His purpose is to kill the myriad evil vines. Long Chen quickly understood. If he followed the tunnel created by the vines, he would be able to find the body of the myriad evil vines. This kid is really bold, just like me. Long Chen knew that although the myriad evil vines looked very big, there was probably only one body and it was hidden in the belly of the 9 secluded demon mountain. Following Suzhe's footsteps, Long Chen entered the belly of the mountain. Using his spirit-devouring demon eyes, he could see that at least the main body of the myriad evil vines was not within 1 mile. Long Chen sped up. After a few steps, Suzhe actually discovered him. He quickly turned around and blocked in front of Long Chen. After discovering Long Chen's strength, his cold expression eased a little. He said, "Why are you following me? I'm going to kill the main body of the myriad evil vines. It's very dangerous. Hurry up and leave." Long Chen did not want to be entangled with him, so he turned around and left. He only came in to see what was going on. He had no interest in killing the myriad evil vines. However, in this cave, Long Chen vaguely felt that it was a little strange. It seemed that the deeper he went, the colder it became. This kind of cold was not cold, nor was it ice cold. Instead, it was a strange kind of cold that directly froze the depths of his soul. This feeling of flame suddenly made Long Chen think of Mo Shaolang. This coldness, why does it feel a little like the 9 hell demon ancestral flame? 9 secluded demon mountain, is it just my imagination? Long Chen stopped. He wanted to go in again and take a look. After some thought, he decided that the saint's fruit was more important after all. It was related to Li Xuanji's life. As for the 9 hell demon ancestral flame, he could check it out when he had the time in the future. It was very difficult for others to discover him with his breathing technique. Thinking up to there, Long Chen turned around and left. When he returned to the surface, many of the vines of the myriad evil vines had already sprouted. However, a large number of cultivators had already successfully passed through the region controlled by the myriad evil vines with Suge's assistance, venturing into the depths. Long Chen used his breathing technique and passed through the vines in a very short amount of time. Before him was an even gloomier forest. Just when Long Chen was about to advance, a few cultivators suddenly surrounded him. One of them said with a rather sinister expression, "Brat, take out the treasure that can prevent the myriad evil vines from sensing you." Another person said, "If you take it out, you can live. Also, us brothers aren't bad people. You can join our team. As you can see, this forest in front is where the real fiend race gathers. They love to hunt down lone warriors. Only by forming a team can you survive. We're already treating you very well by letting you join us in exchange for a transcendent artifact." In order to prevent Long Chen from escaping, a few people surrounded Long Chen from all directions. The strength of these people was actually considered very strong among the 100,000 people. The previous leader of the group was already at the 6th level of the divine martial realm. Of course, he was only at the initial stage. The others were basically at the 5th level of the divine martial realm. If this force combined, it would be impossible to defeat it without at least 3 cultivators at the 6th level of the divine martial realm. Long Chen was only a warrior at the 3rd level of the divine martial realm. Therefore, they believed that Long Chen would definitely not refuse their invitation. To their surprise, Long Chen neither agreed nor refused. Instead, he directly made his move. These cultivators were still not Long Chen's match. After about a quarter of an hour, all of them were lying on the ground, wailing in pain. As for Long Chen, he stood unscathed in the middle of them. Not a speck of dust could be seen on his body. It was as if defeating these people did not require any effort at all. The fallen people all looked at Long Chen as if they had seen a ghost. Long Chen did not want to kill them. It was just a trivial matter. After he came in, he only killed 2 people in total. One was Yu Hongdao, and the other was Shangguanya. After getting rid of them, Long Chen directly left. Those cultivators who stood in his way crawled away one after another. After Long Chen really left, they looked at each other with lingering fear. Big brother, who is this person? Have you heard of him? No, but I am sure that his strength is not at the 3rd level of the divine martial realm. He should be at the peak of the 6th level of the divine martial realm. Only a warrior at this level can defeat me with one move. Oh, I did not expect that we would have kicked an iron plate. We actually met someone who can rank in the top 20 among the 100,000 cultivators. This kind of person is either cultivated by the 9 super clans or a genius like Suge just now. No wonder he dared to chase Suge just now. It turns out that he is strong enough. They admired Long Chen's strength and were in awe of him. Of course, what they were most grateful for was that Long Chen did not kill them. Originally, they were the ones who provoked them first, but Long Chen did not kill them. This was already extremely benevolent. Experts had their own tempers, especially those at this level. If it were any warrior from the 9 super clans, they would probably not let them live. What they did not know was that after Long Chen walked a few hundred meters, he was stopped by another group of people. These 3 people were much more important than the previous cultivators. Long Chen had seen one of them before. It was the disciple of the World Emperor, Qin Shi, whom he met in the Shangguan camp. Yanhuang Dragon City, ruling the central state, was a declining family with a long history. Until a domineering dragon broke through the sky and fought with thousands of dragons in the sky, destroying all living things in the world. The current leader sacrificed blood to heaven, and the dragon was sealed in the body of his son. 18 years later, in the New Year's ceremony of the Year of the Snake, the young man who was destined to live and die with the dragon let out an inhuman roar of despair. The land of the 9 states began to tremble. Wang Long pointed his middle finger at the sky. Don't fucking call me a hero, because all heroes are fucking forced. The above was the introduction of the novel Fighting Dragon. Chapter 1164. Qin Shi was also the only person that Long Chen had seen who could rival Su Jia. Because she was also one of his most important opponents, Long Chen was quite concerned about her. At this moment, Qin Shi was standing in the middle of the three people. Her face was calm and expressionless, and her dark green dress was fluttering in the wind. She was actually quite young, and her face had a childish look. She was not as charming as Li Xuanji, but her temperament was similar. This woman had an unapproachable aura. Although she didn't express it in words, the pride in her bones was something that even the disciples of the 9 great families couldn't compare to. After all, she was the disciple of the strongest person in the 9 underworlds, and also someone who had the potential to become the strongest person in the future. That pride in her bones made her despise everything she saw, but she didn't show it. Even if she smiled at you and talked to you, she still thought that there was a hierarchy between the two of them. From her eyes, Long Chen could roughly understand her character. He had traveled extensively over the years and met too many people. The more people he met, the more experience he would have. As for the other two, Long Chen wasn't familiar with them. One of them looked gentle and elegant, and his appearance was somewhat similar to Shang Guanye's. However, he was not at the same level as Shang Guanye. Shang Guanye's elegance was fake, but this man was indeed noble and elegant. This was a unique temperament that others couldn't imitate. At this moment, he was the only one who smiled at Long Chen, giving him a warm feeling like a spring breeze. As for the other one, he was wearing a black suit. His eyes were sharp, and his expression was arrogant. His whole body was sharp, and the corners of his mouth were slightly raised. One look and anyone could tell that he was the eldest son of an aristocratic family, and he had far surpassed his peers since he was young. A total of 3 people stood in front of Long Chen. At this moment, Qin Shi and the young man in black didn't move. The man who looked like Shang Guanye took a step forward and stopped in front of Long Chen. With a smile on his face, he said politely, "Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Shang Guanfeng, a member of one of the 9 big families, the Shangguan clan. As for these two, they're even more famous. For example, this one," he pointed at the arrogant youngster in black and said, "This is Zhao Yunlong, a young expert from the Zhao clan of the 9 great clans. Within the Zhao clan, at least within 100 years, no one is a match for him. He's the #1 genius of the Zhao clan in 100 years. As for this one, I don't need to introduce him. As long as you're from the 9 underworlds, you'll know him." He was referring to Qin Shi. "I know, he is the disciple of the World Emperor," Long Chen said. Looking at Long Chen's expression, which was neither servile nor overbearing, Shang Guanfeng was very satisfied. Qin Shi was still expressionless, as if it had nothing to do with her. As for Zhao Yunlong, he had a disdainful smile on his face. He crossed his arms and ignored Long Chen. Shang Guanfeng was confident that as long as it was a young disciple of the 9 underworlds, they would be shocked by the combination of these 3 people. However, Long Chen's calmness matched his strength. At this moment, Shang Guanfeng said with a smile, "We saw your battle just now. According to our estimation, your strength should be at the peak of the 6th level of the divine martial arts realm. Among the 3 of us, Zhao Yunlong and I are also at this level. As for Lady Qin Shi, she is outstanding and has already comprehended the laws of heaven and earth. Our strength is similar. It's also fate that we can meet here." Long Chen roughly understood what he meant. Just now, he had heard from a group of warriors that the real demon race was in front of them. It could also be the last checkpoint of the 9 underworlds Demon Mountain. Those who dared to pass through here were basically above the 6th level of the divine martial arts realm. Speaking up to here, Shang Guanfeng smiled and said, "Oh right, we have already talked about this, but I still don't know your name." Long Chen thought for a while. He didn't want to be seen as an enemy by the disciples of the 9 families, especially by Qin Shi. Therefore, he said calmly, "Jiang Yunfan, from the Jiang family of Dongxing City, which is under the jurisdiction of the Shangguan family. I believe young Master Shangguan knows about Dongxing City." Hearing the name Dongxing City, Shang Guanfeng smiled. He vaguely remembered that there was indeed a medium-sized city in the jurisdiction of the Shangguan family. Of course, he didn't know who lived in that city. The jurisdiction of the Shangguan family was 1/9 of the entire 9 underworld's Demon Mountain. It was so huge that he couldn't remember it clearly. However, since he was a warrior from the jurisdiction of the Shangguan family, it was even easier. Shangguan Feng was very satisfied, but Zhao Yunlong wasn't. He shouted, "Shangguan Feng, if you have something to say, just say it. He's just a disciple from a small family. You don't have to waste so much effort." His eyes were full of contempt. He didn't take Long Chen seriously at all. After hearing about Long Chen's family background, he became even more disinterested. It was indeed impressive for an expert from a small family to reach such a level. However, he did not have the heritage of a large clan. In the future, Shangguan Feng and Zhao Yunlong would definitely leave Long Chen far behind under the nurturing of their clans. Shangguan Feng was slightly angered, but he did not do anything. He acted as if he had not heard Zhao Yunlong's words. He said to Long Chen, "Actually, Brother Jiang has probably already guessed my intentions. The demons that live here are the Poison Shadow clan. They possess the bloodlines of the Wolf clan and the Bat clan. Not only are they extremely fast, their attacks are vicious, and they are also shockingly poisonous. The demons cannot be compared to regular vicious beasts. Their battle prowess is shocking, and they can often kill cultivators who are stronger than them. Our 9 clans have imprisoned the Poison Shadow clan in the 9 underworld's Demon Mountain for several tens of thousands of years. The Poison Shadow clan's hatred for us humans can already be described as monstrous. The competition for the Saint's Fruit that occurs once every 500 years is their only chance for revenge, especially against the young geniuses of the 9 clans. For example, if we move alone and are surrounded by them, our lives really might be in danger. After all, they are a group of vicious madmen. Shangguan Feng and the others just happened to witness Long Chen's battle earlier. They estimated that Long Chen was at the peak of the 6th layer of the divine martial realm. They just happened to run into him, so Shangguan Feng suggested that Long Chen join their group. At the very least, one more person would be more protection. With that, Shangguan Feng looked at Long Chen with some anticipation. Long Chen was actually weighing the pros and cons. If it was really as they said, the more talented the Poison Shadow clan was, the more they would want to kill them. If Long Chen really came across experts of the Poison Shadow clan, it would be impossible for him to die, but there would definitely be a vicious battle. It might even affect the competition for the Saint's Fruit. Of course, if he advanced alone, he would be able to move quickly. He would be able to reach the location of the Saint's Fruit sooner. However, Long Chen discovered that his greatest disadvantage was that he knew nothing about the 9 Darkness Demon Mountain. Li Xuanji did not know much either, while a disciple like Shangguanya even knew about the bloodline of the Poison Shadow clan. He probably knew more about the Saint's Tree in the future. As for when the Saint's Fruit would ripen, Long Chen had no idea at all. Moreover, even Qin Shi was in no hurry. Suzha had even directly gone underground to kill the myriad evil vine, so there was no need for Long Chen to rush up. The first person to arrive would not be able to obtain the Saint's Fruit. If he stayed with these people, he might be able to obtain even more useful information. After weighing the pros and cons, Long Chen had already made up his mind. On top of that, Qin Shi, Shangguan Feng, and Zhao Yunlong were all peak geniuses of the 9 Darkness Demon Domain. They were all people of status and thought very highly of themselves. Even Shangguan Feng was a very prideful person. If Long Chen turned down their invitation, it would be a slap in the face. As a result, Long Chen made up his mind. He smiled and said, "Since you've invited me so warmly, I'd obviously be happy to join you." He did not say anything else. This was enough. Shangguan Feng also smiled when he heard Long Chen's reply. He gently patted Long Chen's shoulder and said, "Then from now on, we're comrades who will fight alongside each other. You're not a member of the 9 great clans, so you might not have enough information. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me." Thank you. Long Chen nodded. They walked together happily, but Qin Shi remained expressionless. After confirming the matter, she directly turned around and walked in front. Zhao Yunlong also snorted coldly and walked away. Clearly, he was rather displeased that Sheng Guanfeng treated a disciple of a small clan so politely. In his eyes, Sheng Guanfeng had lowered the status of the 9 great clans. No matter what, they were finally on their way. Only now did Long Chen carefully examine the desolate forest. Compared to the forest from before, this forest did not have the stench of decay from poisonous beasts. However, it was extremely gloomy and filled with a somber presence. Even the leaves of some trees seemed sharp. The group advanced without saying anything. Long Chen and Sheng Guanfeng walked at the back, using their spirit-devouring demonic eyes to scan their surroundings. If the so-called poisoned shadow tribe came, he would definitely be the first to discover them. This forest seems to lead all the way to the peak of the 9 underworld demon mountain, where the holy tree is. The poisoned shadow tribe might appear along the way, so we can't slack off. There should be around 3,000 poisoned shadow tribe members, excluding the old, the weak, the women, and the children. Once they reach adulthood, their strength is usually at the 5th grade of the divine realm. According to the demonic race, they are called 5th grade demon gods. However, a portion of them can reach the 6th grade, or even the 7th grade. They're extremely troublesome, and there might be experts that even we can't handle. Fortunately, there are quite a lot of people in this forest, so the poisoned shadow tribe has to split their attention. Sheng Guanfeng explained to Long Chen in a low voice as they advanced. Why did you place the demonic race in this place? Long Chen probed. Sheng Guanfeng smiled. You still don't know? Of course it's to train the younger disciples. Our great demon world has always been at odds with the desolate imperial region, and we've had quite a few conflicts with them. It's very likely that we'll fight the demonic race in the future. Let's play a little game. There are 3 chapters today, and each chapter has more than 100 likes. There will be another chapter at 6 in the afternoon. Only computer users can participate. You're tuning into the Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.